All right, y'all. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. Right here on YouTube. How y'all doing today? I'm gonna be working on this game, as I often am. Hope y'all are doing great. This stream can go some different ways. There's some different ways this stream can go. I want to tell you about that. Who do we got in the house? We got somebody in the house. We got DTR. We got Merp. I believe Pepe is here as well. The orchestrator, noted. Thank you for letting me know about that. So I'm still learning about Godot, right? Like, I don't know everything there is to know about Godot. I just don't, but I am trying to make a game anyway, because I think that's a great way to learn. I love making games, or at least learning how to do it. And, the game that I'm currently working on is sort of shaping up like this. It needs a lot of work, but it's a survival runner game. We can get injured, and you can see this little leg is getting shorter. That's because we're all hurt. That's because we're all taking damage. And so that's what happens, is your limbs get shorter. And then what I want is that your abilities also reduce, right? So let's say your arms start shrinking. Now you're not going to be able to grab or attack as much. And ideally, you know, that's not set up yet, but ideally, when the legs get hurt, that's going to cause the, well, you can see we fall down. We do fall down, but it's supposed to also make us slower, right? So if our legs are broken off, we can't move as fast. So these are all the kind of little factors that I'm working on planning out here. Now, there's different ways this stream can go, and I want to tell you about these different ways the stream can go. All right? So, now bear with me here. Okay. Imagine it like a road. Just go with me here. Imagine it like a road. And it's going to go this way, one of these two ways, and it's probably gonna go back and forth between these two ways. All right? We get metaphorical up in here right now. So either we go down the left path, or we go down the right path. If we go down the left path, one of y'all in the chat is helping me out. That's right, backseating is super welcome here. Like I said, I'm very new to game development and Godot in general. Coding, programming, I'm new to all this. So if I get a little helpy, you know what? I'm gonna take it. Now, I may not want your help. It may be that I'm like, you know, that's not what we need to work on, or that doesn't seem like it's gonna solve it. But if it seems like it's gonna help, I am here for it. Give me the code. Okay, so that's one way this can go. The other way this can go is hacky. That's the other road we can go down. And that's if there isn't people to help me, and that's okay. I'm okay with, I have literally no problem with this. It's fine, I will do it. But beware, my code will be interesting, and I will be learning along the way, and hopefully you'll come with me whichever path we go down. Hopefully you can learn something, enjoy yourself. I'll be here, and yeah, and that's the thing, like, if you don't got the experience, Merp, that's okay. It don't matter. I don't need your help, right? But I will accept the help. But I don't need it. Roblox and Scratch, that's cool, yeah. So, you know, we've all got our different experiences, and you know what, because you have that Roblox and Scratch experience, you're gonna be able to give me advice about, like, here, maybe game design, it would look better like this, like that, right? So there's other advice you can give, so be aware of that. I also do very much take down notes of everybody who helps out, so for whatever that's worth. All right, anyway, I wanted to try that out. I wanted to try out telling you about that. So now that I did that, let's get into it then. So what am I doing today in particular? In particular, today what I'd like to do is work on the grabbing and attacking. That's what I really want to do today, is grabbing and attacking. Knuckle Blaster is here. And so what I want out of that is us to be able to, so right now there's a little bit of grabbing that happens, right? If I click on a cow, you can see it follows the cursor, right? It follows the cursor. And you see, boop, boop, it moves with the cursor. Now, the idea of this was add horses to the game. Yeah, maybe, totally. I was thinking we might add horses to the game. I think that's a total possibility. Because this game is about an alien who invades Earth, all right, and needs to collect lots of meat needs to collect lots of meat and send it back home to its home planet. And the cows, horses, stuff like that are a part of that. Humans as well. And so we are able to grab these, and they can actually heal us. So if I bring up these debug numbers here, you can see there's a 4 on the body, and that's actually the head. And then there's a 1 on the bottom leg here. Welcome, body meat. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. We do have a body, and we aren't talking about meat here. So there we have 0 on our legs, right? Now, if I grab a cow and I put it here, and we collide into it, you can see we regrow our leg, and we should be able to regrow our arms as well. I'm not really sure what happened to the arms. Let me see if I can bring them back. Well, this is part of the reason why we got to work on this today. So this grabbing is not great. This grabbing is not great. It has some problems. I don't know if you can tell. Probably not. But if you were playing it, you would feel how bad. There's the arm. There we got an arm back. So this is kind of worked out where you have to drag it on top of the arms here, right? And if you do that, you get your health back and your arms grow back, and then you'll have more ability. Now, the growing back is a little goofy. You can see it's like stretching it out a little bit. So there's a few problems here for sure. But what I want to work on today is the grabbing mechanic. I want it to be better. What's up, Cheetos Plays? Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for coming through. You like putting the stream on a lot while you work on your own personal game dev projects. That's awesome. Body Meat says, love the stream. Just started using Godot a few weeks ago and always learn a lot from my stuff. Really? That's so nice of you. Thank you for saying that. I don't know. I just like, I'm here doing my best, and sometimes some really brilliant, experienced people come through and they help me out. But other than that, you know, I'll at least be doing something. I can't teach you, but that doesn't mean you can't learn something. I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you for saying that. Make it so if you max everything out, you turn into a horse. Okay. Make it so that if you stream game day, you turn. Okay. All right. Feel bad for Bumbo. Who's Bumbo? All right. So this is supposed to be kind of like, I want it to be a roguelike as well. I want it to be a runner game. I want it to be a lot of things, but mostly I just want to learn how to make games. That's the main thing. So yeah, so the grabbing, currently there's a raycast that comes from the camera, and if you click on this, it does some very bad ChatGPT logic to have it follow this. And the thing is, you can see I keep dropping it. That's not intentional. I'm not trying to drop it there. Now, I'm not necessarily thinking we're going to fix all this, because this is like specifically clicking and dragging. I don't really want to do this today. I don't want to, I mean, maybe, but like, see, I'm still clicking, right? There's clicking. And if I move it around, if I move too fast, it lets go. So there's some problems there. And there's a couple other problems too. So if I grab this other one in the distance, so I currently have this one, right? Now, if I come and grab this one, what's going to happen is this one is going to teleport over there, and it's going to be still the same one that I'm grabbing. So it's not updating which one is being grabbed properly. It is updating the position, but it's not updating which one it should grab. So there's some issues with this grab system. But here's what I really want to use it for. So you see all these little trees and crap everywhere? What I want is you can click on these, and they get destroyed. So you can smack them out of the way. You can say, get this tree out of my face. Yank this tree out of the ground. Because otherwise, they actually hurt you, and you can collide with some of them if they're big enough. And then like these small ones, you can just kind of crush, but it's still gonna kind of hurt you, you know? So what I need is for a way that we can actually destroy these things. So I want to be able to click on these and do damage to them. Not only them, but last week what we set up was, I'm going to add this auto load script in here to bring this back. Last week what we added in was an NPC spawner. So let me add this in as an auto load script, which will spawn things in. I will make a horse. I'm not going to make a horse today, but I will make a horse. A horse will definitely get added to the game. Whoops. Oh, it's not supposed to run into the player like that. I know why it is, though. I know why it is. I will. I do that on Mondays. Every Monday I do a member stream where I make assets for the game. And actually this past Monday I made a few new assets. So in Blender for the Monday members only stream, if you can join here on YouTube or you can join on Patreon, either way you'll get access to that full length 8-hour live stream that I do. And it's just focused on game art. And let me make sure we have the collision here. Because I don't think, yeah, the collision is off. All right, so we do not want it to Katamari on here. I will add a horse to the game, I promise. But that's not what we're going to do today. Okay, so, oh, they're Katamariing. Do not Katamari. I cannot tell you how badly I want you to stop Katamariing. Okay, so there's supposed to be a collision around the player. Looks like we already have a first task, which is fixing a bug. But what I want, we've been working on this. Bonjour, welcome, Jay Jordan. So what I want to do today is I want us to be able to click on, let's say, those trees, let's say these helicopters, right? And do damage to them and actually destroy them. Because we spent last week setting up these helicopters, and I swear they wouldn't Katamari on here. I swear they wouldn't Katamari on here. Before. So we gotta, why is that broken? Why is that broken? We have the collision working. It is not off. It is indeed on. So it is not turned on to disabled. Yeah, it's got helicopter Katamari. Something I evidently broke in recent time here. Let's see. So it's supposed to send out it starts by connecting this message that a copter unit is stopped. Whenever we hit this, so there's like an area around the player. I do want to work on grabbing and stuff, but I need this to work first. I need this to work first. So, you can see there's like, it's kind of hard to see, but there's like a faint orb around here. And that is where the helicopter is supposed to collide and stop. And actually this grows. So well, it's supposed to grow. It's supposed to grow. Try it without collision. Maybe you mislabeled it. Without collision? Try it without collision? I mean, it already isn't acting as though it has collision. I'm not sure I know what you mean, but okay. I will say, so this is set to the mask here, 2, which means it should collide with NPCs. So we have to make sure that the copter is set to layer 2. What's the debugger? What's going on in the debugger? Oh, there's our problem. So it says, node not found, area copter, relative to the root main scene. Really? Really? Okay. Okay, interesting. That's very interesting. We're readying this in the main scene? Why is that being readied in the main scene? Oh, it is in the main scene. I see, but this is on here. I gotcha. Oh. The copter isn't... Okay, we gotta go figure out what's going on with the copter. So this, whenever we spawn in the NPCs, it's supposed to be opening... It's supposed to be opening... this, right here. Oh, there's your problem, maybe. There's your problem! This isn't called Area Copter. That's all. We just got to rename this to Area Copter. But I actually like to name it to something else. I'm going to call it Copter 0100 is the name I actually want to give it. I'm trying to like be more consistent with some of my naming conventions here. And this just happens to be one of the naming conventions that I'm interested in. So that's the problem, is I changed the name of this. This is supposed to be Area Copter, but I changed it. So we're going to update that. And look at that, we're squashing bugs right out the gate. I've been updating my naming conventions for a lot of things, and I just forgot to update that particular naming convention. What script is this? Copter, this is on the Copter script itself. So what we want to rename this to is Copter 0100. Okay. That might still not work because it's the top level, but we'll see. Yeah, I think that's still not working. So what I need to do is just say self. It's really just itself. It is the copter area. This used to make more sense, but now that I've changed it to itself. Yes, no bugs. All right, there we don't go. What? Okay, so that was one problem. That was one problem. We fixed that problem. That's not popping up in the debugger, but we're still Katamariing. So I have some other problems. Apparently I need to fix some things. Me when the debugger says something wrong with my code. Interesting, interesting. What does it mean though? I know, the debugger can be really hard to decode for me. Some people who come through here and they're just like, oh yeah, I know what that says. Oh yeah, I think that means this. I'm like, wow. Like, I'm starting to learn better, but it's taking some time. It's taking some time. I totally feel you on that one. Make it so if you become a horse, you start coding. Nice. Wow. Yeah. Make it so when you hit something for the first time, a PNG of a horse comes out of a PNG of an open door and gives you a tutorial. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So you guys are wild. You guys are wild. Pepe in the house. Pepe is a member of Hyper Game Dev. Pepe, welcome here since you're a member. That means you get a song. I hope you're doing good, Pepe. I hope you're doing good, Pepe. I hope you're feeling alright, Pepe. Welcome to this stream today, Pepe. Yeah. Welcome, Pepe. Good to see you. I'm sorry, and you're welcome. Yes. Oh yeah, Pepe also is a mod. Pepe's a mod. Pepe's a member. Pepe's a patron. Pepe is part of what makes Hyper Game Dev possible. Just keeping it real. Just keeping it real. You're blue now. That's my attack. All right. So why isn't this collision working? What else is it being detected? Now it's probably more area things because I rearranged a lot of my nodes over since the last stream. But yeah, that's why I say I'm sorry. But you're also welcome. But I'm also sorry. But you're also welcome. But I'm also sorry. But you're welcome. So if I want to sort this out, I need to go onto, let me make sure there's nowhere else. Getting the proximity. Man, really hoped that was gonna fix it. It did it. Grabbing and attacking, that's what I want to work on today, but we gotta this bug is important. We gotta fix this bug. Copter area collision. Oh, you know what? Maybe I know what it is. Maybe the layer changed. Yep, that's it. So remember how I said that was looking for mask? Okay, I know what the problem is, or at least what the next, I know what the next problem is. I don't know if there isn't another problem, but I know what the next problem is. So, this area that's around the player, there's this big orb, you can kind of see it. This big orb around the player, it's set to mask 2. That's what it's looking for. I've labeled that as the NPC mask. The copter, so since I made some changes to this over the weekend, this copter area, this isn't actually set to be on layer 2. A mask, if you set a mask, that means that it's looking for a particular layer. So that mask on the other collision was looking for a layer 2, but this wasn't marked as layer 2. Now it's marked as layer 2, which means the helicopters are gonna stop before Katamariing on the player. Let's go! Right. That's the way it's supposed to look. That deserves a sip of water. That's the rule. You're only allowed to hydrate if you earn it. Oh, hell yeah. All right, so a plot twist, we're incredibly predictable. This is a pre-recorded video. Shh, you're not supposed to tell anybody that. All right, so this is what we worked on last week. Were these helicopters spawning in? Why do you drink out of a mason jar? I drink out of a mason jar because I have ADHD real bad. And mason jars have lids, which means I can't spill it and knock it over. I can knock it over, but if I do knock it over, it don't matter. So that's a reason why I drink out of mason jars. Plus, they hold a lot of water. Water bottles, yeah, it is glass. That's true. That is one problem. That is very much one problem. I go through many of them because it's true. I do knock them over and they break. It's true. I don't know. It's the best I can do because it's free, right? It's like pasta sauce. You know what I'm saying? This was pasta sauce. So I'm broke. I'm ADHD. All right. That's why. And I don't like having like one water bottle, you know, so I could like buy multiple water bottles. That's like a lot of money. Or I could just use these jars that I already have. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of like, it just kind of like presents itself. So Oh, it's so good. Water is so good. Not gonna lie, I hope the lid fell off. I kind of hoped it would too. I actually kind of hoped it would too. That would have been fun. All right. You're more ADD than me? Maybe. You know what? Honestly, I don't think it has to be a competition. All right, so we've got these helicopters here. What I'd like to have by the end of today, at least, I would like to be able to click on these and make them disappear. Now, ideally, I'd want them to have damage, right? Like hit points. I'd want them to have a number of hit points. And so if I click on it multiple times, then it dies. But I just want to keep it kind of simple, you know? We just click on things and we'll be fine. So maybe the trees, since the trees will probably only have like one hit point, because these are little trees, they're kind of small. I think this alien should be able to break them. So that's what I want to work on today. Now, so far, I can't say any of our resident geniuses are either in the chat, Godot geniuses are in the chat, programming geniuses are in the chat, or at least here around with us sharing their thoughts and wisdoms. Therefore, I am going to go ahead and assume for the moment we are going down the hacky road. We're going right on down that hacky road, y'all. That's all right. That's all right. And it's probably true. Okay. So here's what I've got for the clicking, right? Because we already have a raycast here, right? And you know that because when I approach a cow with the mouse, I'm able to grab it, right? It'll hover here. You see how it hovers? So it knows where the mouse position is. And this raycast, I use some code from GWiz to help me get that raycast set up. GWiz is a great YouTuber, makes a lot of really helpful tutorials. And I'm going to try to use that same logic because I don't want to make multiple raycasts. Do you know what I mean? And so I had actually adapted that to be, and that was people in the chat helped me do that. We got S in the house. Welcome, S. And so what that helped me do was add these health bars. So I started out having health bars for the player. I don't know that I really want health bars for the player yet. But the idea was that if we hover over the player, they should appear. They are not. They're not appearing. I wonder if that's because. I made this collision mask not true. Is that what it is? No. Why is... Well, that was supposed to be something that we fixed. So basically what I need to do is I need to take a very close look at this raycast logic and figure it out again and make sure I understand it so we can have it looking for things other than the cow. Because in fact, it is seeing other things. So if I have it print the things that it sees, let's do this one. Let's say print... is that going to be grab? I guess we want to say it was hover target as well. So we have a couple different target types. Let's say hover target for right now. S says, hello, look at everything it's spawning now. Well done. Yeah, it spawns and they form into a nice a nice you know, they don't clump. Okay, so if we look down in the output, right? So all these messages coming here. If I hover over, so the hover targets, I mean, we're getting a lot of null. I don't think this is seeing anything. It doesn't even see the cows. So that would probably be why the health bar hover. What I was showing you with the health bar is that you were supposed to be able to hover over the health bar, and then you would see what the health is. But let's have, so here you can see, now that I'm setting it to grab targets, you can see copter is printing. If you can't see, I'll make it a little bigger, but it's probably going to be too big. It's a little bit too big. It's on the slightly too big side. Let's shrink that down a little bit there. So if I hover over things, you can see it's saying, so cow barn, right? It's describing the cow barn. It's describing the tree. It's describing the other trees, so the different types of trees. So we do have this raycast detecting things. And of course, it will detect the cow, which if it sees, basically if the cow says, oh, I'm the one that's seen, and you clicked, then it'll get grabbed. If the cow is like, oh, I'm the one that's seen, in general, then it's going to show that arrow. So what I need to do is I need to have that same information basically be interpreted on the object. So let's say the tree or the helicopter and be like, am I the thing that got hovered? If I'm the thing that got hovered, then I need to do something. So I think that's really all we have to do if we're going to make it interactable. I think this is going to be easy. I think we're going to get this done pretty quick. That's what I think. That's what I think. Do it by tags. I don't know if Godot has tags. Oh, yeah. Let's do it by tags. No, so I don't actually, I mean, so there's like different ways to like label things, for sure. I've just been kind of comparing things to themselves, you know? So like, let's say you hover over this cow, right? Well, I'm not even going to show you again. So if we go to the cow itself, I'm just going to pull up, like, actually, we don't have to pull up the cow, because the cow is technically, right now, it is governed by the health script. It is just a health object. That is how it is controlled. And it is being connected to area entered, connect, check area, temporary, because that's collidable. That's not really what we want. Health hovered right here. So here, this is checking to see what was hovered. Now, actually here, it looks like it might already know that it's hovered. So what this is doing here in the ready function is this is connecting to an auto load. So I have a script that's loading outside of the game, and that's this. This is my messenger node. And this messenger node just has a bunch of signals. That's all it does. It doesn't need any of this. It's just a bunch of signals. That's all it does. And what happens, it's kind of like plugging in, it's like taking information from another script, plugging it in, and then some other script is like seeing, oh, I see that that has a signal. I'm going to take that information and I'm going to do stuff with it. And then they can also send it back and forth. So it's kind of just a way to connect scripts to each other across the project or the scene. In particular, we're connecting the health detected signal, which that that's probably, I don't know where, is that on the camera? That may well be on the camera, which is where the raycast is. So let's see if we can find it. Health, maybe not. It may not be. We have health grabbed, health hovered. That's it. That's the signal. Health hovered, not health detected. Health hovered. So it will emit, so it'll send a signal to that messenger node, right, where we're making those connections. It'll send a signal to that node when the grab target is in the group meet. If it's in the group meet. So this is kind of what you're saying, Pepe, right? Do it by tags. That's kind of what we're doing, actually. Groups. Yeah. That's kind of what we're doing. So this group in particular is called meet. And I'm actually setting this group in code. So here on the health script, we have add to group meet. So this is kind of how one way I'm like tagging things is by using groups. I love that we like found that all together at the same time because like when Pepe said tags, I was like, yeah, there's kind of stuff like that. Let me just walk through the way it works. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to find out that it is like that. And then like S was like groups. And I was like groups. That's a beautiful thing. So yeah, so we're adding this to the group meet, and so S is talking about how you can use like it's a little tricky. So if I click on, the reason why I don't do it that way is because it's less controllable to me. I prefer doing as much in code as possible. So for example, here is this terrain strip. Right now, everything spawns in on preset strips. I want it to be procedural, but for now it's just preset strips. So this preset strip has a bunch of cows on it. And if I were to click on this cow and we come over here to groups, I could do manage groups, right? And we could like create a group here. I could call it meat. We could add it to the group meat, and now it's on the group meat. That's one way to do it. And if you do it that way, it'll actually show up. So this doesn't actually add this into that. We have to find it in here, which is one of my least favorite parts about this, is trying to like hunt through all this, because as you can see, we have a lot of cows on here, and I'm going to want them to be procedurally generated, right? So I'm not going to be able to come in here and set all of these manually. But in theory, we could come look for the right cow, and then we can add it to that group. And now, if we scroll through here, one of these cows is going to have, there, right there, is going to have this little icon next to it, which means it's in the group meat. Now, the other way to do this is the way that we're doing it right now, which is setting it in code. So all of these cows, by default, like right out of the gate, that is to say the instanced, the inherited scene. This is a scene that's instanced. It lives on its own. I can drag it in and drop it in, and it'll just live there wherever I put it, except for there. So if I drag this in right here, bam, that's a new cow I just added in. That's this one. It's going to come default with this script attached to it. All the cows have that script attached to it. So it's already there. If the game is procedurally generating these cows, it's already going to have this on it. And so that's the way I'm adding it to that group and giving it that label. So yes, I do think that's a good way to do it. And I think that's the way we probably should do it. We certainly could do it that way. So if we want it to be able to be destroyed, now, I don't know, because this is going to be a lot of, so this is what I don't like about this idea, and why I don't know that I do want to use groups or tags. The reason why I don't, and it's not that there isn't another way to do it, but just off the top of my head, again, we're doing it a little hacky up in here right now. We're doing it, we're on the hacky road. We're on the hacky road, so I can only do it as well as I can figure out for right now. And right now, what I'm thinking is this is going to get a little too much. Oh, stream glitches. I just noticed the stream was glitching. I can't really tell you why. I don't really know why. Yeah, I see it. I don't know why it's happening, unfortunately. Yeah, I can pop the internet. So this is, so here, all right, we got to talk about my internet. It's time to talk about Lisa's internet, which sucks. Turn the bitrate down a bunch. Yeah, so it's a bit of a tricky situation. I only turned it up a little bit, so I set it to 5,000. I thought maybe, just maybe, we could handle 5,000. I think I was wrong. I have some trash internet, and so it's gonna show some glitchies sometimes, and I apologize for that. That's supposed to be at 5,000. That number in the top left. We only need gray and purple. Make the bitrate 36. You will not want to watch that. So I set it to 5,000 kilobits per second. That's what that's supposed to be up there. I can drop it down. Sometimes it'll obey me when I drop it down. But here's the thing. Even if I drop it down, you see it's going much lower. I can't actually... If I set it that low, it's going to look terrible. 3,000 is what I usually set it at lately, but I hoped we could make it a little higher. So here's the thing, that only happens usually 2 reasons. 1, cell phone towers are having problems. 2, I'm using the internet in a way that's bringing it down. Yeah, see, I can't even set it to be lower right now. Sometimes it doesn't actually allow me to set it lower because it's not, it does its best, but its best isn't always good enough, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna let me set it lower unless I stop and restart the stream. Maybe it's at 3,000. Oh, maybe I got it to go to 3,000. If it doesn't look worse than a GIF in the 90s scaled up and blurred, I don't know how it looks. Yeah. Actually, we might have gotten it because basically if it wavers around plus or minus 1,000, or yeah, plus or minus like 1,000 kilobits per second from what we set it at, then it's pretty good. All right, we're sitting at 3,000. This looks good. I think we're okay. I have bad internet. I do want to work on better internet. I got to do a fundraiser so we can get me some better internet. I gotta do a fundraiser because there is one more option for us to get better internet. Anyway, thank you for letting me know. I think that's resolved for now. But we'll keep a good eye on it. Anyway, so thank you for letting me know. I did notice though. Basically, I'm gonna notice on about a 30-second delay. That's just how it works. But luckily, it's not as bad as it used to be, so we can be happy. All right. Anyway, so I'm not gonna make it 100. It would be, trust me, it would look terrible. It would basically be that glitchy crap all the time. I don't know what it look like. I'm not gonna find out. I don't want to know. Why I know why you want to know, but I don't want to know. All right, so because I'm afraid it might, like, I don't know. I don't want to try it. Yeah, 1,000. It's gonna be. That's an absolute last resort. We don't have to, Knuckle Blaster. We're good. So, okay. So we've got these groups that we could set it at. Here's why I don't want to set it to a bunch of groups. The reason is because, well, I don't know. It's tough because there's a couple of things. There's a couple of things going on here. For one thing, we should be doing hover targets, not grab targets. So I need to figure out why hover target isn't working right. I gotta sort that out. But what I'll need to do is I'll need to have something that they all share, right? And so they're gonna be different, right? Because there's gonna be things like NPCs. There's gonna be things like, I don't know. I guess, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure how I want to. I gotta think about it. Because there's kind of like different things, right? There's the trees, and then there's, you know, the helicopters, which are like two different object types. The helicopter is an NPC, the tree is an obstacle. So I kind of have to like figure out, which would be, I don't know. There's something about this I don't. So my other idea is this. That we would send the information of what's hovered, right? So we would just have like this, and maybe that's worse because that's sending more data. Maybe that's worse. You know, maybe I will do that. So here is my other idea. My other idea is we take this target, this grab target, right? We take this grab target and we send it as a signal. So I would just say, also this is running in the process, which I don't love that this is in the process, because that's just going to be, that just seems like a little unnecessary. Then again, the raycast is already running in the process, so I don't know that it really is that big a deal. I feel like we kind of have to if we're going to do that. I feel like we kind of have to. So, just got to think about this. Put background music on. The only music I do have contemplation music. This is contemplation music that we have. It's a little scary, actually. But I do have contemplation music. In general, I don't like playing music while we stream. I kind of figure, why don't you play some music while you're watching the stream? You know what I mean? Like, that way I don't have to choose the music for you. Choose your own music. But I do like this as contemplation music while I just think. So I could do it this way, or it'll pause the stream. Oh, I see what you're saying. That's a good point. Yeah, if you're watching like on your phone, that makes sense. You don't play music because you'll end up drifting. That makes sense too. You can watch a video and a stream at the same time, but not on your phone. If you're watching on your phone. Or like maybe an iPad or something. I guess I was assuming you're on desktop. You make a good point, Knuckle Blaster. You make a good point. Yeah, you can totally do it on PC. You can absolutely do that on PC. So let me see. So I could either do it this way, or we say that the grab target, we say like messenger grab target emit, and then grab target. And so we literally just have that be there like this, right? That's it. And then what I could do is I could receive that signal. So I have to come over to my messenger here. This is just one possibility. I come over to my messenger and we just say signal, grab signal, right? And then I could come to, let's say, our copter and have it be receiving this signal. We can say messenger grab signal connect, and then we could say is grabbed, and then we got to create a function called is grabbed. Now this is on the copter script. I'd kind of like this to be a more universal script, but it'll be for like all copters, so maybe it's fine. Is grabbed, and then it'll check. So we want it to call with one function, grab target. If grab target is set to self, then we could do like queue free, which should destroy it. All right, so this should work, right? If I do it like this. And the reason why I wanted to do it like this, I didn't mean to disappear. The reason why I want to do it like this is just to minimize having all of those if statements running in the process function all the time. Invalid get index, grab target, node messenger. Oh, okay. Maybe I need to save. Sometimes if I don't save the script, let's just make sure. Grab signal. Grab signal. Grab target. Grab target, and let me make sure I named it that over here on the camera script. Grab target. Okay, now we've got that named correctly. What happens if I make the bitrate 10,000? Honestly, you'll just see more. I mean, it'll probably work most of the time, but I used to have it at 15,000. I had cable internet that I was using, and the cable internet lets me set it up much higher. But the cable internet has some problems. There's like wiring around our house that isn't set up right, and so it will sometimes glitch the internet, and it causes a lot of issues. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. You're just trolling. I'm not gonna answer you. You don't actually care. So what are you talking about? Invalid grab signal. Oh, because we still call it grab signal. Grab target. Grab target is what we want to call it. Okay, here we go. Unfortunately, we do not have fiber in our area. Gosh, I wish we had fiber in our area. Apparently, I can't spell. I wish so badly. I'm on the waiting list. I'm on the waiting list. I'm on the waiting list for fiber in my area, but I don't technically know when it's coming. So, welcome, GWiz. We're using your raycast logic. So in theory, if I've done this right, and I hover over one of these helicopters, they should disappear. But it's possible that doesn't work. But let's find out. Hey! Bam, 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 bam. Nice, right? So this is kind of what I'm thinking we do to make them go away. And this is just to avoid having to set up all these if statements running in the process function of the raycast. So like tags work, but I kind of like the idea of it detecting itself locally, but I don't know, like performance wise, if anybody knows, I'd be curious, but like technically I don't know what's worse, right? Because here, this node, this helicopter, and if there's like, you know, I think there's going to be 6 helicopters on screen maximum. There's 6 helicopters. Let's say there's 6 tanks. There's 6 melee attackers. You know, and 25 trees, right? All those things. If those are all there, and they're all connecting to this messenger signal, grab target, is that more expensive as far as optimization goes? Is that more expensive than having a bunch of if conditions on the camera node. So saying, you know, if it's an NPC, if it's an obstacle, if it's a helicopter, if it's a tree, right? And then this is matching, because this is where the original signal is coming from. The original raycast signal is coming from, right? And so we could just keep it all here, and then it only lets those objects know that they've been hovered when this if statement is true. I don't really know. I mean, there's two different ways to do the same thing. And ideally, I would pick the optimal way, but I don't, the most performant way. But I don't really know what that is, because this way works, you know? And but the issue that I'm worried about is that if all these objects are constantly checking to see what the target is, maybe that's like an expensive operation. I don't really know. But I personally, I kind of like this better. I don't know why, it just feels more readable if the objects themselves are checking to see if they're the thing that's the target, as opposed to coming to our targeting and updating in here, like coming back all the time and updating in here and updating in here. To me, that's more weird, but we'll see. Gwiz, one of your messages might have gotten removed if you put any links, or if YouTube thinks you put a link in there. So if you dropped code in there or something, I don't know. I see you say visually, you mean. The last thing I saw you say was, do we have fiber in our area? Do we visually have fiber in our area? I don't know. I don't think that's what you meant. I have a feeling that's not what you meant. It's just a guess, though. We should name the game Frogger 2 times trim. Too extreme. Frogger 2 extreme. Frogger 2 extreme. Yeah. Maybe. Probably not, though. So I'm going to not do it this way. I'm going to not have it be this way. And it raises the question, you know, should I do this that way as well? I kind of think I should. I mean, at the very least, if I'm going to pick one option over the other, it probably should be consistent, right? So... like, here we have grab target is in group meet. Maybe I just don't put this here, and we don't worry about the grouping stuff, you know? And I come over to the meet. When he takes down a helicopter, the stuff that takes it down comes from his chest. Yes. Yeah. So that's what I want to work on. That's the other thing I want to work on today, and I haven't mentioned it, but that's the other thing I want to work on today. Thank you for reminding me. Is I'd like for the raycast, I'd like for the arms to be, and the head, to be following the mouse. So that raycast, if I'm like moving my mouse left and right, I want the arms and the head to be following. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then when we click on it, I want it to like, I want it to like reach out, and I want it to, yes, that's exactly what I want to happen. 100%. Exactly what I want. You had to replace the, you blocked. I'm so sorry about that. It does help to have blocked words. Unfortunately, YouTube is lacking some features that Twitch has. I'm still all here for YouTube. I'm not going to Twitch for now. I'm staying on YouTube, and I love streaming on YouTube. But YouTube is missing some features. For example, letting people know that their messages have been blocked. For some reason, YouTube doesn't want to let you know that. But yeah, it was. At the end, the frog destroys the city. I mean, absolutely. So this was something I actually set up on Monday. So again, Monday member streams. I do game art and research. I plan out some things. I make some art. And... this is kind of what I laid out, the different areas for the game. So you're going to start out with cattle farms and in a rural area. And there's going to be 3 levels in that area. Once you get through those 3 levels, you're going to get a second area. And this is going to be small towns. So like smaller areas, right? With little, or smaller areas versus a big city, I mean. So like small neighborhoods and stuff. You knew. And then area 3 is going to be a big city. So you'll be able to go through and destroy a big city if you want to. And then finally, the last area will be a military base, because you are a big monster. You're a big monster who just wants to not get taken down by the military, and they're trying to take you down. So that's going to be the last area, is that. So that's how that's gonna work. That's how that's gonna work. Yeah. All right. Anyway, I was just fixing my cameras. Don't mind me. And he's a cut scene of the frog becoming a galactic ruler. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that. So yeah, so GWiz, that is what I want to do today, is I want it to be actually reaching out and grabbing and stuff. So we do actually have a way now to detect these things and do something, affect those changes that we want to be affected on those objects. So that's a very good thing. Now I don't want it to be a hover, I want it to be a click. And I want it to have HP. We could do the ARM stuff, since GWiz mentions it, we could do that. Let me just, okay, here's the next few steps here. I'm going to replace this meet group tag situation, because as much as I like it, Pepe, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like, there's something about it I don't like. And so I'm gonna not do it. But we can always go back to it if it turns out to be correcter. So instead, for the cows, I'm gonna come to the health script here. And I'm gonna say, we can add it to the group meet. I mean, I might as well not if we're not gonna use it. I'm gonna connect here. I mean, I've been commenting all these. Messenger. So here we're saying informing script that health is hovered. So that's interesting. And what does that say? Wait, but this is doing that already. This is already doing that. So what's the point of it being in the group? Do we even need it to be in the group? Wait, there's already something like that, except it's for health hovered. Wait, why? If grab target, oh, I see. So that's calling that, and then it's also giving you the grab target. So it's super inefficient. It's doing extra things we really, really don't need. We really don't need all that to be done at all. Wow, good to know. Good to know. So then I'm gonna just get rid of this whole line here. I'm gonna get rid of all this. And I'm gonna say, on the health script, instead of connecting to health hovered, informing script what is hovered, and I'm gonna change this to grab target, connect is grabbed is what I want to connect it to. Instead of health hovered, we're going to rename this to is grabbed. And I'm going to call this grab. We can call it hover target. That's fine. I don't give a shit. It's fine. Hover target. And that should like function the same. If it doesn't, I'm very confused. But we'll see. We'll see. All right, it looks like it works, so that's fine. All right, great, beautiful, done. Now that that's taken care of, it does bother me a little bit that it doesn't say grab target. I would rather it say grab target. I'm just trying to keep it as consistent as possible. So I'm gonna do a little find and replace here. So let's look for hover target, and I'm gonna replace it with grab target, and just replace all those for me. Yep, that looks great. Replace him. Reload it. Oh, it did it in the whole project. Oops. Ah, shoot. Oh no. I didn't mean to do it in the whole project. That was a mistake on my part. All right, and there's no undo on that. So actually I gotta fix all this now, because now this hover target doesn't do anything. Oh, shoot. Oopsie. Oopsie. That is supposed to be hover target. I did an oopsie. I don't even think we're using it, though, is the thing. I don't think we're actually using it. So I think we're fine. I think hover target wasn't doing anything. I'm only a little afraid. I'm only a little afraid of what that has done. I don't think it's done anything. Everything still works. We may one day find out the consequences of my actions, but I don't think it really did anything, so I think we're fine. Okay, so the other thing is I would like to have, well, let's not worry about that. What if we don't worry about that right now? Okay, so grabbing with arms and head going out. So I kind of want to sketch this a little bit because there's sort of a way I want to do this. I mean, what? Why is a cow coming out of the helicopter? Oh. Was this the consequence of my actions? You guys saw that, right? It's whenever I clicked on the helicopter, a cow came out. That's interesting. Not if I hover over the helicopter, it doesn't happen. Pigs don't fly, cows do. I know, right? So it's looking for an object that was grabbed. I think on the camera we have something. Oh, so this is why we want hover. This grab logic is an issue. So this grab, because this is definitely not my favorite situation right now. Grab hovering, player hovering. So this, for one thing, was supposed to be hover target. This was definitely supposed to be hover target. Helicopter, the cow is here. Yeah. A part of me wants to just like reload the project. I mean, it's very little things. I think we're still going to have a cow spawn here, or it's going to crash. Basically, it's going to crash when I click on it. Because what's happening is, since it's a grab target, it's looking to see if something has been grabbed. And if so, it's going to try to run logic to move that object. This is actually ChatGPT logic. So it doesn't really understand my project very well. I'm kind of surprised that it's not setting it to that. I wonder if we, just for the sake of, out of curiosity, you know, if I set it to that, I kind of just want to get rid of the grabbing. I kind of just want to get rid of the grabbing. Oh, because of the queue free, that's why. Because we're deleting the helicopter. Wait, so are you saying we can grab the helicopters? If I don't delete them, we can grab them? That doesn't make sense. Because it's trying to grab it, but since it's deleted, it can't grab it. Oh, shoot! I can grab the helicopter. That's interesting. It's a little buggy. It's a little buggy, but indeed, I can now grab the helicopters. Yeah, we don't want that. I think the helicopter's metal is just helicopter meat. I think I need to get rid of this grab logic for now. I think that's going to be our best bet, if I'm being honest. I'm also going to add an input in here as well. So let me come to the health. In here we have if input action is pressed health. I'm going to have this be on the copter so we can actually, first of all, click on it to make it destroy itself. So we want to say if it's set to self and input action pressed, then delete it. Just so we have a little less chaos going on. And I would like to set up like a health for it as well, ideally. And then back on the camera script, I'm going to, I think I'm just going to comment, I'm just going to comment all this out. Like, I kind of just want to get rid of it. Now, that is probably getting called somewhere. Here, health grabbed. So if the health, see, this is what I don't understand, is how is that running? That's what I'm confused about. So it's only supposed to run, in theory, is if health is grabbed. And that should be coming from, let's get this out of here. That should be coming from the health script itself. Oop, hold on. Oh yeah. Let's pass that. That should be coming from the health script itself. Health detected. Right here. That's only supposed to be sent out. So, oh, I see. Do you guys see what's happening here? Do you see what happened? Because I didn't comment this. So because we're sending this messenger signal now. So this is one issue with the way that I was doing this. And maybe why the tags or the groups are a good idea. Because now, in each object, I'm going to have to set only run this, right? So this is just going to be checking to see what is grabbed. But it's not saying if it's set to self. So this needs to be saying if it's set to self, grab target, and input pressed, then it should do all this. And then this else kind of doesn't make sense either, right? I mean, it does in this case. Actually, in this case, it does make sense. But this is our problem. And then this has some problems too. Because we also need to say, and self is set to grab target. Because otherwise, it's going to act on everything. Do you see what the problem was? Like, it's because the helicopter and the health objects, or the cows, are checking those signals. And that means I need to say on the helicopter and the cow, they both need to say, only run this if I am the thing that's seen. Which I'm starting to feel like the tags are better. I wasn't sure, but now I think the tags are better. It's really hard. I really don't know. But like this is a little messier. Even though I have to set it all up on the raycast, it's just a little messier. I don't really know what I want to do. Brings me right back to that. So this should be fixed now. So we shouldn't have any cows spawning on the helicopter. And we should be able to click the helicopter into oblivion. So I can hover over it. We're fine. If I click it, it goes away. No cows are being teleported to it. If I click on a cow, we can't grab the cow for some reason. Oh, because I commented all that code out. But it's still working. So I'm able to click it and it, like, you know, makes it go away. So that's still working. Interesting. Well, I might as well put the grab logic back then. I like this. I like this because it's just helping me sort of realize what this code is, what we're working with today. And I'm still kind of undecided what I want to do with the... Oops. I'm still a little undecided how I want to handle the tags versus having that information being sent to everything. I'm still not really sure how I want to deal with that. But at least we have options. All right, so we can grab it. Cow's grabbable. Helicopters aren't, even though I kind of wouldn't mind them being grabbable. It's just the grab system is all messed up. Okay, good. So that's set up. I'm going to make a commit right now. We're going to pop open that good old GitHub. And we're just going to put this down here. Make it so the cutscene backstory is the frog loses its job and has to hunt for food. It's kind of the backstory. Basically, the backstory is that humans sent a mouse, which is true, into space. Many mice into space. Some of them got lost in space, and one of them landed on this alien's home planet. One alien ate that mouse, grew mouse limbs, and said, y'all, we need to go to this planet, and we need to get more meat so we can all grow limbs and build our great civilization. And so this was one of the sort of soldier aliens who was sent to get limbs. And a monkey. Yeah, they sent a monkey, but no monkeys were lost in space. That's the thing. But yeah, they sent monkeys. They sent dogs. Dogs were sent into space. Tiny microorganisms and stuff were sent into space. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. It's honestly completely messed up. Adjusted, or first of all, well, okay, adjusted the grab detection script and fixed collision, copter collision. It's telling me it's too long. It's that little light bulb. It's like, that's too long. And it's not like saying make it shorter. It's just like, you probably should though. Adjusted grab detect scripts. Fixed copter collides. Collide. Okay, we'll just say that. Copter what the? No. Copter collision got broken in the last update. Fixed it by improving. Fixed it by improving the naming and collision layer of the copter top level node. Adjusted the grab detection signal sending situation to be received by relevant objects, copter and health, and then determined if that is, if it is the object that was hovered / grabbed. Helicopters can be destroyed if clicked on. Something I wanted, before I commit this, I actually want to fix something. So I cut out some logic that allowed those tags to be detected. I don't think I actually want to, I just want to comment that out. I don't want to delete it. I just want to comment it out. Oh, and this will help me see where I overwrote stuff too. So we changed grab target here. Oh, we got rid of grab target emit. Or we added that line. I see, we added that line. And then down here, we renamed hover to grab. And then we renamed this hover to grab as well. So I actually am gonna make a couple changes before we do this. Before I go all up in there and do that, I wanna just save some information. So over here in the process, I'm gonna add this stuff back in, but I'm gonna comment it out. So that way we don't lose this, because I'm starting to think I might want to go back to this. I'm not sure. And since I'm not sure, I want it to still be there. And then down here, we want this to be hover and this to be hover. And now we have fixed some things. Okay. This is more what I want. So here we added one line here. And now we're adding that back in. Okay, great. Good. I think we can make this commit. Just make sure I save it. Commit it. All right. Next task is I would like to do what was being described before, which is being able to have the arms and the head follow the cursor. That's what I want. And then ideally, right, we'd get that position. So we already know the position of things, right? And you can tell because when I go to grab a cow, the cow moves. So we're able to like, I mean, really we're adjusting the position of the thing, but we can get its position data. And so what we can do is we can do like what GWIS was describing, which is if I click on this, it'll reach out and we can just stretch. We can just have the position of the hand go there and it'll just stretch it because it's set up with bones and weight painting and stuff. So that'll be kind of awesome. So I would love to get that set up. But first, what I want is I want them to be tracking the mouse. So I think I want to set that up. And there's a couple more things too. And I am going to sketch it out. And in some ways I apologize. In other ways I don't. But what I want is to have our character, because as you may have noticed, the limbs can get smaller. They can get much smaller. So let me just draw our character. Here we've got an arm. We've got another arm. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm gonna grab this, shrink it on down. I'm not gonna worry about the legs for now. So from this, I want there to be a zone. So like, if your arms are healthy, right? So let's say you have 4 health on each arm. Each arm is super healthy, 4 health. Then I want you to have this full grab area available to you. So a big, giant area of grabability like that. A little more even, ideally, than that. Something like this. This will all be available to you as potential grab range. Kind of like a range, right? And let's say you take some damage. This is going to have to be different. It looks terrible in paint. When you shrink things down. My God. Let's do it like this. So let's say you take some damage, right? I'm going to copy our player again. And so now, instead of having, let's say you've got 1 health on this arm and 4 health on this arm. I'm going to want that range to change. So now, it's going to be more like this. Something like that. So I want this like adjusting range here, if that makes sense. Now, I'm not saying we're going to set this up today, but I wanted to just like lay this out because often I don't plan ahead when I should. So I just want to make sure that I have this laid out so when I start putting this stuff together, maybe I can keep it in mind. All right, so this is something I just wanted to work out. I don't think it's actually going to be that relevant. So if I do want it to follow, if I want the arms and the head to follow, I think a look at could be a good thing. I don't know how, dude, I don't know how I'm going to do this. This is going to be tough. This is going to be tricky. This is going to be tricky. Because here's the deal. Is this alien character has these separate limbs. Right? These meshes are all different. So we have like the arm, and that's because they take damage and they get hurt and they behave differently. So they're all separate, which maybe makes it easier in theory. But I just have to somehow put code on here that moves them. I guess it's really the bones that I'd want to animate. That's what we should move, are the bones. Okay, and then I could put this, okay, I think we can handle this. Okay, I have an idea. So the skeleton How do I pull up the bones? Oh, we gotta be an inspector. So in here, we do have like a hand bone, right? So if I move that hand bone, you can see it's like stretching out. Oh yeah, I forget that the face isn't visible very often. I forget about that. Yeah, there is a very scary face on there. Eventually, I want that to be visible more often. So like if you eat something or like get hurt, and actually if we're turning the head around, we might be able to see it. But there is one animation that shows it if we turn around. But ideally, you know, if you go to eat a cow, you'll actually turn around, face the camera, and then gobble it up, and it'll be a bloody mess. So I do want that to be visible more often, for sure. Yeah, it's pretty scary. You thought of a game idea. It'd be called Terraria, and it's a progression-based sandbox game where it's about building and crafting and fighting bosses. Nice. You should make it. You're feeling when the alien becomes a tardigrade. Nothing shall kill it. Humanity is doomed. Makes sense why helicopters immediately swarm it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Like the military wants to destroy it. It's not here to make friends. Yeah, but you can make... I get that that's the joke, but the thing is you can make games like other games. That's a secret. You can make... It's not a joke, because you can make games like other games. And that's okay. You can make a clone of a game. And that's a totally fun thing and fine thing to do. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. All right. So this hand, right? I can make it bigger. That's the other hand. We can make it bigger or smaller, stuff like that. So what I really want to do is I want to change its rotation, but I don't actually want to do the hand, do I? I guess I want to do the arm. It's going to be tricky. Let me pull up the animation so we can actually see. It's a little, it's tricky because I kind of need, it's going to be tricky because we kind of need to ignore the animation. That's going to be hard. It might not be. It might override it. I don't know if it will. I don't actually know what's going to happen. I think weird things are going to happen. I feel like we're going to need to somehow tell it to ignore. I wonder if we can turn off. This is going to be a little tricky. Because currently it's doing this, right? Like when you're walking. Or it's doing this if you're running. So these things are happening. And if I start telling those bones to go in other positions, it's probably going to try to be animating it at the same time, which might be really weird. Ideally, you know, we could just turn off those parts, but I don't really, I mean, I'm sitting here, I'm unchecking these, and it's not like doing diddly squat. So I'm a little concerned about this. Like if I uncheck all the arm related stuff here, just take all of those. What does this even do? Toggle this track on or off? I don't know. I don't know. Hand, get rid of this elbow. Arm, okay. There's 6 there. And so now if I run it, okay, they're stopped, but it wasn't happening in real time. So I wonder if we can access this through code. And then we just have to say, and so going back to this region, I'd actually want an even other region. I want a whole other region here. And this region would be for, let's make it a significantly different color. It would, I guess it would just be like the same as the maximum possible selection area. Pretty much be the same thing. And this would persist regardless what your ability is. And so this blue area would represent if the cursor is in here. So if you have the cursor out here, over here, down here, or whatever, we do the normal arm pumps when we're running and walking, right? But then as soon as we get into the blue area, we would toggle off the arms and they would start following the cursor. So you would just be running otherwise. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm imagining. But first, I need to make sure we can actually toggle these off. Like, sure, this is probably going to work fine in here. I'm guessing. And now the arms aren't going to move when we run. There. So they're stuck when we run. It's interesting. They actually stay in the position. They blend into a stopped position. It's actually very interesting. Okay. All right. Good to know. Good to know these things. Now, can I access that in code? I probably, knowing Godot, I'm sure I can. So we're going to try to figure that out. So I'm going to set up a script. Where do I want to put this script? Do I want to put it on Alien? I feel like I want to put this, I mean, wherever this collision area is, that's going to be looking for the mouse. So this is going to have to be like a very, like a 3D collision area, right? Like it's going to have to like extend out somewhere into the level. That's the only way that's going to work. So maybe there's just like, you know, this big cube in here, collision cube in here. And if the mouse goes anywhere in there, then it detects. And that would be the same thing for this white area as well. That would also be like a 3D area, right? So we could draw that over here. Yeah. So that collision would probably, I'd want that on the player, right? So I think I will just create another collision area on the player. So I created this one the other day, last week, for setting up the way that the helicopter collides into the player. And that's this area player proximity. It's copter proximity. I might want to make a separate, because I could also put it on this script and we could put it in here. I kind of want to keep this more for like objects that are trying to either be closer or further away from the player. I think I'd rather it be like that. And then I'll make like a new one in here. A new area 3D. And we can call this one area grab tracker. Grab tracker. It's the grab tracker is what that would be. And then I'll add a new collision shape into here. So I could put it on, I feel like I should put it on this, I should put a script on there. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But we'll see, because I also might want to put it on the camera. I'm not sure yet. So I'm going to call this collision raycast tracker. And then I'm going to give it a shape. I'm going to say a box. And let's adjust it a little bit. A bit. Now, it's going to be tough. If I want to, like, adjust this, I don't know if this makes the most sense. Well, I mean, it actually will make sense for the tracking of the cursor. But I kind of want a couple different things. Freaker! We got Freaker. Freaker is in the house. Freaker is a patron of this channel, so you get a song. Freaker, how you doing? Freaker's a real one. Freaker's a real one. Hope that you are doing okay. Oh, Freaker, I don't sing good, but I will sing to you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Thank you, Freaker. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, Freaker. Hello. Yeah. I'm sorry. And you're welcome. Good to see you, Freaker. Hope you've been well. Do I know Carla Hall? I don't. Who's Carla Hall? That's why we say you're welcome, but I'm sorry. But you're welcome, but I am sorry. I am also sorry. Who's Carla Hall? What's a Carla Hall? Also, Freaker, I don't know if I told you. So Freaker, by the way, y'all, Freaker is another one who supports Hyper Game Dev in many ways and makes Hyper Game Dev possible. Freaker made the intro music to this channel, made the outro music, made the BRB music. This is the BRB. Freaker, I haven't told you this yet. I hope it's okay. But I use this for when I'm BRB. When I'm BRB, this is what I use. Oh, nice. So if I need to like get up and do something, you know, Freaker made this. So here's that one. You can't hear me? That is absolutely not true. I mean, maybe you muted it. We're welcome. Let's go. We're welcome to use it. And then this is the contemplation, which is what the name of the song is. This is our thinking music. When I just need to like, I need to do a little thinking. So I made versions of these to bring them on. I wanted to tell you. I meant to message you, but you're here, so there you go. Carla Hall was on Top Chef, then The Crew, and now is in, oh wait! Yes, people say I look like her! Now I know who you're talking about. Progressive soup commercials. This is not the first time someone has told me that. Was it you who told me that? That's amazing. I can do very little internet. I can search Google Images. That much I can do. You've never told me that. Dude, someone has told me that before. Dude! I see it. I gotta remember that. I gotta like study her style. And I gotta like take some inspiration. Thank you! Thank you! I'm gonna make a lookbook. I'm gonna make a mood board with her styles. Look at this. I could do that. I could do that. And she's energetic. Consider it noted. Consider it very noted. Thank you. Thank you. Dude, she's fabulous. Look at this outfit. Oh. And she's got locks sometimes. Let's go. Creepy music for looking up somebody. We're like trying to like figure her out. It's supposed to be for thinking music. Thank you for the heads up. I will be making many a mood board now. So this box shape collision will work well for detecting the cursor if it's in the area, regardless of your character's reach ability. So what I'm working on today is I want to be able to grab and attack objects in the scene. We actually already kind of set up like an attack, and if I hover and click on these helicopters here in the scene, and if I click on them, I can make them go away. So it doesn't like have HP, it doesn't have an animation, it's not fully set up yet, but it's kind of there. It's kind of there. And so something else that I want to be able to do is I want us to be able to see the arms reach out and hit it or grab it. And one way I want to do that, or one way I want to, or before I start doing that, let's say, I want the arms and the head to follow the cursor position. So if I'm moving the cursor, I want them to track that position. And so I'm just trying to keep in mind some different things that I plan on setting up here. For example, this white box versus this darker blue box here. This represents, the blue box represents the area that the cursor is detected. So if the cursor is detected, the arms and the head will follow. This white box, this brighter one on the inside, this would represent where you're actually able to interact. So if your arm, so these are each arm, right? 4 and 4, those are its hit points. If you have all your hit points, you have more area to grab. And I know this is bigger, just like imagine it's not. But the idea is that if you have 1 health on this arm, 4 on this arm, you're going to have less grab reach over here. So I'm going to want to set up these 2 different collisions. Now, for the outer collision, this blue one, the one that's going to just check to see if the cursor is there at all, regardless of your ability. This one I can make 1 size, and we'll be fine. But as for this one, I'm going to need it to be able to, the inner one, I'm going to need that to collapse. I'm going to need that to warp, right? And like do these different shapes. This box collision isn't going to work for that. Because if you can see it, it's kind of hard because it's so bright, but hopefully you can see, right? That doesn't move that way. So I would probably need something else that I haven't used before. I don't even know. Maybe there's some way we can like define points of something. And the other thing is we can make our own mesh. You know, I could pull up Blender and we can make our own collision mesh. Whether I'll be able to manipulate it at certain vertices, I have no idea. New convex or concave polygon shape. Like, I don't know. Oh, there we get an array. Oh, nice. So here we can make our own array for the shape. This should actually work. So if I add 1 point, I don't see the points. Where are the points? And then we could, in theory, decrease the different, but I can't, it's not going to give me a visualization of the points. Too few vertices per face. Well, yeah. Cool, cool. So I don't know where, I guess we just have to, like, we do have to, like, know. Oh, maybe it's in there. Maybe it's just really tiny. Oh, it's in there. It's just very, very tiny. There it is. Hello. Wait, but it's not changing. I actually don't know if it's working. Yeah, that's not what it is. I'm not really sure how that works. What is this then? What is this little area in here? If it's not that, then what is it? Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that would work. I mean, it is moving along with it. So it does seem related, and then I can change this. So I'm not really sure what this is about here. Separation ray shape. What does that mean? Oh, that put a raycast, and that's got 1 point on it. So you can see that little dot here. And I don't really need to do this right this second, but I was kind of curious since I will ultimately want it to be a box that like collapses on different sides. So there we have like this 1 point here. It looks like it can only have 1 point on it. It's possible that we could duplicate this. What's its issue? Failed to build convex hull. Oh, I think we're done with that now. I think that's gone now. So if I duplicate this, and we can have one be in a different position than the other, that might work for us. Right, so if I move this one over, so now you can see there's 2 different ones. But how is that going to create like a full thing? I don't know. I don't really know the best way to do this. So here's another way we could do this. Instead of having it be a warping, even though it seems like it should be possible, instead of doing that, I could also, alternatively, have it be... Let's see if I can sort this out. I could have it be like multiple boxes. Right, so we can have a box here, a box here, a box here. I really want them to be the same size. I want that so badly. I don't know, it just bothers me. In fact, let's even have them overlap a little bit. So this would actually be 3 boxes. It doesn't really look like 3 boxes, but it would be. And then if our arm is injured, it would just eliminate some of these. So let's say we have hurt this arm. You know what I'm saying? We've hurt this arm. It's like that. You only have this middle range. And we would just keep... And we don't even really need 3... I guess we don't... I guess I could just do it... Maybe it would make more sense if indeed we keep it like this. So this would be full health. It's a box in the middle. I don't know why I'm doing this with lines. I could easily do this with a square, but we're doing it with lines. What I would want to do is say that the more damage you take, the further inward, the smaller this range gets. That's pretty simple. And then, you know, depending on if it's the right arm, it'll go in more that way. If it's the left arm that's hurt, it'll go more in that way. And we can also have it get smaller this range as well. Like maybe you can't reach as high either. Unfortunately, what I can't do is have it, you know, get smaller more on one side than the other. Then we'd be getting a shape like this. So I'd have to like have this come down evenly. I don't love that, but I can live with it. Because, yeah, that bothers me. That bothers me. Because then in theory, if it's like this, in theory, you could grab something, you know, let's say you have very little health over here. You'd be able to grab something that's pretty far away, even though you have a really short arm. Because this arm needs to be able to grab all the way out here. Whereas this one, this one that's injured, I'd want the injured one to not be able to go as far. So if this one is healthy, it can grab all the way out here. And I'd want this one to have to go, or to be a little shorter in its range. So I'm not really sure. We could also do other limits. We could say, you know, if whatever's detected in there is shorter or something. But I'd really rather, I don't know. That's going to be a little tricky. I'm not really sure what I want to do about that. I don't really need to plan that right now, but I eventually do, so I thought I'd think about it. Okay, so let's just not think about it for right now. We'll come back. I'll circle back to that. For now, I just want to set up this area that determines if the cursor is to be tracked or not. And instead of grab tracker, I want this to be ray. We can call this, yeah, we can call this grab tracker. Actually, I'll keep this, and we'll just make separate collision shapes. I guess that's what I was gonna do. I guess that's what I was gonna do anyway. So I'm gonna add a collision shape 3D. I'm gonna make it a box. And then I kind of have to figure out what I want that range to be. I'm not entirely sure yet. I'm gonna, so I have some blocks that I use. This should actually be highest. So these blocks that I have spawned in here just kind of help me visualize where things should be. Oh, I changed the size of them all. I see what happened. I see what happened. They're not unique. So let me just adjust the obnoxious length of this mesh. Was not supposed to be that. Okay, first of all, I'm going to make this one unique. And then for these others, I want them to be not ridiculously long. Yeah, not ridiculously long. But now their positions are off. Okay. Why? Why would their positions be different than this? I don't fully understand why that would be the case. Why? Does it have... Oh, I guess it has a separate transform. So that means I gotta grab this. I'm just trying to get this organized a little bit so I have these telling me where things go in a nice and useful way. Paste that. Oh, supposed to be the other way around, actually. This one. Oh, because I'm looking at the wrong ones. I see. Okay, we're fine. Never mind, we're fine. Okay, good, good. The transform wasn't different. Okay, cool. So this was supposed to be representing the furthest player area. So this is like when the helicopters collide in, this is where they would bump against, is right here. And you can see that orb reaches to there. But I'm actually going to need it to be quite a bit further. I think we actually already know what the reach should be. And you know how I know we know? So let me turn on the collision shapes. So it's going to be visible in the scene. So when we start playing it, you're going to see a bunch of collision shapes everywhere. So you see this line right here, this orb? Every time a copter hits it, that line gets pushed back. That's this orb right here. All right, that's what this orb is here. You can kind of see it very lightly around here. And that gets bigger every time a collision happens between the copter and that shape. And the reason why we do that is so that way the helicopter stops, the first helicopter stops here, then it gets bigger, the second helicopter stops further back, and it keeps extending so that way they don't all stop in the same area. I think this furthest line here makes sense for being the furthest that you can grab. So I think whatever this number is, that this furthest collision distance, I think that is going to be the furthest we should be able to grab, and maybe a little beyond that. So if I wanted to ascertain what that is, I would want to come to the collision logic, the area player position. So what it does is every time a copter stops, right, it runs into that collision and it stops. It takes the radius of the current area, that is to say that orb that's around the player, it takes that and it multiplies copters, the number of helicopters that have stopped. So if only one has stopped, it's going to multiply 1 by 2. And then it's going to add that to the radius. So if 2 have stopped, it's going to multiply that by 2. That'll be 4. It'll add that to the radius. The maximum that can stop are 6. So there should be 12 added onto the radius. So whatever the radius is, plus 12. The current radius is what? I mean, it's just 1. So the scale is just 1. So if I come into the 3D here and I make this 12, whoa, that's giant. Is that correct? Is that correct? I just want to see if I can see it. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It looks pretty far away. It looks a little too far. I don't think that that's right. Is it 10? It might just be 10. Because we should be able to see the furthest helicopter. I don't think that's what's happening. I don't know what's happening, but I don't think that's what's happening. It's just a guess, though. Shape radius. Oh, up here, shape radius. I see, it's this, not the scale. We're not scaling it, it's the radius. Duh. Okay, I see that now. So it's adding it onto the radius. So we would want to add 12, so it's 10 right now. If we had 12 onto that, that's 22. So if I put this at 22, now it should look like it stops at that furthest point. There we go. So you can see it right here. And I will say, it looks like it would be further than that. It looks like it would be further than that. That looks a little too close for the furthest one. So there's that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess that's about right. Right, like there. What's that next to? Custom solver. I'm gonna see if I wish this number would update. We could print it. Let's print it. Right now we have a bunch of crap being printed. Let's not print all that crap. So I'm just going to make sure we're not printing stuff. I'm gonna come back to this script, and I'm just gonna have it print constantly against some better judgment here. Why didn't it autofill that? Am I spelling it wrong? Print copter area collision shape radius. Just kind of curious. Were you already printing it? I already had the print. I already have it printing. That's funny. We're already printing it. Let's just get rid of this. I left it in there for me, and I didn't use it. $22. 52. It gets up to 52 in the output. That's the maximum. I'm a little surprised how that works. Oh, it's more exponential than I thought. Because, so if two copters have stopped, it's multiplying that by 2, that's 4. And then it adds it onto the radius. So if the radius is 10, that becomes 14. Well, we should even look at the first one, right? So the first one copter stop times 2 plus the radius is 12. And then it's going to be 4 or 2 times 2, which equals 4. And then it's going to add 4 onto 12. Indeed, if we look into the output here, it starts at 12, then it goes to 16. So it's growing a little more than I thought. So 52 is actually the furthest out. I probably want to grab a little further than that because the helicopter is stopping there. But we can also say that you actually can't, even at your best ability. Maybe with the power-up, you could grab further. But generally speaking, we might want to say, even at your best ability, you can't grab that furthest one. But then it's kind of like, well, then how do you get it? Then how do you get it? You know, it's just going to attack you and you can't get it? Like, that's not fair. That's bullcrap. So I would say we should be able to reach the furthest. So we could say like 55, maybe 60. I'm going to say 60. Well, maybe that's too high. I guess I'll say 55 for now. 55 will be the furthest that you can reach, give or take. And we can always adjust this as needed. So knowing that, I need to figure out what is that 55 position. I'm going to make another little test block here. And this will be furthest grab distance, is what I'm going to call this. This is just a little way to help me visualize that number or that placement. So I want it to be 55, right? So currently it's sitting at -50, which is pretty close to that. Let me see how that looks compared to the furthest helicopter. We should be able to see that block in the distance. There it is, right there. So that should be about the same position as the furthest, a little further beyond it. Seems a little far. Psychotic Joe in the house. Everyone, I don't know, everyone. How are you doing? Since I am one, I will say I am doing okay. I am doing okay. I get to work on a game in my favorite engine, so you know what? That makes me doing all right. How are y'all doing? Psychotic Joe wants to know. How are you doing? That seems a little far. I don't know. I just kind of wanted to compensate for the size of the helicopter, and that feels like that's going a little further than we need to go. So I'm going to bring it in just a bit. Maybe -50 is fine. Maybe like 50 out. As long as, basically, I just want to make sure that the helicopter doesn't stop too far back. Sounds like a bunch of W's to me. I'm pretty good as well. Yay! Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. That is thankful. That is thankful. I guess that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do we only have 5 spawning? I thought we had 6 spawning in. Maybe I clicked on the 6th one? Yeah, we should have 6 helicopters that spawn in. I'm going to make this bigger and smaller in other ways. I don't want to obsess over it too much, but I do want to make the right choice here. I do want to make the right choice here. That would be ideal. So I'm going to say make this unique just to be safe. Stretch this out. So what I'm doing today is grabbing and attacking is kind of what I want to set up. So we do have quote-unquote attacking. There's no like health on the enemies, but I can click on the helicopters and they will vanish, which is nice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, good. And then it's a little bit, so you can see it went through that a bit. So I could probably bring it even further in. I don't know that I want to. I'm going to say 50 is good. We're just going to leave it at 50. I'm a little concerned because if the radius, I'm going to see if I can track this line. So that's growing, that's growing, that's growing, that's growing. You can see it's clipping through. You see how like the line disappears here? It's kind of hard to see. But the line is disappearing into the block a little bit. So right there, it disappears into the block. Which means something, in theory, could spawn beyond that, and then we wouldn't be able to grab it. I don't love that, so I think we should push it back a little further. That's why I'm just trying to get this right here. So I'm going to adjust its position. So that's sitting at -50. Let's do 52. And the reason I'm doing this is so I can establish a detection area for the cursor. Because I want the arms and the head to follow the cursor before we reach out and grab things. Okay, that's still kind of going in there a little too far. You can see it just starts to disappear right there. So let's try 53, because it goes to a 52 radius, that collision area. So I just updated it to -53. And so I'm gonna watch this line grow here. Boop, boop, boop. All right, so that's now well within it. It's not disappearing. So we'll say negative 53. That way it's definitely going to include, probably, maybe, we'll see, everything. All right, I'm going to hide that. And then the way that I'm, yeah, so the circular radius is the stopping point. I'm not saying this is the best way to have done this, but this is the way I've done this. That is the stopping point for the for now, the helicopters. That could be something else. So if we look here, there it is right there. And so this grows every time a helicopter stops. So if I didn't have it grow, first of all, let's say I just turn off this collision. I'm just going to turn this collision off. We're going to have Katamari Damacy helicopters. So they're just going to like run right into the player and build up all up on the player like that. So what this does is it stops them short of the player. So that way they don't run into the player. That's one thing it does. The other thing it does is it has a script that checks to see how many helicopters have stopped. Now, if I didn't put that script on here, actually, I guess what we could do is comment out that signal. Oh, nope. Nope. We got to comment out more than that. Okay. So if it didn't grow, right? Because what's happening is every time a copter stops, so there's that circular collision there. Every time a copter stops, they push back. If I don't put that there, look what happens. They clump up in this really annoying way, and I lose some control over their position and their behavior. So they're just sort of like, they're off screen. They're just like, they're navigating in a weird way. They're not behaving well. And, you know, on one hand, they're doing all right, but it just leads to a lot more chaos. Whereas if I add that in here, it's like a force field distance limit. Yes, exactly. So that force field stops them, but then I have some logic in here that grows that force field every time a copter stops. And so if we look, this line right here, when one hits, it grows. It grows, it grows, it grows. So then they all kind of line up. Instead of clumping around and trying to like surround the player, it pushes them back a little bit at a time. So that way they can't interfere with each other. And they sort of like formation a little bit. They do like a formation. So that's what that's doing. Thank you. I came up with that on my own. My 2 cents helped me set up the... there's like some avoidance stuff. So there's some navigation agent stuff on here that helps them avoid each other. So when you see like one stops and the other adjusts, that's the navigation agent just like kind of helping them find that formation. But I'm proud to say I came up with that all by my noob self. We hacked that together, that they push back a little bit. Welcome back, Merc Maker. Thank you. That's nice of you. So that's the system right now. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe someday that turns out to not work well, but for now it does. You can see there are some problems. So for example, they will collide with the trees. So they'll just clip right through the trees, right? These helicopters don't avoid the trees. That's a problem I need to figure out at some point. I can make them avoid the trees. I can. But unfortunately, it comes with some problems. Basically, if I go into those objects, so if we go to the tree scene, and if I set, so those objects have their own, see this red box around them? That's their navigation obstacle. And that's what tells the helicopter, avoid that. And they do kind of avoid it, but only at first, and then they stop. But if I come in here and I set use 3D avoidance right here, if I check this on, they will constantly adjust. But they start to go off screen, which is the problem. So you can see they go above it and they move around, and then whenever one comes into view, they move out of the way. But now they're so high, they're off camera. And like maybe you can jump up there in theory, but you know, I don't know that I really want that to be a mechanic, that you have to jump to see them. So I haven't figured out yet how to limit their height. If anyone knows how to do that, I would love to try. But I couldn't figure it out on my own, so for now it's just set to the side. Yeah, they just kind of, it works. Like they avoid it, but they just go way too far. Do they reposition if you kill one of them? They don't. They don't. That's something else that would need to be added in, right? Because if I kill one, that's a great point. That is, yep, gonna have to figure that one out. Gonna have to figure that one out. Oh, they're still dodging the trees. Which I like. What I really want is for them to dodge horizontally. I don't want them to dodge vertically. I want them to dodge horizontally. But for some reason, they're committed to only dodging vertically. That's why I have to use 3D avoidance, because 3D avoidance then enables them to dodge up and down instead of just left and right. But truly, I absolutely do not know how to make them only go left and right. Also, why is this tree untextured? What? What's going on with that tree? I don't know. That's oddly specific. That must have just happened. I don't know what's going on with that tree, but I know what's gonna happen to it. It's about to get deleted. We're just gonna delete that tree. Oh, this is an old. Does it just have editable children? It never was supposed to have editable children. I don't know what's going on there. Just burn it down. Just burn it down. We can just make another one and put it in its place. Totally fine. Okay. Anyway. So they don't reposition when they die. Unfortunately, that's something that I have to figure out. Because, you know, so in theory, right, I'd want this. I don't even know. I don't even know how I do that, truth be told. I don't have a clue. That's the whole thing. Because, right, if we were to spawn in new ones, so there's a few different ways to solve that, right? So either we have a dynamic system where if you kill one, they reform, or we say that you have to kill all of the spawns, right? And when you kill them all, you know, maybe then that collision area resets and a new set of helicopters comes in. So that's going to be a little dependent on how the gameplay ends up being, which I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work. So to me, I'm just kind of getting these like basic functions in, and then at some point, you know, maybe be like, oh, it should be that they constantly replace each other. Maybe they should replace each other. You know, and then that'll require whatever that requires. So I'm not exactly sure yet. But right now, it does not do that. That would be something to think about. All right, so then what I'm setting up now is I want the arms and the head to follow the cursor as it moves around in the scene. I want those to track. And then when we click on a helicopter, I want the arm to swing out and grab it or smack it. Right? And so we're actually interacting with it. That's what I want. And so first step for me is going to be to have the arms and the head rotate around and follow. So I want to use the look at, but I need, I don't want it to always be running. Because see, we have these arms pumping, right? So I'm going to need that animation to stop. So something I need to figure out is how we stop just the arms. There is a way to toggle like the animation track that has the arms on and off. I'm not yet sure how to reference that in code. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out if that's possible to reference. I don't know if it is, but we'll see. And even if it is referenceable, I don't know if it'll actually stop it. We'll see. Might have to get creative there in some weird way. But for now, what I'm setting up is the range where those arms would stop animating. So if the cursor is down here or down here, the arms will keep pumping away. I mean, I guess I don't want that. That's kind of a tricky thing. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if the cursor is off screen, right? We wouldn't want the arms to be pumping. If you're reaching too far where you can't actually grab that far, maybe they start pumping again. I'm not really sure, like, the more I think about it. You know, I guess way over here, you definitely wouldn't be able to grab over here, right? That's too far away. So if that's true, I'd want the arm animation to be playing as normal. But if the cursor is within a certain grabbable area, then I want the arms and the head to be following. Honestly, you know, yeah, I kind of imagined as two different things. Like there would be this there's a couple problems here. I originally imagined it as there's this blue box and this white box. The blue box is the cursor detection area where the arms and head will follow the cursor. The white box adjusts depending on how much HP you have. So it'll become a smaller area so you can't actually grab as far. Whereas the animation distance would stay the same. But I guess it should actually not be the same, so the player knows that they can't grab it. I actually think it should be the same, which means I'm going to need it to be able to move the way I want it to move. And so there's a few problems. So first of all, does anyone know how I can get a shape that can move this way? So ideally, in an ideal situation for me, and this is just what I'm imagining, like maybe there's an even other way to do this, and I'm open to that. But what I'm thinking is there is a box, a 3D box that exists in the scene here, right? It's like, you know, maybe shaped like this or something, okay? And if your left arm is much weaker than your right arm, so let me just hurt my left arm so it's tiny and broken. So here, our left arm is much tinier than the right arm. In theory, what I'd like is for that box to be smaller on this side. Does that make sense? And then it would be full over here, but it'd be smaller over here. And so what I'd kind of like to have is, like, I'm going to open up Blender, just because this will, I think, visualize it the most clearly. I want to have like vertices on each corner that I can manipulate, or even just vectors on each corner that I manipulate, depending on how much health we have left. So here's this block, right? And imagine that I could do this. So this would be the block that's in the scene that determines where the player can grab. If the left arm is damaged, this would come in a little bit, and now the range is less. If the other arm gets damaged, this comes in a little bit, right? And that becomes the range. If the arms are just totally dead, then you lose all your range. And that just basically goes away. That's kind of what I'm imagining, and I just want to be able to do that. I want to be able to move this in code in Godot and like sort of change the positions of it. This would be ideal. So a less ideal, but certainly more obvious to me solution would be to instead say that, let's say you are hurting your right arm. So if your right arm takes damage, we could say that it shrinks like this. So now you can't move on the right. My problem with this is then with your right shrimpy, you know, partially destroyed arm, you can still reach a far distance because we didn't make it shorter this way. We only brought it in that way. So this isn't terribly ideal to me, but in Godot, with the collision shapes that are available, I see this as a more possible option. Another way, if there isn't something in Godot that lets me manipulate these edges in these ways, if there isn't something like that, we could have multiple blocks, right? So I could have one that's over here, could be like a quadrant or something, right? And then we say, you know, that if your right arm is injured but your left arm isn't, this one could shrink, you know, from the top down. That would work too. It's less like precise. So then we could say that this goes down and this edge goes down, right? And then maybe we could say this does as well too. On this side, we could bring that in. So that's an option. So then that way, the right arm is. But then we need 4 different collision shapes, and we have to manage all 4 of them, which just feels a little excessive to me. And like that would be a huge performance difference to have 4 different collision shapes that are being constantly managed versus 1 where just some points are being adjusted. So I'm definitely going to experiment a bit. And I wanted to avoid doing this now, but I think we have to. I think we have to, because I think it's going to be really good information for the player if they move their cursor outside. You know, if you're like, okay, I really want to hit this helicopter over here, but my arms aren't even following it. So now I know I can't even grab that, you know? Might be simpler to use like a circle radius thing. Basically calculate the distance from the arm. Interesting. I see what you're saying. I think I see what you're saying. So I hear a couple things. I hear use a sphere instead of a box. And then I hear calculate the distance from the arm. So my thoughts about that are 1, thank you for the idea. And two, you know, that kind of requires, I mean, I guess either way, we're going to need to be keeping track. I don't know. It's tough because there's not really like a distance from the arm. Right now, the raycast comes from the camera, not the arms. So that would kind of mean we'd have to like, I guess we just get the position of the arm and the position of the raycast, and then we would just, I kind of see what you're saying, and then create a vector out of that. And then if the arm is physically smaller, the distance would be greater. And if the distance is too great, then we could say you can't grab as far. How would that map onto it? If your arm HP is full, you can grab everything less than max range. But if your HP is less, you can grab everything less than a smaller range or something. So how would we divide that into 2 sides, into the left side versus the right side? How would we do that? That would be my question. Because it would need to know the difference, because if your right arm is at full HP and your left arm is at low HP, I would want it to be that your full HP arm can still grab more things. Whereas on the left side, you can't grab as much. Even though arguably you could reach across, right? We could still say just, you know, for the sake of it being a freaking game, you can't reach across. And maybe you can reach across. That would be interesting, but like it's still shorter. That would be interesting. That gets a little complex there. Because let's say you've lost, you know, your left arm entirely. It would be kind of nice if you could compensate with your other arm. It's just you lose the ability to have that extra arm. There's some things to think about there. And then you could reach across, but it's just not, it's still not as far. But if you were to have 2 weak arms, then you can't reach across. I don't know. It gets a little murky logically, like not game logic, but like, you know, IRL logic. I kind of don't care though. It's just a game. So yeah, so that's the only thing when I hear your idea is just like, how do we know if it's, I mean, we could like divide the player. We could say like, you know, if the cursor is detected on the left side of the player versus the right side of the player, and then it's that max distance, if it's less than that max distance or whatever, then behave this way or that way. We could do that. That would be an option. Did I turn off the 3D stuff? Oh, it's because I was jumping. I see. The helicopters were just very high up in the air. But that's why I wonder if there's a shape. Basically like a rhombus or something. I don't know. It's tough because the box shape, the default box shape in Godot. So if I try to set this, where is that, by the way? Oh, it's super tiny. I see. So the default box shape here, this, the only vectors we can modify are X, Y, and Z. Custom solver bias. That's not helping me. Margin, probably also not helping me. So what I'd really like is like an array of points. That would be ideal. Because interestingly, for the navigation nodes, this avoidance box here, for avoiding the tree, it's that red box, that I can actually move each point on this 3D cube. And so really what I'd like is something like that, where I can adjust these. So here I can do exactly that. And I could make it, you know, be this tucked in shape. We just have to identify like the right vectors, and then we can have these like irregular box shapes. So it's at least possible in some way. And this is called a packed vector 3 array. Packed vector 3 array. Like, that would be nice if there was some way to do this. It depends on how you want the game to pick which arm to grab, I guess. Maybe it can be like, oh, true, I didn't even think about that. You're right. Right, it has, I would have to figure out how to have it pick which arm anyway. I didn't even think of that. That's true. Maybe it can be like, if thing can be grabbed with one hand only, use it. If it can be grabbed by both, use both. Interesting. I think they need to be convex polygons. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Oh, that's so helpful. You helping me talk this out. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. That's a great point. That's a great point. So now I'm starting to feel the distance thing makes sense. And we have like different mouse clicks. So that would be like, I love that, like, conceptually. Right? So like, I think what Psychonic is saying, like a right click would control, I don't know. I don't have anything in mind for left and right click, although, I don't know. That's interesting. Because I want to set this up for gamepad too, but there's usually like trigger buttons. I think that's interesting. I want the player to have to like think about that as little as possible, but I don't know. That's definitely a good idea. That's definitely an idea. I don't know. But what I was thinking, based on what you're saying too, is so if we have like, you know, the cursor or whatever, if we have the cursor and let me just stretch it out a little bit more. We have the cursor, and then each arm, it can just check the distance between each arm. I think that actually makes a lot of sense. I think that makes a lot of sense. So we have some kind of point, maybe the hand bone or something. We look for that position. And so if it's over here, it's going to be better for this like that. Whereas if we're over here, so we would need something being checked over here of some kind. So like a, I don't know, a point of some kind on each arm. And so then if the cursor was at a different position, let's say it was over here, then it would see that and connect with that. It kind of makes some sense to me. And then it would be a little tricky, you know, if it were in the middle, that would be kind of a whole other thing, how that would work. But then we could have it like choose, especially if there's like damage or something. It could be both. We could even have it do like both hands, and then, you know, it'd have to pick one over the other. It could either do the healthiest one. You know, so like this one, prioritize healthy limbs, or maybe just prefer the shorter distance. Ooh, nice. Oh, that's a great, oh, I love that. That's a great idea. So this could be like whatever, -20 or something is what this one is. What's up, Neil? Welcome, good to see you. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. I'm setting up a way to grab and attack things. So this would be like +20. This one might be 2, I don't know, just like a little bit. That's still enough that it's gonna choose this one. But then, yeah, it could pick a healthier one, or prefer healthier limb or shortest distance. So in theory, you should be able to grab multiple things, right? If you have multiple, I mean, you have 2 hands, you know, why can't you grab multiple things? So prefer healthier, available. I guess we want to do it in a certain order. I don't know. Prefer healthier, available, and or shortest distance. It's a little complicated. It's a little bit complicated. There's elements of complicated in there. There's elements of complicated in there. So I think that makes a little bit more sense. I think we could still, and so if I start setting this up without that collision, so forget this box. It's giving complicated. But I think it's doable. And, you know, it's going to probably be more performant than any of this would be. And we don't have to necessarily worry about changing these shapes. You know, I kind of wanted to avoid doing the math stuff, but the math stuff might be best. It might be the best way to do it. Especially, if not specifically, because it's going to help us set up the systems that determine if the left arm or the right arm is the one that should be moved. Like, I think this is the more useful system. Whereas this is like, this helps us solve one problem, but then we still have these other problems. This can help us solve all the problems if we set this up. So I think this actually makes the most sense. The distance math will probably be much easier than modeling polygons through code. That, you know what? You might be right about that. You might be right about that. Yeah, you might be right about that. I think that's an agree to disagree situation, but I'm also open to that being true. I feel like with me, like I immediately am like, oh, what if I don't have to use math? Let's do that one. But yeah, I think you are right. But that's, see, this is why. This is exactly what I mean when I say we can go down a couple different paths on these streams. There's a couple different paths that we can go down, y'all. I've been going down the hacky path. But you, Psychonic, are helping me take that helpy path. You're helping me go down helpy. So thank you for that. There's always two possibilities in these streams. There's always two possibilities. The helpy or the hacky. And I gotta say, I think you're leaning us towards the helpy. So thank you for that. Thank you very much. Let me make sure I update the credits. That's a full-on credits update right there. That's what that is. That deserves a whole credits update. Yeah, different for every person. Totally. Hopefully the internet can handle this. I trust it might. I trust it might. Psychonic, bumping you up there. Bumping you up in the numbers. Godot consultant, coding consultant, blender consultant. Helicopter movement, we got a whole new category. Grab movement. Let's say that. We're gonna put a 1 there. It should count up. There it goes. Oh, we had one missing for you. We had one missing for you. Oh, it didn't save this update? I hate that. I don't know how to update all of these, but I'm sure there's a way to do it. But this is supposed to be a little further. Wonder why it didn't update that. It's kind of weird. Because I'm pretty sure I came through all of these one by one and updated them. But whatever. Pretend like we forgot. Then you can drag from the corner of any of the top cells all the way down. Oh. This is also Sheets and not Excel. So I wouldn't get too excited about it working in a way that makes sense. But maybe it does. Maybe it does. And it's, you know, it's like, I don't know. Maybe that works. I don't know how to do it, though. And then it's supposed to also adjust. But that doesn't always work either. I gotta sort that out. But at least it's better than names on the screen. It's getting better. It needs more better, but it's getting better. But it needs more better. Hey, look at all these credits. There's so many. My God. And I think if we click on this, data sort Z to A, it's still not moving. I don't understand. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. All right. Updated. Yeah, let's do it. Let's sort that out. So I'm gonna not make this grab tracker area. I'm just gonna burn this down to the ground. I think this is not gonna be our best way forward. I think you make a good point. So where do I want to set this stuff up? If we're tracking the arms, I could put this all on the raycast or the camera script. I kind of hate that. Because it's getting a little crowded in there and it just feels like a little separate. It could be like a separate script, like an auto load. I feel like it doesn't need to be because it doesn't really need to communicate. I mean, it does. Maybe the recast script is the right place to put it. I mean, it does need to send out to the arms to tell them to look at. It also needs to get information from the arms. So maybe it is an auto load situation. Same script that moves the character. That's true. So that would just be like an organizational thing. I guess I also try to think about like practicality. Like, you know, if it's on the raycast script, it's already going to have access to the raycast information and I don't have to give that information to that script. If we do it on the player movement one, organizationally, that makes sense. But then we have to receive the raycast data and the ARM data separately. I know I tend to overthink these things, but it's because I'm so new. I'm so new to this that I don't like immediately know like what the best choices are. Maybe I should just put it on the raycast script. So that's on the camera. You're adding controls / player functionality, so it should be there with the rest of the ability / movement. Okay, your confidence? Definitely not an auto load. Definitely not. Why do you say that, if you don't mind? I'm just curious, like, why? Because I believe you, and I've been convinced. I'm just kind of curious, like, what makes you so sure? Okay, so here's our player script. And on here, this is just got the default Godot controller stuff, player controller stuff, character body stuff, with a few changes. And not much else. There's a slowdown. So if we run into a tree and it's going to stop the movement, that goes there. There's this, but I don't think we're actually using this. This was like something I tried using, but ended up not keeping. So I don't think we need this. I'm just going to comment it out for now, and then I don't think that's going to break anything. Blocks path changed. Oh, I see. I know what that is. And then there's our collider stuff. Oh, no, we needed that. Uh-oh. Oh, nope. We needed that. This sets the terrain slowdown to false if damage is undetected. Okay, apparently we need that. Body part unarea. Okay. All right, we need that. That's what takes us out of the collision. So if we're no longer, I guess that makes sense. If we're no longer bumping against, because it's fake collision. It's not real collision. It's fake collision. So if we're like on here, it says, oh, we're currently on an object that gives us damage. If I move, that is set to slow us down. If I'm no longer detecting that damaging slowdown object, then start moving the terrain again. So I guess we do need that. All right, whatever. Hey, what's up, Coinum? It's going pretty well. I'm adding some grab and attack stuff into this survival runner roguelike twin stick thing I'm making. And I want the arms and the head to follow the cursor position. And we did set up a way to like destroy things. So here's a helicopter. If I click on it, it goes away. Not really the most destruction that I want here, but it's something. It's something. We're getting there. And I want the arms and the head to actually follow the cursor. And then ideally, I don't know if we'll get there by the end of the stream, but ideally, if I go to click on this, the arm will actually thrust out and smack the helicopter. I don't know if we'll actually get there, but that's kind of my goal right now. Quantum says, love Godot now. Yes, slowly improving. I bet you are. I bet you are, Coinum. I love to hear it. I love to hear it. Dude, Godot, there's so much intuitiveness to Godot's design. That's one of my favorite things about it. And it's just all so well contained and put together. I love that you're loving it. Love to hear it. Thanks for letting us know. Excited to see or hear about anything you're working on at any point that you feel like it. So the reason why I shouldn't make the... So the system that I'm working on setting up, and Psychonic is helping me figure this out, is the cursor position. There's going to be like points on each arm that are looking for the cursor position. And depending on which side of the origin, or not really the origin, I guess we also want to say what's the center of the player, actually. Because that would be what those numbers are based on, now that I think about it, would be the center of the player. So that -20, that 20, because the player needs to be able to move left and right. So depending on which side of the player it's on and how far away it is from the center of the player, then the cursor or the arms will detect the cursor in a different way. So let's say if the helicopter is over here, the cursor is over here, you click on it, it's going to use the left arm because it's over here. If the cursor is over here and you click on it, it's going to say, oh, that must be the right arm. And then that's how it'll know which to do. So we're working on setting this up, and I wasn't sure where to put this, and I was thinking, I don't know, I don't really know where to put it, but one place we're definitely not going to put it is on the auto load. I think Psychonic is convincing me we should put it on the player. It shouldn't go into its own like separate floating auto load node because it mainly interacts with the player and it's not dealing with multiple nodes at the same time. Auto loads are more for game-wide functionality. Okay. That makes sense. Thank you for saying that, because like to me, I'm just like, well, it would work if it were an auto load, but that doesn't mean that that is using that feature in an optimal way. Okay, heard. Understood. All right, let's put it on the player. Put it on the player then. Okay, so if I want to put it on the player, what the player needs to know is a few different things. Where's the cursor? It needs to know where the cursor is. It's already going to know its center point. Or we just say relative to the player position, right? So by putting it on the player script, we already have this red line here, because that is just itself. We're going to need the cursor position, and we're going to need the arm or the hand positions. So if we want that cursor position, let me see if it's... I don't think it's being sent out yet. So let's go get it. We have, I guess we have mouse, I guess we could just do mouse position. I guess we don't need to send that out. We could just say get viewport, get mouse position. We don't even need to use the raycast that we already have. Actually, we could just do this, right? I don't know if there's like an advantage to using the mouse position, but that should work. Start by responding to the click input by an empty function, then code everything inside of it. That's a good point. I want it to also follow. Yeah. So we should do that. And if I want it to be constantly like, so I want the player to know that they're in a grabbable area, that things can be grabbed or interacted with in this area by having the head and the arms look where the cursor is. So I was going to start there. And then with what you're talking about, that would be more when we start clicking on things and actually grabbing things. And so that would make a lot of sense to do that. But I guess I'd want the other one in the physics process. We just want to get the mouse position. I know that seems a little... But we're going to need the mouse position anyway, so we can set that up as a variable now. I'm just trying to, like, I don't know, do it all. Mouse position, get viewport, get mouse position. And then we can say, in the physics process, which is already set up here, we can say in the physics process... This will be follow cursor. I mean, and what I'd want to be looking at would be points. And these are other things we're going to need for setting up the player on-click stuff, right? So I also need to set these up and have these be received. Physics process. Okay. 2 functions, I guess. Check grab range. Right. Right, so we'll have to actually see, because if it's... Right, so we have to define that range relative to the player position. So if the player position, if it's... Give mouse on position on a null value, can I call method... Oh... Is it because we're saying get viewport? I need to say, like, get tree or something like that. Get stack? I don't know, something like that. I don't really know the right way to say this. Maybe I gotta do it like that. Nope. Null, that's the null instances. That's, oh... Because this does have to be on the camera. I see. Needs to be after the node is ready. Oh, okay. Does it have to be on the camera? I guess not. Okay, let's do that. That works for me. Will that be updated? I guess that won't be constantly updated then. So I guess what I might want to do is say... Because I want it to be accessed elsewhere, probably, in the script. That's going to be a vector 2, right? So if I just say vector 2, maybe we'll do it like this. And then in the physics process, or we could start with it in the ready. And then in the physics process, I mean, we could keep updating it there, right? Just so it's never empty. And then we would have it, and it would run, and everything would be fine? Everything would be fine? Okay, good. No bugs. Cool, 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 cool. Good. So we have that. We need mouse position, and then we're going to need it... The arm bone information, right? We're going to need that. That's going to be tough, too, because I got to figure out what is it. So this, we're getting into, there's a lot of layers of things to think about here. Because there's also still the animation problem, which I'm not sure what to do about. But, so I probably am going to want to access the bones. I mean, I'm guessing I'm going to want to move the whole arm itself. So if I take the whole arm and we rotate it, I guess on the x-axis. Let me view it from above. The only thing that determines if the target is closer to the left or right hand is whether it is to the right of the center of the player or if it's the left of the center. Yeah, exactly. Right. Right, so this line, this red line here, which in theory would represent this yellow -20, +20, or whatever. all we gotta say is if relative to the player, the cursor is further this way or that way, right? So it makes a lot of sense. It makes even more sense for the this logic to be on the player. It makes more sense than I could have even imagined. I'm gonna move this arm. I just want to make sure we're looking at this the right way. It's really hard to tell because this is set up super wonky. It's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be tricky because if I move this on the x-axis, it's just like we kind of need a different starting position. This is a little tricky. It shouldn't quite be like that, honestly. I'm only a little confused. That's the reset. I mean, if I... What if I get rid of all the animations? I'm a little confused in different ways. What if we just turn off all the animations for right now? I know it's a little silly. Where does the run animation here? It's right here. Right here. So what if we just get rid of all of this for right now? No problems? So we should just be floating there. No animation. That's the default? That's what it looks like by default? It's a little surprising to me. Okay. Alright. Not a great starting position. I mean, overall, it's not designed super well. Of course. I didn't know that that was our starting position. I'm gonna come to the skeleton. And if we look at the arms, it says that it's not changed. This is like, well, it doesn't actually say that anything about changing. Okay. I mean, I would have assumed I had it at 000 in Blender. But evidently not. Like, if I were to drag in a fresh alien, there's so many things to think about. It's complicated. There's a lot to think about here. If I drag in a fresh alien Blender file, which is, in theory, in the player folder, player... There it is. So it's actually dropping in T-pose. But if I tell it to do rest position, I guess that's the reset pose that it's in right now. This is gonna be tricky. This is gonna be tricky. So what if we just make... I mean, if I just make a blank animation, I don't think that's gonna go into the default position. Hey, thank you, Al, for the subscribe. I appreciate it. And that's a good reminder. If you guys want to keep up with what I'm trying to do, which is make some game in Godot, share that process with you, hear about your process, hit that subscribe button. Go ahead and subscribe. Al knows. Al is on top of it. It's either Al or AI. I don't know if you're AI Henry or Al Henry, but we're going to go with Al for now. I appreciate it. Hit that subscribe button. I also do a game jam every Friday. It's 1 hour. It's 1 hour. Every Friday I do that at 6 p.m. Eastern. So come through if you're interested in that. Hit that subscribe button so you know when it's happening, so you can stay in the loop. Yeah, so I'm very new to Godot. I'm new to programming in general. But I'm devoted to making a game, and I'm here to share that process. And I'd love to hear about whatever you're working on too. Thanks for saying hi. I appreciate it. It means a lot. And I hope you're well too. It's actually just Henry. Got it. It's just Henry. Heard. Well, thank you, Henry, for the sub. I appreciate it. Now, I don't really know what's going on, because this wasn't usually the default position that the body was in. Because I want these limbs to follow the cursor, but like, what's even our starting position? Like, let's say, let me show you this. So if I come to walk, and I'm just going to turn off all the arm animations. And what I'm thinking I'm going to need to do is be able to access these toggles somehow through code. And even so, I'm not sure it's necessarily going to stop the animation. So if I play it now, you can see that left arm isn't moving, right? But the right arm still is. And that's because I haven't turned off, here we have elbow, right? If I turn off that, oh, it does stop. All right, you know what? This might work in code, actually. I was worried that it wasn't going to update it while it was moving. So I bet we can just turn these on and off via code. And then it stops. That's good. If we come to the reset, I mean, just out of curiosity, if I get rid of all... Oh, is this still looking for old names of things? Wow, I've renamed... This reset needs to be remade. That's probably why it's in weird places, because I've renamed a lot of these. You can see on here, there's no shoulder. Nothing on here is called a shoulder. The reset is looking for body parts that don't exist anymore. So it's gonna be wrong. It's gonna be really wrong. How do you redo this? I mean, I could remove reset. And then there just isn't a reset. And then I could say add reset values. It creates a reset. And it's just nothing. And so then in theory, I could define like a position here for it. This is a little more workable. Reset. And then if I come to the skeleton here, I'm going to save it. Sometimes this can break it. I'm going to say insert a keyframe for every bone. All right, it didn't break it. So now we've got the correct bones set up here. And now if I move this arm, so this is part of the problem, right? There's not like one axis that moves like this. So I need to get this in a position that lets me kind of do that. These arms are very strange. And I'm not sure how doable that's going to be. There's some funny stuff going on here. There's some funny stuff going on here. Okay. Arm left. I mean, it almost looks like it would move. Oh, that's position. Oh, wait, that is rotation. Oh, we want to go onto... And that's the other thing. So I could do the mesh itself, right? I mean, then it's going to separate from the body. No, we don't want that. Hell no. That is not an option. That is absolutely not an option. But you can see on the x-axis, it doesn't really move in the right way. I'm not exactly sure how to make it move in the right way. Maybe if I move this up like that. Oof. But see, then that's way up there, which it's not supposed to be. That's kind of moving better. It's a little iffy. I'm very much just sort of guessing around here. So I'm just like adjusting these rotation values until it like moves like normally. But you can see like the palm is facing up and stuff, which is a little weird. What does this look like from the side? Animation is one of the most lacking features in Godot, probably. Yeah. It just can be pretty tedious to work with. Yeah, I agree with you in that. I agree with you in that. Tedious, and I have run into a bug here and there. Like whenever I set all those keyframes at once, sometimes that will just like crash the engine. I've had that crash the engine before, which sucks. You know, I like the animation features, but I do agree that it's not perfect at all, and it has some problems. I think you're right about that. Yeah, it really sucks. So like I gotta make sure I save it before I do any of that. I mean, even right now, I'm having some like really annoying problems. Yeah, it is frustrating. So make sure. So and what that is, I did make it. Thanks. I made it in something called WOMP 3D, which uses SDF blending. God, I can't get this to move where I want. It's really frustrating me. So I like using fly around. It's like my favorite way to move around. And it is being it's very buggy in Godot, I find, in the animation. I come out here, you know, well, actually, it's not seeing my cursor movement. Why? Let me restart. I gotta restart the engine here. There's some funky stuff happening. I don't understand it. I don't like it. And I'd like it to stop being funky. I'm gonna save. We're just gonna do a reload here. We're just gonna do a reload. Yes, save changes. I think. I would think so. Yeah, please. So I made it in something called WOMP 3D, which is a cool website. Import SDF files. Yeah, well, it's SDF. So WOMP 3D lets you model it using SDFs, and then I exported it from WOMP as an OBJ file, and then I imported that into Blender, and then I made changes to it because WOMP will add way too many vertices. Yeah. And then I have Blender and Godot connected, so it's just a .blend file now that has the player character in it. I use Blender for a lot of things, but I also have been using WOMP sometimes. Is my cursor being detected? Why is my cursor not being seen? I'm confused. Did something get like reset over here? I'm just, maybe, am I bugging? Am I bugging? I must be bugging, guys. I just must be bugging out. All right, anyway, I apologize. So, see, it's just like here, I can't move in the same ways. I feel like that's because I'm on this perspective. And then if I try to, like, release... If I try to release my fly around, it's a little goofy. How do I get out of, like, it's saying front perspective, and I want it to not be front perspective. Here it just says perspective. How do I get this to just be perspective again? I'm not really sure, if I'm being honest. But it's frustrating me. I guess we can just do it this way. This way works too. I was just going to show you, all I was going to do was show you the model. That's all I was going to do. There it is. You can't see it though because the text is in the way. All right, there's that. I don't know what just happened. I need a sip of tea. I need a sip of tea after that. All right. So how are we doing with this hand movement? How's all that going? Is this arm in a good place yet? Oh no. I don't think any of that saved. See, what I'd like is for it to rotate cleanly on that axis. But, you know, the way I set this up, this model design and everything, and apparently the default positions of all this is just, like, not moving it in the way I want. And it really bothers me. Because otherwise, I can't do this. I can't have it tracking the position of the mouse if the arm can't actually move along a singular axis. I mean, maybe we can if we do look at, you know, maybe it will. Maybe it will just, like, figure it out. And maybe I'm just bugging, and it'll be fine. I don't know. And now these are all messed up. I'm not really sure what the right thing to do here is. I'm gonna be honest with you. Because I can't even, like, reset these to, like, what they were. You know, in rest, it's sitting here like this. Which is great. But then it's chaos central. If I put this all at 0... I got some questions. If I come over here in Blender, I'm going to open this up in Blender. I have some questions. I have a lot of questions about what's going on here. I open this up in Blender. Here's our model. Not the problem I thought we'd have here, but it's super important. It's complicated, yeah. Moving things with sliders feels so weird to me after moving from Dreams. I guess there weren't... Oh, well, yeah, in Dreams... So, Dreams is this platform on the PlayStation console. It is not a platform I would recommend checking out unless you like playing games. It has thousands of games that community people have made for free that you can play. It has a robust game engine built into it, but again, I don't recommend it if you're looking to develop things because it is limited to that platform, so you can't export anything, and the devs aren't supporting it anymore. But it was a really cool thing. I met Coinum and a lot of people who support this channel through Dreams. It was a beautiful community, and kind of like Roblox, but like even more limited than Roblox. Nobody gets paid for anything they do on Dreams, and you can't code. It has visual coding. You can't do text coding, and you know, there's no way to really... I mean, I guess Roblox, it is trapped on the Roblox platform, so that's similar, for sure. But it doesn't have multiplayer. It doesn't have, like, ongoing support anymore. So it's very limited. Don't recommend it in any way. But that's what Coinum is referring to. And they say moving things with sliders feels so weird after moving from Dreams. Because in Dreams, you didn't have sliders for positions. You couldn't set the positions of things in the same way that you can in typical engines. So it's unless you set up like your own system to do that. So yeah, I feel you on that. I mean, it's like I can't even begin to like imagine going back to Dreams after trying professional engines because it's really just not up there. It just like doesn't... It seems like it's great, but it's not that great. We spent 2.5 years making a free game. You guys did. You guys did a free game. That's right. That like only a small handful of people will actually be able to play. No, it sucks. And I think it's very exploitative, platforms like that. I think they're very exploitative. And even though it during the pandemic, it was a beautiful community to be a part of, and it got me even more interested in game dev than I could have imagined. Um, I think overall, you know, I kind of I kind of would have liked to have learned this type of game dev anyway, you know, but it was fine. It's fine. I'm glad it happened. I met wonderful folks like Coinum and others, so totally worth it, but cannot recommend it. Cannot recommend it. Albeska is in this house. I gotta sing a song. I wanna sing a song because you are a member. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Albeska, how are you? I'm not gonna sing good, but I'm gonna sing to you. Albeska, how are you? Welcome to the stream, Albeska. Hello, hello, Albeska. Hello. Oh, yeah. Welcome to the stream for that song. You're welcome. And I'm also sorry. That's what we do for the members, y'all. Good evening to you. You agree with me completely, right? It's just, it's like, it's hard. It was hard to say it at first, but like after a while, it was like, you know what? Dreams ain't it. Dreams ain't it, man. All right, so here it is in Blender. If I look at the information about it, I mean, I'm pretty confused. I'm mostly pretty confused. I'm mostly pretty confused. If I look at the armature on here in pose mode, and we go from, I mean, this is the rest position is just one arm is in a slightly different spot, but it otherwise should be just like this. And if I look at the bones, I mean, it just doesn't really make sense. Oh, interesting. Oh, look, the rotation is weird here. Hold up. But that's only on the right arm. The left arm looks okay. So now I'm not saying hold up anymore. Because I bet this is just, I bet all this is if we were to apply like the transform or something. Or if we were to just set these to 0. I don't even know how to do that. Assign custom property, apply pose. Why is this in such a weird... I mean, that's not even the arm that I was messing with. Currently using Unreal, and it's been a learning mode for you. Yeah? Nice. I did some Unreal Engine streams. If you head over to the YouTube channel page and you scroll all the way to the bottom, you can find a playlist of all my Unreal streams. Unreal was actually the engine I've used the most besides Godot. I think I did 30 streams in Unreal Engine. I document all my game dev stuff now. I liked Unreal a lot. I really like Unreal. Godot felt a little more suited to the size of games that I'm working on, and the size of the team, so I wanted to go to Godot, and I really like the community in Godot as well. But Unreal is a really, really cool engine. I like it a lot, for sure. It's been a learning mode. There's a lot, and that's the thing. Unreal has a lot to learn. That's for sure. That's for sure. But that's really cool. I think it's a great engine. Welcome back, Merp. Well, you know, it's designed for like AAA studios, and it's designed for tons of different people to be working together on a project, and that's reflected in a lot of its systems that are there. And yeah, and a lot of it feels kind of disjointed sometimes, not as much as Unity does, but even just the way things are like worded and described in Unreal can be confusing. And then especially if I think if you're not familiar with C++, which I'm not, I think that a lot of the ways that things are structured in Unreal Engine are structured around C++. And so that can be part of the confusion too, is how you like set up functions and things like that in C++. But interface was a lot, but I got used to it. Yeah, right? Right, and that's true. Like, there's so many things to click on. There's so many things, so many options. Sometimes, like, the difference between a huge bug and things being fine is like checking one box. Yeah, you get used to it. That's fair. That's fair. I don't know why this arm is being so weird. So hard to control. That might be another thing, too. I might want to not do it from the arm. That could be something to think about. Oh, gosh. What have we done? Chaos. Just chaos. So this should be... This is the rest pose. If we take it out of there. But now it's not at the default spots. I have a lot of confusion. If I were to... Okay, so suppose I bring in... This is straight out of Blender. This one. If I take this model and we just take a look at it, at its arm positions, its left arm is set to these spots, which is just unthinkable. Let me stretch this out. What are we even dealing with here? Okay. So I'm going to copy these values. This is just for the left arm bone. And if I paste this onto the left arm bone on this one, I think I was doing rotation. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Come back to the other one. Let's grab all of it. I might want to do the positions as well. 0.241 is what that's at. Come back to this one. 0.241, that's the same. Come down here to arm left, or skeleton. Pierogi is here. Pierogi is here. Pierogi is describing what they see and talking about it. Welcome, you're a member and a patron, which means I get to embarrass myself and sing badly to you. Pierogi is not gone. Pierogi is not gone. Pierogi is not gone. Welcome, Pierogi who's not gone. Thank you for joining us and supporting Hyper Game Dev. For that song. You're welcome. And I'm sorry. W song. Yeah, I don't know what's happened with the skeleton since we last talked, but I'm trying to get... Basically, what I want set up is I want, when we move the cursor around, I want the arms and the head of the player to follow the cursor. So, Psychonic Joe and I have been coming up with this way to do that. We have a cursor here. This is just a little mock-up. And the player is going to be looking for, is the cursor more to my left, more to my right, more in the center? And depending on that, it'll follow it in a different way. When we like grab things, it'll either use the right arm or the left arm. And so this is what I want to be setting up. But what I realized was we need to make sure that the arms will actually move on the axis that I need it to move on, in the way I need it to move. And currently it is doing some funny stuff. And so I'm just trying to look at the original model versus the one that's currently in there and just see if I can get it to like a more default spot. I mean, one thing that'd be interesting, like if I look at this one that I brought in here and I start rotating its bones, does it move in a normal way? Because if it doesn't, then there's no hope for us. Oh God, it doesn't. Look at how it moves. Why? Why does it move like that? So we're not going to be helped. Oh, on this axis, it moves great. It just like pinwheels around. What is this W thing? What even is that? So we have like a fundamental problem here. We have a fundamental issue. Actually, that moves a lot better on the axis. What if I do that? No, it's still kind of being weird. Dang. What is the W? I don't know what that means. But you see the problem? Like it's not moving left and right. So you know what we could do? You know what might be a better solution than trying to move it like this? Make an animation. That may be the best solution here than trying to fix all this. What if I make an animation that moves the bone in the way that I need it to? And then we just play, if we need it to be moved more to the left or moved more to the right, it just plays the animation. That's what we should do. I think that's the right solution. Now that I think about it. I am going to try to put these in some more normal spots, but I think that's the way to move forward, truth be told. Okay, cool, good to know. If I want to, I'm still going to come in here and I'm going to set all these up to match, but I think instead of moving an axis to follow the cursor, I think it's going to make more sense to define the axis via an animation and then scrub through the animation. Not that I even know how to do that, but I'm sure you can figure it out. The animations can move the arms. Yeah, exactly. I think that's going to make more sense. I think it just is. It's just what I think. Just ask me a question without asking a question, and I knew your answer without you answering, and that's how I chose a snack. You're welcome. You are welcome. Enjoy. You deserve it. Cheers. Cheers to you. All right. It's snack time. This is delightfully silly. It would be nice if the character was in its rest position without me having to put it in rest position. And if I could set that to reset, that might cause us some issues. I just don't know anymore. But I'm here to experiment with it. So I wanted to get all these body parts, the rotations to match. I don't know if this is the right decision, but it's what I'm doing. All right, that looks better on that arm. I'd like to do it with the other body parts too, truth be told. The legs. It just all looks so strange. Copy that rotation. Come over here. It's a little tedious, but we get there. This is for the other arm. Paste that. They might even be the same values for all I know. Probably not. Arm right, elbow right. What's that at? It's probably at different polarity. 0.01, 0.238. No, it's different. It's different. It's just totally different. Paste that. Come over to this skeleton. This is not the most exciting thing I could be working on, but I feel like I have to. My 2 cents in this house. One of this game's foremost collaborators. You can make an animation, go to rest position, and keyframe everything, then make the new animation your reset animation. Really? I didn't know that. That would be a lot faster than this. That would be a whole lot faster than this. So I still want to do that for the legs. I don't even know. I honestly don't even know if this is good to have as my reset animation, truth be told. I barely know what I'm doing with the reset animation. Like, I generally understand that it, like, I don't know. I barely understand what a reset does. I kind of get it, but, like, not enough to explain it. So I think that means I don't get it. But let's try it. So the legs are in different spots. So you're saying Make an animation. So I would kind of want to get rid of the reset, right? So like remove all of these tracks on here. And then if I put the skeleton into rest, all right, click on this, show rest only. Can you reset to something else just in case? I already deleted it all. I also had already deleted it before, so I'm not that worried about it. But is this what you mean? Do show rest only? Because I see that it like grays these out. But you're saying, so if I were to come and I were to say, insert a keyframe at all these bone positions, these will be at rest position? That must not be what you mean, because that didn't work. Oh wait, there's rest here. Oh, here's rest. To change the values in the rotation of bones. It didn't. It doesn't. No, it just grays it out. It just grays it out. It just says, nope. This isn't accessible anymore. But it does give me this transform, but it's very different. I don't even know how I would like copy this transform. So if I were to like copy this, never mind then. Okay. All right. I'm glad we tried it. But see, this has like XX, YX, ZX. If I would try to paste this on here, that doesn't really paste one-to-one. All right, back to the back and forth. Because it would be nice if we could get the legs at their default spots too. And it looks like they might be in different positions. It's a little annoying. It's a little annoying. But, you know, sometimes things are annoying and tedious. Which leg are we on? I don't remember. Let's start with the left leg. Copy the rotation. Come back over here. Left leg. And look, I don't even know if what I'm doing... Oh, this doesn't even... That didn't even change. You know, I don't know if what I'm doing is going to, like, solve problems that I have. I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. Left thigh. Okay, that moved. That moved a little bit. Left foot. Copy that rotation. Come back to this armature, the skeleton. Paste that on the left foot. Rotation. They must have some different positions as well. The snack, I think, would be Lee's approved. What does Lee's approved mean? I was choosing between chocolate hummus, and this one is less sweetened. I can taste the bitterness a bit. I do like my chocolate bitter. I do. I try to avoid added sugar completely. To me, chocolate is amazing without sugar. I think it's amazing with sugar, but I think it's amazing without sugar as well. But we live in this world where chocolate is described as either regular or unsweetened. No, chocolate is either regular or sweetened. That's what it should be. I just blew your mind. All right? Chocolate by itself isn't sweet. We add sugar to it, man. We add sugar to it. I'm just saying. But that's not how they market it. They market it as this one is unsweetened. Come on now. Lantana brand. Chocolate hummus. I didn't know. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Just take some chickpeas, mix it with chocolate. I bet it's delicious. It sounds awesome. Noted. Lantana brand. I wish I could help you more. My 2 cents says, I have some traumatizing experiences with skeleton animations. Me too! But I believe that you have something very specific. You're now terrified of skeletons. Yeah, man. It's messy. It's messy. It really is. Especially in Godot. In my experience. I love Godot. I'm all for Godot. I'm Team Godot. Alright? I'm here for it. I will die on the Godot hill, but like, man, this has definitely been one of the more frustrating areas to work in. So I hear you there. No shame in that. And look, again, I don't know that what I'm doing here is going to like resolve my issue in particular, but it seems like it's worth cleaning up anyway and making sure I have some idea. Wait, but this isn't even changing. But those look different. Right? Those legs look a little different. Maybe they're not. Maybe it's just the lighting. It could be that the body is rotated forward. I think the leg is fine. I think the leg is actually fine. So, coming back over here. Godot versus Mr. Beast. Okay. So, I'm going to say skeleton leg right. That position is -0.01. I'm almost done with this portion of it. Oh, see, it's in a slightly different position. Oh, God. Wait, are we doing the right one? Wait, that might have been the wrong leg. That would make a lot more sense. Okay, that's better. I'm not getting slower at this. Not that that's saying much, but it's because it's just overall tedious. Skeleton. And so what I'm trying to do, guys, I'm going to recap it. We're recapping it once again. What I'm trying to do is get the arms and the head. So I'm doing the legs just to be neat and tidy here and do everything. But I want the arms and the head to follow the cursor on an axis. I'm also going to want those limbs to reach out and grab things. But I want to make sure that the body parts will actually be able to move in the ways I need them to move. Currently, there are animations on the body parts, and that's one hurdle to get over. Okay, presumably this is about normal, approximately, or so, or something. Maybe. I'm going to get rid of this extra model. I think I finally finished that task, probably. There's an animation issue to get around. Let me just add these all in as the new reset. I hope we don't mess it up on accident. That would suck. I'm going to save it. Add keyframes. No crash. I love it. So we have a new reset animation. If we come here, we come there. It's all normal. So the run animation has, and the walk animation have all of these limbs toggled on. All right, so if I press play, this is what the walk looks like. But if I want those to track, I have a feeling I'm actually more sure now than ever. I'm gonna need these. This is gonna be crazy. I don't know, man, I'm nervous. Oh, I'm nervous. Because see, this is why I wanted to avoid animating it. This is gonna be tough. So I can toggle these off, right? And now the arms won't move. But it's like, okay, so now if I want them to follow the cursor, right? How is this going to follow it? And so what I wanted to do was rotate the bones. That's what I wanted to do. But look what happens if I rotate one axis on these bones. Look at how they move. They don't move like this evenly or cleanly. Which is like, what am I supposed to do? Like this kind of, but not really. It's not like a logical moving from left to right. So even if I do get these animations to either be overridden or not running, I still need to figure out how these are actually going to move. Now what I plan on doing is using like the look at method, right? So the arm or the hand looks at it. Maybe that's fine and that'll be enough and there will be no problems. I don't know. I mean, if I just take the hand, I mean, you can see now the arm is in like a different position, right? That's why I was kind of trying to put them in T-pose. But even in T-pose, it still doesn't rotate around in a sensical way. Let's say I come over here to the reset, so that'll be in T-pose. If we come to the walk, it'll play, but the arms will be in T, right? Now, I will say the hand, okay, I think this is what we have to do. Don't do the shoulder. I think that is going to be something we have to keep in mind. Don't try to move it on the shoulder. So if I move it, just the hand, even though the hand is basically the elbow, just don't worry about that. If we move it there, it actually moves exactly like I want it to. So that's nice. I love to see that. If I move it at the elbow, okay, that's the trick, y'all. The trick is don't rotate it on the shoulder. Rotate it at the elbow. I mean, even though this isn't really the elbow, just don't worry about that, okay? This is the elbow bone, is what we're calling it. That's where I need to rotate them. Then it will rotate the way I want it to. Good to know. My 2 cents says, I know you're almost done, so this info is probably useless. I am so far from almost done. Man, I am so far from almost done. First of all, I'm only 3.5 hours into the stream. I still have another 4.5 hours to go. So we're not even halfway through, number one. Number two, I've planned out what we're gonna do, and we can always change this, but I haven't actually started implementing it yet. So you're really right on time. Just so you know, you're right on time. I know you're almost done, so this info is probably useless, but you can grab the reset. Oh, you're saying, yeah, you're right. I was done with that part. Okay, right, that's true. Grab the reset animation in from the other alien. Oh, save it to the disk and load from the other one. That's a good idea. That's a great idea. Yeah, you're right. I was almost done with that. That's a great idea. That's okay that you're late. I appreciate that info. Okay, but this is right on time. This is what's right on time. I don't know if look at is a member function of the bone node. Right. Oh, so I wasn't actually sure how look at would work. I wasn't actually sure how look at would work. Right. So look at, I kind of thought look at was a method you could just apply to any old thing. But you're saying that with bones, it might not actually work. Well, shoot. Well, shoot. We might have to do something other than look at. Let me zoom it in because I just can't see. I can't see what we're looking at here. Look at target vector 3. So that's what I was thinking, right? We just can't we just point it? Oh, that's the target. Right, I see. Rotates the node. Right, but is like a bone a node like that? Rotates the node so that the local forward axis points toward the target position. So how do I know? I mean, we can just experiment, but seems like look at extends from node 3D and bone 3D, I assume. It extends from node 3D. And bone 3D, I assume, would inherit those methods as it is a 3D node. Just your guess. Oh, I hope so. The thing is I didn't realize then I'd have to put a script, though, because I can't put a bone. I don't think a bone is a node like that, right? This isn't a node that has a script. Rather, I can like point to a bone and change its orientation. So I think we're going to have to vector math it ourselves, is figure out how to adjust the axis manually without look at, and have that be relative to the position of the mouse. The old model can be used as a cameo. Have it laying inside a trash bin and hide them in the background in each level. Wait, the old model? What do you mean the old model? I mean, I like where you're going with it. I just don't know what you mean. You're right, Lise. A bone is not a node, so it can't use look at. I see. Well, I know what a bone does have. A bone does have an axis that we can rotate, with which we can rotate it. If it has an x-axis that can be rotated, then we can tell it to change on that axis. I know we can do that, because I've done it. Well, I've done it with scale and position. And so I'm sure we can do it with rotation. So I would just need to make sure that that rotation matches. So if we have the cursor, here's the cursor. Cursor is out here, moving around. Here's the arm. I need the arm to follow that position. So create like a vector between those 2 points. That's what I need to do. Do I exactly know how to do that? No, but I bet we can figure it out. Oh, you're talking about the WOMP 3D version? The WOMP 3D version is so very expensive. It's so expensive. It's like obnoxious. Do I still even have it in the project? I should get it out of the project. It might be closer to like this one. It's probably going to be a mess to try to import it. Oh, it's also probably huge. Is it even in here? It is. Where is it? Is it actually in here? I don't think it's actually in here. It's just not visible? Okay, that didn't work. Well, that much didn't work. But I see what you're saying. The original one is beautiful. I don't even know if I was going to import it. I can't, unfortunately. I could try to show you. I'm a little afraid that we're gonna mess up the stream. The stream might get glitchy. All right, so just be prepared. This number in the top left should be plus or minus. It should be 3,000 plus or minus 1,000. That might change when I start using this website. It's okay. It's okay. No, it's okay. Let's see if I can show you without messing up the internet. The original alien model. So here's what it used to look like. Get out of my face, womp. You don't have to keep showing me this. They're like, we want you to upgrade. We rolled out something and we need money, please. Is this really supposed to be looking like this right now? Try again, please? Don't be like that. I asked ChatGPT why rotation has 4 values instead of 3. Yeah, what's that W one? You pasted the answer in Discord live chat. All right, never mind. I can't show you the main model. But I'll tell you, I don't know why WOMP is being goofy. I have no idea what WOMP's problem is right now. WOMP is a great tool set. Don't let this change what you think about it. But it looks much prettier. Old. What is this new? What has WOMP done? Just open with that upgrade. Oh, now it's going down. Okay, now it's working. Okay. All right, we're back. It's working. I don't know what the heck that was, man. And then I'll check out your thing. I don't want to risk opening WOMP and Discord at the same time. That's too much risk. Okay, here we go. This is what the original model looks like. It's a little... It's looking a little pixelated. Is this them trying to get me to use the paid version? I don't know what to think about that. But it's a lot jellier. It's a lot more vertices. But other than that, it's pretty similar. It's not super different. We could probably reference it if we make it like super shiny. It would kind of look like it. Okay, anyway. Anyway. That was such a tangent. All right, let me pull up live text. This could also tank the live stream, so let's keep in mind on that. Keep an eye on that. I'm going to start a fundraiser one of these days to get me some good internet. I don't know what else to do. Okay, so in Godot, let me open up this. In Godot, when you see a skeleton's bone rotation represented with 4 float values, this is because the rotation is being described using a quaternion. Oh, a quaternion is a complex number system that extends the concept of rotation in 3-dimensional space. It consists of 4 elements, x, y, z, and w, where x, y, and z represent the vector part, and w represents the scalar part. Quaternions are used for rotations in 3D space for several reasons. Avoiding gimbal lock. Quaternions help in avoiding a problem known as gimbal lock, which can occur with Euler angles, another way to represent rotations. Gimbal lock is a loss of 1 degree of freedom in 3-dimensional space, which can happen when the axes of 2 of the 3 gimbals are driven into a parallel configuration. Smooth interpolation. Quaternions allow for smooth interpolation between rotations, which is essential for smooth animations. This process, known as slurp, it's known as slurp. At least they have a sense of humor. Spherical linear interpolation is more consistent and less prone to distortions than interpolating Euler angles. Efficiency. Quaternions require less computational power for many calculations, making them efficient for real-time application in games. No redundancy. Unlike Euler angles, which can have multiple representations for the same orientation, a quaternion representation is unique, neglecting the fact that a quaternion and its negation represent the same rotation. In Godot, when dealing with bone rotations and animations, or for procedural manipulation, understanding quaternions can be crucial for achieving the desired results in 3D transformations. Woof! Oh! That was rough. I was like reading a freaking textbook. I hated that. But thank you for that information, of which I absorbed very little. But there you go. There it all is. Euler is pronounced Euler, like any Oilers in chat. Euler? I hate that. Euler's is better. Thank you, Rogie, for educating me. I think they use quaternions for rotation sometimes. I still don't understand them fully. I hear about it a lot in game dev. I don't think this didn't help me understand it better. Look for a 4 GB model. That's how you know it's a... Yeah, you're right. My 2 cents doesn't understand them. We don't understand them. But that's why it's 4. Now I understand why there's 4 in there. Thank you for helping me understand that. Okay. So I need to somehow track the cursor position and have the rotation of the arm match that. I don't know how to do that. But what I do know is I can get us those values. I can get us those values in variables. If anybody is able to help me, that'll be appreciated. If not, I will be asking ChatGPT. I'm just saying, I'll be asking ChatGPT. And on the help or hack road, whether they're helping me or hacking, I would have to say, generally speaking, if we're navigating into ChatGPT territory, we're probably on the hacky path, which is fine. But definitely it falls on the hackier side of life. Okay. So, with all this in mind, we're going to come back to where we started, which is on the player. which is where we decided to put this logic. This logic being the logic that has the arms and the head follow the cursor position. What I did set up was the mouse position as a variable. That's a vector 2. In the ready function, we set that variable to the viewport mouse position. In the physics process, we further set it so it's constantly staying updated. And that's about as far as we got there. So now what I want to set up is going to be a variable for the, I guess we want to say arm right rotation. So somehow we want that to be a value that exists. And then we're also going to want arm left rotation. And we're going to want to modify these. We're going to want to update them. I guess I don't want to necessarily make these variables. I kind of, well, because I want to connect it to a signal, but I need it to be updated. I guess we should just define this. Over on the body part scripts, maybe you can calculate the rotations you want in Euler representation, then make Godot transform it into a quaternion. So I don't think I need to worry about that. So I did find a workable workaround, workaroundable. I did find this to be workaroundable. So even though when I look at arm left and I try to rotate it on the x-axis, it does wacky stuff. If I do the next bone down, which in this case is called elbow, if I rotate it there, it actually rotates exactly like I want it to. And it's pretty much the shoulder. So that's just what I'm going to do. I'm quite satisfied with that. I'm glad we did all the resetting and stuff, for sure. But I think the solution, the workaround for now, is to just not do the parent node, but to do this node and rotate it there. So what I'm going to try to do now is get this bone's rotation information. We have done a little bit of this before, and that was with the shrinking of the body parts. Whoops! I think we're still set to pose mode only. Oh, I cut out. Sounds like a good workaround. Okay, cool. Yes! So I actually turned off the animations. I'm going to turn those back on for now. I think that would be good. If we have the animations. Are the arms turned off? So the arms are still turned off. It's just Narutoing around, which is fine. Why was I playing the game? What are we gonna do in here? What was I? Oh, so the limbs shrink. Right. So if the arm takes damage, you can see it shrinks. And the way we're doing this is by updating the size of the bone. So we're already fetching information about the bone. And this is all contained on the individual body part scripts. So I'm going to go to our body part script. And I'm going to look for how we got that, because I don't remember. Get bone position. Easy. Skeleton.getBonePosition. Beautiful. Now this is contained on here, right? So this body part script, how is it finding, oh, because we're defining skeleton, right? So we also have to define skeleton. That would be something important to do. Okay. So where are we defining skeleton? If I may inquire. Skeleton is defined right here. There we go. So I'm going to drop this on the player. It's going to be a little different because we're already the player, so we only actually need the path to be that long, right? So I'm going to hop onto the player. Let's add this in here so we have this variable existing. And I guess we don't, could I just say we don't really need to get the root, right? If I just do this, will this work? If I do it like that, will that work? I don't know off the top of my head. So I'm just going to have it print skeleton. Just out of curiosity to see if that worked. So I'm going to keep an eye down here. Or if it just shuts it down. Oh yeah, that worked. Great. Sees the skeleton. Beautiful. Skeleton set. Yes! I'm learning here and there. I still got to do some copying and pasting, but we get there. Thank you for the confirmation. Okay. So then we want to do this skeleton get bone position. And instead of position, we want it to be rotation. But we need to also specify a certain bone, which is a little different. It's a little different. Whoops. Didn't mean to paste all that. Skeleton. Expected end of state. Okay, so, oh, we need to say equals. Equals. Oh, bone hit. So we don't want to call anything here. We just want to get this. And I want to say pose rotation. But it has to be a certain bone. This isn't actually, this is just the whole skeleton. This isn't defining a certain bone. So that's one problem with this. So we're almost there. We're almost there. If I come back to our body part here, and we look at how we're setting this information. So it has to fetch. Oh, bone hit. I see. So the thing that it's calling, so this argument is where we would define the name of the bone. I see. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. So we want to say elbow left or elbow right. That'll do it. Probably. Unless, I don't know if it has to be a string. What does it have to be? Let me search because I'm not sure. Get bone rotation. Oh, it's looking for an ID number. So we actually have to match it to an ID number. That's boring. Okay, I can do that. I'm sure we can find that. I'm sure we can find that. Okay. So what is your ID? Where is that information? I could just print it. I could just print it. That might be the way we do it, honestly. All right, let's just do it that way. So I'm going to come back to the player script. And instead of printing skeleton, I think we can print like the whole stack. It's in the documentation still. I think we can print like the whole bone stack somehow. The list of skeleton methods. Add bone, get bone children. That'll return a packed integer 32 array. I think that'll be it, right? That'll give us an array of everything. So I think we want to say get bone children. And that'll tell us everything, maybe. I don't know if it won't. It probably won't give us like. How will I know which one is which? I don't know, but let's just try it. Get bone children. Oh wait, that's not how that works. If you have the name of the bone, you can get its index using. Oh, find bone. That works too. I do know the name of it. I absolutely know the name of it. Oh, but then I'm not sure. Let me see. Let me go back to that. Find bone. It's a string. Okay, so that is looking for a string. It's covered up by the chat, but there it is. It's looking for a string. Okay, gotcha. Cool, 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 cool. That makes sense. I should have assumed it was a string, but I don't know. I just don't know yet. So put this in here. Elbow left, and we'll just say print elbow left, and then do that. Make a new line, print elbow right, and do that. Good call. Thank you. I was going to be looking at like a whole mess of things. Assuming I've done this correctly. I haven't. Oh, because, let me comment this out. Because we haven't set these up yet. Okay. So we should get a printout. 2 and 7. It's just one number? Okay. I guess that makes sense. It's an integer. I don't know. I thought it would be bigger. Okay, but can... left is 2, right is 7. I hate that. Okay, left is 2, right is 7. Left is 2, and right is 7. Now, was that what that error was before I commented these out? Or was that a different error? Okay. Get point position on base nil. I think it's not seeing the skeleton yet, because this... So we would need to do this like in the ready function or something. Can I do this in onReady? And will that like... Will that work? Because it needs this information before it does this. That does work. Yay. Okay, cool. Beautiful. And then I guess we could double check that that's working. And we could say, onReady is the same as setting in the ready function. Gotcha. Cool. But it makes it a global, it makes it more global, right? I don't know. Sometimes I've tried to set like a variable in the ready function, and then I'm not able to update it. I have a whole other problem I can't wait to ask you guys about. That's actually kind of similar to that. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to open that can, but I'm very tempted. But that might actually resolve a problem I'm having elsewhere. Anyway. But there's definitely a difference, right? Between putting it here and putting it there in terms of, like, the variable's behavior. Like, it doesn't update in the same way if I put it here versus here. I don't know. I could be wrong. You can declare it outside the ready function and set it in the ready function, and it will be global, same as onReady. So what's the point of doing it out here? Just for, like, organization purposes and keeping them all before the script starts? That seems kind of redundant to be able to do it in either place. I believe you that there's no difference. It's cleaner. Okay, all right. Interesting. I didn't know that. I'm going to check to make sure these are right. So I'm going to say, oh, this isn't, oh, this is the rotation. Okay. Now this is going to give us a vector 3, right? And we're going to need more, or we're going to need just like, all I need to worry about is the x-axis. So I might even want to specify that here. I don't think, I mean, I'm almost certain I can't like make that an x, and that's like not going to work. So I think what we would need to do is just parse it out in the code, and that's fine. But just to make sure that this prints something that we want, I'm going to say arm right rotation. Oh, this is the left one. Do the same thing here. Arm right rotation. And then just to make sure that that is fetching our vector 3s for the bone positions. I guess it'll be 4. No, it's only 3. It doesn't even give us the full quaternion. It just has 3. Actually, I'm confused. So elbow right has 4. Elbow left only has 3. Why? It's a little confusing. Maybe because it's 0 or something? I mean, this doesn't matter, but I'm just, like, trying to understand. On the left elbow, it's not set to 0. It's set to 0.997. But see, down here, it says position is 3 floats vector and rotation is 4. Wait, I was getting position? Is that why? Is that why? Did I set it to the wrong thing? I did. Okay. Oh, I didn't realize I had the wrong word there. I was like, what? What? I thought we established this quaternion thing. Okay. Well, that's why we printed out. So at least I caught it there. Imagine I didn't catch that till later. I was going to be so confused. Okay, cool. Now we're getting 4 values. Gotcha. So would this be a vector 4 then instead of a vector 3? I guess so. That's interesting. I hope that doesn't cause any problems. So cool, good, wonderful, good shape. Everything looks fine for now. I'm gonna get this out of here. So now that we have the rotation of the right arm and the rotation of the left arm, and we have the mouse position, now we can maybe start actually getting the arms to move based on the cursor position. It is a vector 4, but Godot calls it a quaternion. So I won't actually type out vector 4, I'll type out quaternion. Okay. All right. Noted. Seems like you could just say vector 4, but okay. Whatever, Godot. You make the rules. So I wanted to follow the cursor. I don't know how to do this at all. So I'm thinking I asked ChatGPT then. Because I have the values. Mouse position. Yeah, don't know what to do. Don't know what to do. I guess one more thing I could do is say arm left rotation. If I just say X, that should be fine. I'm kind of curious. I kind of like that to be printed. Let me get that printed before I move on. Let me test that one thing just to make sure I'm understanding how to get those values. Rotation X, rotation X. I'm sure that'll be fine. Your mouse position is in the 2D screen. You need to project it into the 3D world. That should be your first step. What? Okay, it did give me a very specific value, so that worked. Oh, we have a raycast for that. We already have that. I see. So I didn't want to do the mouse position. I want to do... We have a raycast, so that's not... So, okay, so I don't want the mouse position variable. Thank you. I want the raycast position. Wherever that is. So that's one of these. It's one of these. Mouse position, ray length, from ray origin to mouse position times ray length, space. So would that be 2? I have no idea. But I guess this wouldn't be a 3D. I guess we need to come here. Physics, ray query parameters, 3D. It'd probably be here. Would it be ray query? Maybe that would be it. It's 2? 2 is the one? Or you're saying this function is the one? Need the return value of this function. Oh, okay. That's pretty easy. That's super easy. I can do that. I can do that. I guess this would be a good thing for the auto load. So then in the process, why don't I say messenger mouse position 3D emit, and then we say shoot ray. Like this. Maybe this will work. I didn't make this a function. Is that going to actually return the function? Because I don't want to call the function or anything. I mean, it does connect it to the function. So it sounds like this will return what the function does. I could be wrong, but let's do that for now. So emit that on the messenger. Hop back to the messenger. Create that. Signal mouse pause 3D. I made that a lowercase d, right? Right. We want to be on the camera. Yes, lowercase d. And then I'm going to want to receive that on our player. Assuming I'm doing this correctly, which is certainly possible. There's a strong chance. You need to call the function to get its return value. If you already call it every frame, use the variable that receives its return value in the emit. I don't know if there is a variable that receives its return value. Is there? I mean, there's this return space intersect ray query. Honestly, I'm a little unsure how to do that, truth be told. So would I say, look at instances where you call this function. Okay, okay. The function is called, where is the function called? A lot of this, you know, I had a lot of help coding this, so it's a lot of it I don't quite know. Honestly, it doesn't seem, where is this function being called from? Where is this function being called at? I don't even see where it's being called. If you want to keep things simple at the cost of performance, ooh, that's a tough dilemma. You can just call it again in the process function. That's what I was thinking. And emit its return value for the messenger signal. That's what I was thinking. But that seems bad. Oh, there it is. Function grab ray? Wait, but that's the only place? That can't be the only place. All right, let me search. Shoot ray. Hover ray. And so these functions, grab ray and hover ray, they're called by what? Oh, they're called in process. Grab ray and hover ray are called in the process. And then these call shoot ray. I see. So we're calling these functions twice. Hover ray isn't currently being used, and I don't think it works right now for some reason, which is interesting. So this is actually pretty unnecessary to have here at the moment. So this is where I'd want to do this. Why is this false? What's false? Collide bodies. Oh, I see. I see. So it looks for different things depending on if that's true or false. Gotcha. I remember setting that up now. I think you helped me set that up. Okay. So then what I'd want to say, what do I want to say? Well, can't I just do that here in shoot ray? I'm confused. This twists my brain up a little bit. It might not be working because you changed collision layers of objects recently. Yeah, right? I know, I think that you're right. And so this is another thing, first of all. So if this function were to work, we're going on a small tangent that is not too tangential. So this hover ray was set up to be a way for me to hover over the player and it would show some UI information. I stopped really needing it, and then I made some changes to the collision layers, and then I started using the UI hover thing again, and it wasn't working anymore. And so something got messed up. So when I come hover here, it doesn't do anything. I guess my main confusion is like, why not? So I have, oh, you know what? Maybe if I say collision mask 16, maybe then it will work. I bet that's why. Is that why? This Ray Query collision mask, I don't often... Yeah, so I don't see how that... I have a whole confusion about this. Is this doing what I think it's doing? Because I'm just not sure. We also have this collision here, which is... This is the player that's selected. The collision of the player... But that's not the player. There's a lot of confusion that I'm experiencing in general with regards to this. Because the player is made up of these multiple areas here, and I have their layer set to 16. That's what their layer is 16. So these are the different areas that represent each body part on the player. And so we have if collide with bodies, requery collide with areas collision areas versus bodies dependent on whether collide was set to true or false when this function was called. There's just a lot about this that I'm a little confused about in general. You're setting it to 16, then in the next line you're setting it to 4. Oh, it can't be both. Oh. And so if I want it to be multiple, I mean maybe we can look up the... So how would I do it to multiple? I guess then is my next question. It can be both, but you need to add them together. Add them together? What? Why? How does that make sense? 4 plus 16 is 20. 4 plus 16 is 20. But you're telling me that it'll just see that as like what would be a comma? I mean, it's definitely not working. Otherwise, use binary notation. What? It's how binary works. That's true sounding? So, I mean, that didn't solve it still. So there might be some other issue with why it's not seeing it. There's a few things. I'm gonna clean up my output here. There's a lot of things getting output that I don't necessarily want output. So I'm just gonna clean that up real quick. Don't print that anymore. It's printing the number of helicopters that are spawning. Please don't do that anymore. Thank you. That must be on the copter script. There it is. Okay. And then if I want to check what the hover, I guess I want to make sure the hovering is working in general. So let's say print hover target. Is it actually seeing anything? So it's reporting null. So the hover target isn't actually getting set properly. So that's a problem. Why not? Oh, why not? Hover target is set to raycast result collider. Raycast to collision. If raycast result has collider, the hover ray, maybe this function, no, it is running. It's running in the process. So this is running all the time. It shoots the ray, and it shoots it with the argument true. Try printing raycast result. I guess I would have to do that in hover here. Okay. Good call. Emptiness. Total emptiness. Just a void in brackets, in curly brackets. And I'm sure if you know, I put this one in here, this one would have a lot more to print. So this is the grab ray. This other ray. That sees things. That sees the helicopter, which I can click on, and that is based on the grab ray, because these are things I can grab. It can see the tree, it can see the barn, it can see all that stuff. And it ignores the player. I think the problem is the body isn't set. That's what it is. The body isn't set to the 16th layer. That's why. The body isn't set to the 16th layer. That's why. I mean, assuming the 4 plus 16 thing works, which I am going to assume that. Oh, but look, now it's not popping up. Okay, hold on. And then I'm going to check the raycast result here. Not check the grab ray anymore. So actually, it still doesn't see it. I'm surprised that it's not seeing that body. Because this is a character body. Does it have collision on it? It does. It has collision. It's on layer 16 now. We've added this 4 plus 16. I mean, just out of curiosity, just out of morbid curiosity, if I set this to just 16, it probably won't work, but I'm just curious. Yeah, it didn't work. Okay. Is it supposed to collide with the player character body or the detection areas? The character body. Because if it was supposed to be the areas, I mean, it could be the areas, but I think that's why we set up the areas versus the bodies. I think that was the whole purpose of setting this up, was to define the difference between seeing the player and seeing other areas. But it still doesn't really make sense. I mean, if I set, so if it's looking for 4, right? I'm going to set the head to layer 4, which is chaos in so many ways. But out of curiosity, oh, well, first I need to make sure it's printing the grab ray result. But out of curiosity, will it print the head? It doesn't even see the head. It doesn't even see the head, even if I set the head to layer 4. So I don't really understand what fundamentally there is about this stuff on the player that makes it undetectable. Especially since this used to work. These collisions are not turned off. Again, we're on a bit of a tangent, but it is semi-related, especially if we want to get certain values. So the thing that we're trying to do, in part, is get shoot ray to be a variable that can be received, or rather, send shoot ray to a signal in the most optimal way possible. So yeah, I'm still really confused why this broke. Can you try to turn on both areas and bodies? Sure. Do I know how to do that? Is that something I know how to do? Ray query, collide with areas. Right, so this is true or false. So I guess I'd want to just say true for these, right? True. So it'll do either one. And now let's check to see if... Well, there's different things to check. I put the head... Let's check if it sees... If the hover ray sees the player. So we've set 4 plus 16. We've got layer 16 marked. If I hit play, we try hovering over it. It doesn't see it. It doesn't see it. It sees all these, though. It sees all these things. Since we said it's seeing both. I can see these fine. But it just can't see the player. It's like the bodies doesn't even matter to it. Like, is it even a body? I mean, we got it to work once upon a time. But it's confusing because even if I set the head, something's up with the shoot ray function then. Okay. It's weird because if I set the head or... Yeah, just the head. If I set the head to layer 4, I would expect it to see that. And it to print that. But I don't think it sees that. It doesn't even see the head, even when I set it. And that's an area that's definitely there and in the scene. Like, why would it exclude that? I don't know, I took it off the 16th layer. I don't know why that would matter. Very confusing. So I don't know what would be wrong with this. Oh, we have it returning space intersect ray query. Whoops, didn't mean to open up that. I didn't mean to. I don't think that's the issue. So you can see I'm a little out of control of my ray. I have to use the loo real quick. So I think I gotta hit a BRB real quick. It's almost like it prints something the first few frames. I can't tell what it is though. Oh. Oh, well, so this is a print. You mean this? This is the elbow stuff from what we were doing before. I just haven't gotten rid of it. Sorry. I wish that was more helpful. Sonic Generations Remaster. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. State of Play. Cool. Nice. Neato. I didn't play Sonic Generations. Seems like a cool game, though. Congratulations! You heard it here second. Sonic Generations Remastered. Alright, so I have to use the loot, so I'm gonna leave it here. Where's the ray? I don't think I can include the whole ray, but almost. We can almost fit the whole thing in the screen. Almost. The only thing it's missing is function shoot ray collide bodies. Oh, you know what? We'll just do that. There you go. That's the whole raycast function. I don't know what's wrong with it, but I gotta be right back. I have to. It's mandated by the guild. The guild mandates. We're not starting soon. It mandates that I BRB. But I really will be right back. 1 minute tops. Tops. All right, hold up. So here's what I think we do. I think we move on from solving this player hover thing, because I don't really need it right now. It's not really necessary. It would be nice, but not really important right this moment. So I'm gonna say, for now, let this go. Let's just get this function, this variable, so we can get the tracking. One last thing to try. Oh, okay. Yeah, I will try it. Cheers to trying it. Turn off player proximity. Because I don't want to expect you to do all this work, but if you got ideas, I will merrily go down that helpy path, not the hacky path. When my 2 cents is giving those 2 cents, we are squarely going down the helpy route. That's just the way it is. Turn off the player proximity. Okay. Turn off the player. What the hell does that mean? What is player proximity? Wait, what is that? Oh, this. Oh, interesting. Oh, maybe this is swallowing it up. Wow. Oh my gosh. That is a great idea. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe it doesn't fix it. That is a great idea. Let me make sure everything is set up for that to actually be a test, though. Since we've made some changes to things. So let me say, let me go back. Where was everything? Oh, the collide. So it's collides with bodies. The player body is set to 16. It's 4 plus 16. Okay, so it should work. And then we're printing the hover ray. Okay, if it's gonna work, it should work. If it's not gonna work, it won't work. It made sense in my head. Okay, so we're running it. Oh, it didn't see it. It didn't see it. Oh, but yeah, well, it's definitely... we definitely turned it off. We definitely turned it off. That was a great thought, though. I wonder... I mean, maybe we have to do more than just turning it off. Like, maybe that's not enough. I don't know. Not monitoring? I don't know. Probably not. That was a great thought, though. I like that idea a lot. I really want that to have been the problem. Because then I guess in theory I could use that as the player. I mean, I don't know that I really want to. But, you know, in theory we could set this area to be one of them that it sees. So I could set this to 4 and 16. Set it to both of them. And then in theory it should be able to see it even just like that. You know, unless I've said something else wrong somehow. But it doesn't. It doesn't see it. Frustrating. Frustrating. What if I set it to only look for areas? I don't know. It's weird because it seems like it should work. One thing you can check is if you change the collision layers of a player and/or player areas in code. Oh my god. Oh my god. My 2 cents. That is so possible. That is so incredibly possible. Yeah, we could maybe do a note. Honestly, the reason why I was saying let's move on is because I didn't want you to have to come up with more ideas if you were like, you know, over it. But if you have more ideas, I will try them. I will try them. I just wanted to avoid me being like, you know, a monkey with a hammer. Okay, so this is extremely intriguing. Let me make sure I fix everything. This isn't turned off. It's set to monitoring. The player is set to 16, which may be getting overwritten in code somewhere. That's a possibility. It's worth looking into. Hover ray, raycast result. And that's the other thing. Like, I don't know. I don't even know if I don't think the collider collision can be set in any way besides code. So I don't think that's getting changed anywhere, right? I can't imagine. Set to true, set to true. I think it should be fine. I think it should work for all intents and purposes. All right, and then the player script, is its layered stuff being set in code? It is not. The body parts are not being set in code, unfortunately. At least not that I can see in any of this stuff. That was a good thought, though. That was a dang good thought. Unless I'm looking in the wrong places. The camera, I mean, I could look here. I don't think there's anything really going on in here. The collision layer of the player, yeah, I don't think that's changing anywhere. And or the player areas, yeah. Dang. That was a good thought, though. But if you come up with other ideas for this at any point, like, I will come back and try it. And at the same time, I will move on and attempt to keep working on the arms following the cursor. But it would be nice for this to not be broken. This is looking for collide bodies being false, and this is looking for collide bodies being true. So if collide bodies is set to false, collide with, or rather, collide with areas. Yeah, so whenever this function calls, depending on whether this is true or false, it'll set it to that. Okay. So that should all be good. Let me make sure other things still work. Let's not print all the hover ray stuff. So this was all just to try to get a the position of the raycast. And we want to return that as a variable. So it looks like everything still works. We can click on these guys. We can pick up cows. Oh, why am I running into... Okay, I didn't put everything back to normal. Oh, you know what? It's probably the layers. I probably set some layers somewhere wrong. Oh, did I make this collision area 16? That's it. I put that collision area to 16, which meant that that big sphere that's around the player will collide with objects as if it was the player, but we don't really want that. Okay, good, good, good. That's back to normal. We can pick up cows. Okay, great. Everything is as back to normal as we can get it for now. All right. So, if I want to get the ray position, I'm told I just need to emit the shoot ray return, the return of this function. So we could do that in hover ray, grab ray, probably any of these, right? I think hover ray makes the most sense. So if I, oh, it's raycast result. Oh, very raycast result, I see. But we're creating this here. So this would be what I actually want to send out. So let's do messenger mouse position 3D equals shoot ray. Oops. We want to say dot emit. I don't know why I did it that way. I don't know why I did it that way, but I did. Emit shoot ray. And I do need it to call the function, I think. So I think I have to do it like this. No? No. This might work. And so now if I don't know if I've set this up correctly, but if I have, it should be raycast result instead to avoid calling the function again. Oh, that makes, you know, that makes a ton of sense. You know, I have this extra little argument here, but we don't really need it, so it's probably fine. But I might need to be receiving this potentially with an argument, or it's gonna like give an error. We'll find out. We'll find out. It'll tell us. Okay, good call. Thank you, my 2 cents. Oh my gosh. Let me just update the credits right now before I forget. Yeah, I'm going to update it right now. Internet should be fine, but depending on this or that, it can get goofy. My 2 cents. Grab movement. Drop that in there. Get a little extra credit. Extra credit. That's a term. Okay. Come back to the camera. And now I want to receive that signal. So we have mouse position 3D. Oh, that's not the camera. Sorry. I meant the player is where we're setting all this up. So here we want to receive it. Not mouse position get viewport, because that's a vector 2, which we don't want. Messenger, we want to get mouse position 3D. You are in third position. For some reason, the sorting isn't working. I don't know why the sorting isn't working on there. I don't know. It's Google Sheets. It works, I guess. Yeah, give us a dark mode. Yes, you are in the third position now. That brought you up. If I try to sort it, it doesn't work. Sort it. Oh, there it goes. There it worked. Okay, we got it. It's sorted. Nice. Beautiful. Wait, no, it didn't. Wait, did it unsort it? Wait. Sort range. Sort. Oh. Is he like flipping it back? Oh. Okay. I can't say I fully understand what's going on there, but can I just do it manually? Okay, there we go. We just did it manually. There it goes. Now you're on top. Yes, number 3. Let's go. I'd love to have this be like an overlay that could update constantly. I'm looking into it. We'll see. All right. So, it's official. It's now official. Now you know it's official. Yes. Half the reason why I set it up in a spreadsheet, so we can appreciate the contributors of this to this project. And thank you for your amazing contributions at that. I'm going to connect this to what? To what? I don't even know what I want to connect this to. I mean, I was going to run this in the physics process. I mean, the only reason I need this is to get the position of the mouse. That's the only reason I'm getting this, is so I can get those values. So, I mean, I'm just going to call it mouse position is all I'm going to call it. And let's just say function mouse position. A little messy to have this between here. I admit that. I might need to have a calling with something. I guess shoot ray. Oh, I see. So we would want to say just like position or something. And then if I say like print position, I don't think I should use the word position. Mouse, print mouse. I guess this will call on the physics anyway. Right. It's being emitted in the physics process of the emitter node, so this new function will also run every physics frame. True, true. That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. Oh. Previously declared variable. Oh, we don't want that. Get that out of here. Get out of here. Okay, there we go. Good. Yeah, you make an excellent point. So it should... I don't think I have anything printing anymore. Okay, apparently I do. Let me come over here to the camera. Make sure we don't have something else printing. We don't. So it's just printing nothingness. Wait, so, oh, so this is the problem, right? Okay, so I forgot to tell you this. It's set to ignore, I believe, it ignores everything but the name of things that it sees, right? So I don't think, so this isn't actually going to give us the mouse position. It's not going to give us the mouse position, right? Because it's more specific. Or are you saying that we can like grab this from that function? I don't know. I don't actually know how this works. Maybe I can grab it from the function. So if I say instead of mouse, could I say like mouse point ray query or something? And it would print something? I don't know. Is that... It should be returning the mouse position in 3D. But the raycast has to collide with something. So we kind of... So we need it to be able to collide with the ground then. So then I would need to say +4 + 1, since that's 1 is the ground. All right, let me try that. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, we couldn't see the player. That'll be an interesting thing to see if it sees... the ground. And then if it sees the ground but not the player, that'll be very interesting. Oh wow, it does! It sees the whole ground! Wow. Look at that. But it still doesn't see the player. That's wild. So that's very interesting. So that means there's something about the player that makes it unseeable. At least that narrows that down a little bit, at least for me. I mean, you may have already realized that, but just out of curiosity too. Player's being dodgy. The player is literally being dodgy. Oh my goodness. Nice to have that narrowed down though. I'm actually really glad that we tried that. Now, I will say the hover... Wait, now the hover isn't seeing... Oh, because it's only looking for bodies. Right, it's only looking for bodies. Gotcha. So I wonder if it's like... Is character body 3D not a body? I mean, it is. It is. I'm sorry, but it is. And we've been able to detect it before. But I guess out of morbid curiosity, if I were to add a static body 3D onto the player... Just to see. Just to see. If I were to add a static body on here, obviously I need to give it some collision. And we could say this is a box or a sphere shape, let's say. Static body is a child of the character body. Godot's about to curse at you. Oh, really? Really? That they don't like that? I mean, maybe if it works, if it freaking works, then maybe they should just allow it to be detectable as a body then, and I wouldn't have to do it. Oh! You weren't kidding. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What the flip-flop just happened? Okay, that didn't work. Okay, so that is what didn't work is what that is. We just yeet ourselves into the ether. Okay. I see. I see that doesn't work. Very good. Very good. I'm surprised Godot didn't curse at me. And instead, Godot just was like, okay, all right, you know what? You want to do it? Let's do it. If I turn off the collision, nothing weird happens. Maybe because of I have it set, maybe if I change the collision layer, right? So what if I set this to 16? Maybe that was part of the chaos. And maybe this will make it work a little better. Oh, now it's not getting angry, but it still doesn't see it. It still doesn't see it. So it's not getting angry. So there has to be something happening in this player node, either on the settings here or the script or something. Something in here is deactivating it. That was very interesting. Anyway, now that that's out of the way, can you turn on collision shapes under debug? Oh, good idea. I'll add it back in. See if it's there. See if it's there. Is the thing there? It is. There's the little orb right around there. So it's definitely there. Why isn't it detecting the ground anymore? What did I change? You can print the collision layer of the player areas or player body. Oh, that's a good idea. I like that idea. Also, wait, why did I fix it so it doesn't print? Okay, Merp. Why did I fix it so it didn't print that? How did I do that? I forgot. I forgot. Did I just make the ground? I'm confused. Oh, we added the 1. That was it. Okay, I remember now. Yes, thank you. Gosh, you're so good at remembering these things. You're so sharp. Okay, yeah, that was it. That was 100% it? Okay. So that's why that's not being seen. Got it, got it, got it, got it. So then we're gonna say print, and let's not have this chaos being printed for now, just so it doesn't push everything out of the way. Come back to the camera. Oh, sorry, the player. Let's not print mouse. And instead, we want to print the collision layer of the player. It's a dang good idea. So I'm going to say print, not that I exactly know how to do that, collision layer. Oh, that was easy. Collision layer, collision mask. And then let's just say player layer. And then player mask. And then we could also do like the areas as well. So we'll come in here in the ready. We'll say print area layer, areas is layer, areas is mask. So it's going to print a bunch of them, but not that bad. Print in the process function just in case it's changed. Oh, somewhere else. Good call. Good call. Okay. I'll do it. I'll do it. It's going to be a lot of numbers. It's going to be a lot of numbers. I will say I'm already not sure what these numbers are. The mask is very perceivable. 4, 4, 4, 4, 1. I guess that's because there's multiple set on these. Okay. So over on the player, print it in a process. That's sus? Oh. This is sus. This is not normal. So we don't even, so I mean, I could print it in here. Okay, all right. We at least know what the issue is. And if I print player here in process, it's staying that big giant number. Okay, all right. Okay. We getting somewhere. We getting somewhere. All right. Okay. Understood. Understood. So then what is that terrifying number? How is it getting set? What does it mean? 3,200, 768, and then that's also applying to the areas underneath it. Like, that's weird. I don't even know. There's not a script on the main scene. Frankly, I have no idea how to explain it. I don't know how to explain that. That's unexplainable. Priority 1, that's what other things are. Priority 1. We didn't like change something weird there. I don't know. I don't know. What's an object that's being detected fine? A copter. Priority 1. Oh, it's not that sus. Oh no! It's not sus. Check what it is in binary. Right, so that's what I was thinking. I was thinking maybe it's because it had multiple set, and so it was representing it in binary. That's kind of what I was assuming. But I don't know if it does have multiple set. Player It's actually only set to one layer, and that's 16 is the layer. So let's say I set the player layer to 1, which might cause chaos. Let's not set it to 1. Let's set it to 3. Or let's do it to something that doesn't do anything. 6. 6 is an empty one. If I set the player layer to 6 and we print this, and this is just in the ready function for now. It says 32. It doesn't say 32,768. It just, and that was when I put it on 6. It says 32. So that kind of makes sense that by the time we get to 16, it's going to append some different values to it. But something simple, or whatever, if we do like a 1, it's just 2 to the power of 16. That checks out. 1, it can print 1 with no issue. Gotcha. I also didn't make my print very nice. Unlucky, I know. Oh man, so take back the excitement. Other than learning something new about the way it prints the collision or stores the collision data. That's interesting, I guess. Where did I put this print at? Oh, we're on the copter. I was like, what is happening? I'm just neatening up my print a little bit here. Yeah, I just want to neaten it up a little bit. All right. Yeah. Well, it was certainly worth looking into. Anyway, I don't even remember how that inspiration came about. I mean, we could still print it in the process, but it didn't seem to be changing. I didn't try doing the area process, but we could do it just for the sake of, you know, understanding if anything is happening. I will let this bug get away from me. I will download the GitHub repo and crush it with passion! With passion! I want to give you an award for that. How lucky is HyperGameDev? Is this game to have someone who's so determined to help squash bugs? Thank you, my 2 cents. Truly appreciate it, deeply. And that's true. The GitHub repo link is in the description box. It is there. It's an open source game that I'm developing here at this time. Someday it might not be open source, but for this version that's going to be released on itch when it's done, this prototype, this will always be open source. We need hyper awards every month. Honestly, I don't hate it. I don't hate that idea. It's not a bad idea. Most chat messages sent, most helpful, something like that, most welcoming. I don't know. It's like, I will say it sounds like a lot of work. I think that's why I wouldn't do it. Most aggro chatter, yeah. I feel like the worst part is I have to keep track of that, tally it, and then present it, which is gonna be a lot of effort for me. But other than that, it's a good idea. Okay, so I want to make sure everything is set back to normal. Oh, I was going to check the area in the process just for the sake of being thorough, because I technically didn't do that. I'm sure there's nothing to glean, but who knows? I don't even know if I have a process on this. Yeah, I don't think we do. Okay, so we're going to create a process just for this. Just for you, problem. Just for you, world's worst chatter. Process delta. Oh, that's what I did wrong earlier. I spelled process wrong. I was wondering why my process function I made earlier today wasn't working. It's because I spelled process wrong. All right, so indeed, it's staying the same value. Nothing funky there. Pity. And even that static body is there. Even that static, that really does amaze me a little bit. And we could even try further getting rid of that collision, seeing if that helps it see the static body. I would still need to be printing the stuff that it sees to really test that. Let me get rid of this and get rid of this, and I'll just comment it out. Who knows if we end up needing that again one of these days. And then, what was the other thing I wanted to do? Oh yeah, I was gonna turn, I turned off the collision for the area, the player proximity. And then if I come to the player, hi Travi, one of our cats is demanding attention. And so I must oblige. I'm very busy. We're very busy. We're doing very important things that absolutely cannot be interrupted or else. I'm trying to get him in view. He just came in here yelling at me. He was just yelling. Whoops, let's not move that. We want to move that. There we don't go. There we go. There he is. There's my buddy. There's my little buddy. Hello. Welcome. He just came in here demanding attention. And he's gonna try to cuddle up. I'm not very stable, man. I move around a lot. You don't like it when I move around. You like me to just be still. I don't know how still I'm feeling right now, my guy. This is Travi. He's a very cuddly cat, and I think he is in need of some attention. And therefore I must oblige. It's the only right answer. Who am I to deny him the love that he needs and deserves? I love you, Travi. You are a good, good boy. Yes, you are. A big boy. And a good boy. Yeah. We're coding a game. Add the cat to the game. What's up, Dark Rosen? Add the cat to the... Just add the cat to the game. It's not complicated. Put the cat in the game. And all the pets into the game. Including the pet horse. Ah, yes, the pet horse. Do you want to sit on my table? Do you want to sit on my little table? You can come sit on my little table. He's like, no, I don't. I want to sit on your lap. Can you stop moving it so much? Okay, alright. I'll try. I'll try. I have to be very still for him. The theme for Friday's Jam is cats. If you come and you recommend it, it's fair game. Then it's fair game. Alright, I'm gonna try to be as still as possible. See, he doesn't like movement. He's like, can you stop moving? Can you just be absolutely still, please? I can't do that. I'm sorry. I love you, buddy. Because he doesn't want to just, like, sit over there. He doesn't want to sit over there. He wants to sit on. Has the theme ever been time? I don't know. Maybe it's been something related to time. I'm not sure. It's a tough one. So there's been a lot of themes before I started doing it on itch.io. There's been a lot of themes before I started doing it on itch.io. But on itch.io, you can find all the past ones. This isn't the most comprehensive list of jams that we've done. It looks like I wasn't putting the... I don't know what these ones were. Impulse control. It was impulse control. That was time-ish. Cat time. You think it's time for that theme? It's time for that theme? Nice. Yeah, recommend it. Please suggest it on Friday. Changing and growing was this one. Not time. This one was... Up or Down was this one. Beyond Earth. And then we had PowerPointing. Lucky. We had Lucky Time Limit. What a weird topic. Lucky Time Limit? Apparently that was once a topic. Less is more, hack and jam, film inspired, back and forth exercise up and at 'em. So I think that's the closest we've gotten. Oh, Imagine Time. We did Imagine Time. Cause me, I'm gonna hear time and I'm gonna wanna, cause I get a little I want it to be a certain kind of topic that has like action to it, you know, and isn't like as straightforward as just one word often. Sometimes, it depends. So sometimes I'll like adjust it. So kind of, I would say yes, we kind of have. We kind of have. The ones with one submission are sad. Yeah, well, you know, that was a long time ago. That was a long time ago. And these submissions would come in from another source. They weren't coming in from itch. So this was before all of the submissions were on itch. So there were a couple that came outside of itch. And, you know, I just got it started, so there wasn't a lot. And then, you know, there was a point where no longer were we getting less than 4 submissions. Like, I don't think we've had less than 4 submissions in a while. Here we had 3 a month ago. So that was, but this was like Christmas, you know? I feel like a lot of people weren't around. It was like holiday season. So it was a little quieter. Oh, here we had 2 submit, but this is kind of older. Anyway, wow. Wow. Now that was a distraction. Jeez. My goodness. So let me just fix, man, what do you need? Do you need a snack? Are you hungry? Is that what you want? Do you need something from me? Are you hungry, my guy? I feel like you want something very specific. Do you want a snack? I could check on that for you. I could check on that for you, my guy. I could do that. Because he's being a little antsy. He's being a little antsy-pantsy. Can you hear his purring? Sometimes. All right, buddy. All right, I tell you what. I'm going to go check. I'm going to go check to see if he's had a snack. And I'll be right back. I apologize, but what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Hey! He's playing with my hair. Hold on. He has had a snack. He has had a snack. He just wants me to stop working on this game. He just wants me to stop. He's like, can you stop? Can you stop? Can you stop? Mods are not necessarily gone, all right? To be fair. Flabbergastrious. All right, anyway. Well, at least I've shook him for now. I've lost him for now. We'll see if it stays that way. Okay. Let me move this back down. There we go. All right. Where were we? What are we up to? So we're trying to get the mouse position so we can have, this is a whole stream. This is a whole thing. We're trying to have the arms follow the mouse. That's what we're here for. I'm going to print what the mouse is seeing. That would be nice. Oh, I guess I'm still testing this because I was kind of curious to see if it would see this collision body. It doesn't. It doesn't see the static body. Right, I was turning off this. Yeah, I don't know. There's something happened on the player. that makes things that are in the player node not be visible. So who knows? Let's just get rid of that for now. I think my 2 cents might be trying to diagnose it using the GitHub repo. So, hey, you know what? Someone's on it. So in the meantime, let me put this all back on, make sure everything's back to normal. And then what we want this to be seeing is the ground. The ground is visible if on the raycast we add an extra mask that it's checking for, which the ground layer is 1. So we want to set the mask here to 1. And so now it's going to be printing all kinds of ground stuff. But we need more than the ground to be seen, right? I need more than the ground to be seen because I need it to also see. So actually, we kind of need a separate function because I needed to see the copters. I needed to see all this stuff. I needed to see everything. It needs to see literally everything. Everything has to be visible, period. I wonder if, I don't know, it's tough because I really just want it to be seeing, I don't know. I'm a little conflicted here because I want the body and the head to be following no matter where you're looking. I almost feel like we should create an object that takes up the whole screen and that's what it detects. Do you know what I mean? So like if I don't say +1 here, I'm gonna go a little weird here. I'm gonna get a little strange here. So I do have this object in the main scene that I was using just for like measurement purposes, but it could come in handy for this use as well. For this grab distance. So this for this grab distance mesh is just this big gray sheet. It's just like a big wide box that's just smack dab in there. And so you can see how big it is. And then it's going to be under the ground a little as well. So what if I give this, so what if this isn't just a measurement tool? And rather we call this, I'm even going to make this, I'm going to convert it to a static body. Convert it to a static body. And I'm going to call it grab or cursor area. I'm just going to call it cursor area for now. I mean, cursor, not really area. I probably should use something other than area. Cursor zone. I'm going to call it the cursor zone is what I'm going to call this. I don't really know what I'm doing with conventions, naming conventions. And then we're going to take this mesh and let's get a collision for it. And I'm going to set its mask, its layer rather, to something of its own. I'm going to set it to 5. And we're going to rename layer 5 as cursor zone. It's the cursor zone. And then I'm going to come back to our camera here. I'm going to come back to our camera script. And I'm going to add in 5 as one of these masks that it can see. Or one of the layers that it sees via the mask. And I'm curious. Nice. Good. So we come out here, it doesn't see it. We come in here, it sees it. Oh, yeah, that's good. 416, nice. And that's the only one that's a body. So it should only see that. It shouldn't see anything else. So now that's the only thing that it's going to look for. And it's going to see it whether we're looking out here in the sky or we're down here on the ground. And this can help define where the actual potential grab zone looking areas are. And I might want to change this for sure. There's every chance that I want to make some changes to this. I'm also going to increase this. Let's make it 60 by 60. And we're going to want to do the same thing to this. So I'm just going to make a new collision here. Just so that way we know we have a big wide zone for it to potentially rotate and look at. I probably don't need it to be that big. Maybe I'm making a mistake by making it that big. I don't know. And ultimately, I don't want this to be visible, but I do want the collision to still work. I just don't want it to be visible. So we should still be able to see this. Yes, and so it's still printing a bunch of stuff. Now it's calling it the ground. Oh, because it is actually still looking for the ground. No, don't look for the ground. Ignore the ground. Why would you not ignore the ground? The ground... in the main... Whoops. The ground in the main scene... Where is the ground? Where's the ground at? I've lost the ground. Wait, where's the ground? Oh, duh. The ground is on each terrain. I see. I knew that. So it's only set to 1. That's all that it should need to be set to is 1. But over here on our camera, it's not looking for 1. It's looking for 4 and 16. So why would it see the ground? Shouldn't it not see the ground? That's a little confusing. I've literally omitted it. I mean, it collides with bodies, and the ground is a body. But why would it see the ground? If the ground doesn't have 1. That's a little strange. That seems odd. I wonder if like do the collision mask and layer things like not work with static bodies or something? I mean, it does work. So I don't know, that would make sense. So you can see it's a lot shorter or longer here. So like this is the cursor zone, this is the ground. Cursor zone, ground. Cursor zone, ground. You shouldn't actually be seeing the ground since I'm not adding that as a layer in here. So I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused. I mean, I could just make it an area. It's almost like it's not calling, but it is calling bodies. It's like it behaves differently with static bodies than areas, but then it doesn't necessarily. So I don't know. I don't really know what's going on here. I'm confused. I'm just confused. Let me try something that'll isolate it a little more. So right now I'm loading in a bunch of different things. Well, this is actually the blank one here. But these, you know, we have all these grounds over here. These are a bunch of different grounds in here. I'm going to say don't load the rest of the game for now. So I actually can... Oh, I knew... You guys... You guys heard how weird my audio was, right? I just realized I had my microphone... See, there's this setting, right? This is the way I normally set my audio. This is how it was set. You hear how different it is? It's all echoey. This is incorrect. This is how it's supposed to be set. I deeply apologize from the bottom of my heart. I'm going to take a snack bite after that. I deserve a snack for that. Good job, Liz. Okay, anyway. Apology. I was like, why do I sound so echoey? So I'm gonna spawn in just those blank terrains, which will be a little easier to manage if we only spawn those in. And the way I do that is by not changing this block's path. So this is something else that I'm gonna be working on soon, because this is not an ideal way to spawn in the blocks, but it is what I have for now. All right, so now you'll see it's not gonna spawn in anything else. It's only gonna spawn in blankness, which means there's only one possible ground that this could be, instead of multiple possible grounds, and that's the blank ground. The blank ground, let me open up that scene, that terrain. That is this one. Terrain collision layer set to 1, ground collision layer set to 1. It also has a mask set to 1, don't really need it to be. I mean, what if I just give it no collision layer? No collision layer to be found here. We fall through. So the collision isn't there, we're falling through. And yet it still sees the ground. Now, what if I turn off the collision? What happens? We fall through, but it still detects it. It still is detecting it. To be fair, there is another collision here. So let's turn that one off as well. Oh, there it's only seeing cursor zone. Interesting. So, I mean, it would almost seem like the layer and mask is doing nothing. Which to me, it seems like, my guess would be the raycast. There it sees ground. I feel like we're not setting the raycast collision correctly. To me, that seems like the most likely issue, if I were to guess. Because if I just turn off the collision on the ground, it just stops seeing it as it should. If I remove the ground collisions layer completely, no layer on it. Oh, that's a visual layer. That doesn't matter. I think it's still gonna see it. Maybe, unless it says cursor zone down there. It does say cursor zone. Wait. Okay, hold on. That actually didn't do what I thought it did. Okay. Actually, turning off the layer did. Wait, now that's confusing because 1 isn't a layer. So there it's reporting ground, 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 ground. It's seeing the ground for days. So much ground. I'm going to actually get rid of the cursor zone for now. Assuming I can. I'm going to turn off its collision. Make sure, because I just don't want that to muddy this up at all, because it's making it a little confusing. We are grounded. Okay, so it doesn't see the cursor zone anymore. The cursor zone is not being detected. It's seeing the ground. Okay. In theory, we've set up the raycast to only see layer 5, 4, and 16, in theory, those are the only things it should see. In theory. Now, if I come to this ground, I'm going to take away the ground layer designation. By the way, its only designation is 1, which is neither 5, 4, or 16. Or whatever all those were. It's not. 1 wasn't even in there anyway. But if I take it away, now it doesn't see the ground. So it would seem, at least... So, okay, suppose this. So what if I set it to 5? Will it see the ground? It does. So the raycast is seeing layer 1. I don't know how it's seeing layer 1 or where to tell it to stop seeing layer 1. There's this thing called a cull mask. What is this? The culling mask describes which visual instance layers are rendered by this camera. I don't think that's... No, we don't want that at all. That's not relevant. Okay, that's nothing. Rake remask 5, 4, and 16. I mean, I could just set this to nothing, right? Let me just comment this out. We're not even defining any particular layer that it's looking for. And it's going to see it as long as it's in 1. Whereas now, if I come to the ground and I set it to layer 5, where before this was letting it be seen because of that line of code we were setting. Oh wait, it still sees it. Okay, now I'm freaking confused. What if I give it 18? I don't have 18 defined anywhere. It's just looking for any layer. Now it sees it. If I take it off, it doesn't see it. So the raycast is just looking for anything that has a layer. Does it have a layer? Then I see it. So the layer designation doesn't seem to matter to the raycast, which I find a little surprising. But I don't know. I mean, I'm a little ignorant to what these things do. And how they work and stuff. I can't even... Oh, here we go. Pull us in the documents. Documentation. Collision mask. The physics layers the query will detect as a bit mask. By default, all collision layers are detected. See collision layers and masks in the documentation for more information. Oh, this is interesting. Now, but this documentation that we're on, this is for physics ray query. Okay, so this is for raycasting, I think. So this is actually specific to a raycast. Interesting. All right, yeah, let's see what the documentation says about it. This is intriguing. My 2 cents is back. Welcome back. I am actually still in it as well in this little situation. I've made some strange, confusing discoveries that I'm still trying to understand. And basically what I've been experimenting with, what I wanted to do was set up a cursor zone in the main scene. Oh, you set it to the bit mask and it works. You set to 16 and it doesn't work. Wow. That's very interesting. Amazing work. But what? So, I mean, is that like a bug? Is that like a bug? I mean, my goodness. And also, are you using the same version of Godot as me? Oops, stream glitches. Whoopsie. I was worried that would happen. Yeah, okay. All right, whoopsie. Whoopsie, stream glitches. I apologize. I apologize. The numbers are wavering. The numbers be wavering. That should be at about 3,000. That should be at about 3,000. It looks like it's struggling a teensy weens. It would appear to be struggling a little teens, a little weens. We only need purple, gray, and green. Those are the only colors that matter. Oh, God. Yeah, I guess the Godot documentation website is not using 4.1.3. Oh, interesting. Okay. I think I'm on 4.1.1. The Godot documentation website do be hurting my internet for some reason, so I don't think I can actually look at this. As much as I would like to, we can't. We can't! It's gonna melt the stream down! It's gonna melt the stream down! I mean, I think it's amazing, you know, to see, like, I mean, it's hard to say, like, if that's, like, optimized objects or not. Or, sorry, optimized websites. But, like, what's the Godot documentation website doing that it uses so much bandwidth? But, like, Google Sheets or Discord doesn't use that much bandwidth. Like, what is it doing? Is it crypto mining? Like, my goodness. All right, I'm going to play the music. I'm going to play the music. We're still waiting for it to balance out. It's all upset. I could try using our other internet at this point. My partner isn't working anymore. But the other internet is known to have problems. Oh, it's balancing. It's rebalancing. Dude, what is with the Godot docs page? It's like using too much bandwidth. Like, why? What does it need all that bandwidth for? What are you doing, Godot docs? I mean, how strange is that? I might try switching my internets. I'm gonna try switching my internets. Don't worry, the stream will go away and buffer for like 20, 10, 5 seconds or something, all right? It's gonna buffer for as long as it takes me to unplug one Ethernet cable and plug in another, all right? So you know how they can be a little, they kind of like get stuck in there and you gotta like press a little tabby and pull it? I have to do that. And I have to do that twice and then plug them in. So just as long as that takes. The stream is gonna buffer, but don't worry. I'll be right back. All right, here we go. You ready for this internet swap time? Here we go. Okay, is it a live stream again? Is it a live stream again? I think it's back. See, it was quick. It was quick. Didn't take long. I know there was a lot of weird stuff that popped up there. Some of you might have recognized a little bit of that from the old days. All right, this internet seems pretty stable right now. I think we're okay. You see, everything's fine. We're here. We got this. We all right. My 2 cents says, I spent most of the time trying to get the project to run on my machine. What? Turned out the issue was I had to set Blender EXE path. Oh, wow. Sorry about that. That's interesting. Maybe, I wonder if that's like a note I can put on the GitHub somehow. Definitely, dude. You can type out whole descriptions on GitHub. I should make sure I do that. Thank you for letting me know that. That's really helpful in terms of just like making sure other people can access it. All right, we're on the other internet. It's pretty stable right now. And I should be able to open up, I will be able to open up the documentation without problem. So, hey, that's good news. That's good news, y'all. Get that music out of here. We sorted it out. You, after installing a game that's secretly a crypto miner, you're increasing the Bitcoin value by 3,000%. They need you. They need you. I missed this message because of, let me just make sure the chat is back. It is. Okay. My 2 cents had also said, I don't know if it'll appear, but it might. It might. Yes. You said the game looks so good when I don't look at it through YouTube stream. Oh, cool. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. And that's part of the reason. That's partly because I have my bitrate set so low and YouTube compresses it. And there's really not much I can even do with the bitrate, honestly. That's just YouTube compression, yeah. I loved that. The game looks so good on your machine. I love it. So yeah. Let's get this out of here. So first of all, that's amazing, my 2 cents. What you have discovered is amazing. So this is what we have to do. We have to set the collision mask on the raycast to this bit mask value, and then we'll be able to do it. You almost finished the demo of your Scratch game. Nice. That's exciting. So over here on the player, so I want to tell you what I've been up to, my 2 cents. What I wanted to do was in the main scene, sorry, let me talk about that first. In the main scene, I created this big old block. Boop, boop, boop. It's like this big area. And I wanted this to be what reports the position of the cursor and where it should be looking around the scene. I don't know, I'm not saying this is like the best idea, but like this is what I was setting up. This was my idea. So it was setting this up. And this can be detected and everything. I turned off the collision for now, but let's turn it back on. Not make it visible. I don't know where we're at with where the settings are, but maybe it'll be fine. So if I come up here, you can see it's seeing cursor zone, and that's what I named it. This is the cursor zone up here. And indeed, it sees the cursor zone. Now, if I come down here, it sees the ground. So I'm like, well, I don't want it to see the ground. Don't look at the ground. I want you to look at the cursor zone. I want it to look through the ground at the cursor zone behind the ground. That's what I want. And so I just was kind of noticing an interesting thing. I can't get it to not see the ground unless I give the ground no layer. So if I turn off its collision or whatever. So if I turn off the collision of the cursor zone, so the cursor zone collision is off, meaning it's gonna see the ground. It will report the ground. Ground. And now if I hover over the sky, it sees nothing because the cursor zone isn't visible. Okay, this makes sense. So now I'm gonna come to the ground. All right, we're chilling on the ground. The ground is set to layer 1. Now, layer 1 is not one of the layers defined as a mask here. 1 isn't one of them. We have 5, 4, and 16. Now, based on what you're telling me, you know, we might have better luck setting these to the bit mask values. So we could even make, I guess we literally, would I just say, oh my God, that's a lot of zeros. Am I supposed to count though? I guess we can just copy it. Dude, what? That is so many zeros. So I guess I'll put it in here like this. Like this. Instead of 16. All right, so that's wild, right? That's just wild in general. But 1 isn't one of these, and yet it sees the ground anyway. Now let's say I set it to 11, which is also certainly not declared in here. And now if I hit play, oh, it was gonna restart us back. Now if I hit play, it's not seeing the ground. That's interesting. But if I set it back to 1, it does see the ground? The thing is, when we knew 32,768 is 2 to the power of 16, we should have known it doesn't work like we think it works. Oh, that's a good point. Oh. You can't set collision mass to 16. You have to set it to 2 to the power of 16. First of all, that makes sense. Also, couldn't we just do that like 32,000 one? That 32768? Also, look, it sees the player. It sees the player. And look, it appears. The bar appears. It works. Nice. That did fix it using the hex, or the bit mask. Look at that. Look at it go. Nice. Well, now we can get the player hover at work. At least we solved that mystery. Let's go. Nice one, my 2 cents. Like, it was 32,768, wasn't it? Would that work as well? It does. It sees 32,768 as well. So I don't have to do it as a bit mask. Feels great to crush a nasty bug. A nasty bug. I do kind of like this a little better. Like, I'm glad you can convert it into like bits, but like what if it's just this? At least this I can pull up by printing the current value. I think this looks nicer. Okay. So maybe you can help me, and no pressure too, because you have earned your keep. Like get out of here, do what you gotta do if you gotta. Take a break, sit back, relax. But like, I do want to say that I'm a little confused about what's going on with regards to the ground being detected. I don't understand why the ground is detected. So let's say I even get this out of here. We're not even defining any collision masks at all. I'm not telling it what to see and what not to see. It doesn't see the player. Oh, it does see the player. I'm confused. I'm confused. That's it. I'm confused. I don't understand. Wait, what? Why does it see the player now? I just commented that out. Now it doesn't see the player. What? So you'll know, the reason why I know it's seeing the player is because that health bar appears. That blue health bar appears if it sees the player. So I'm hovering, it doesn't see the player. If I leave that in and I comment this out, what? If you don't define the collision mask, it's set to 1 by default. I think it must be set to all of them. I think it must be set to all of them. I think that makes the most sense. And actually, I know that that's right because it says so in the documentation. So if we pull up the documentation for collision mask, so it'll say, by default, all collision layers are detected. Wow. Okay. That's very interesting. So, okay, all right. Okay. So then my question is, first of all, we squashed a nasty bug. You squashed a nasty bug, and everything makes a lot more sense. Now here's my next question. How do I tell it not to see a particular mask? Because even though 1 isn't defined here, it's still seeing the ground. The ground is only set to layer 1. If I set it to layer 12, which we haven't defined, it's not gonna see it, and it's not gonna pop up on the bottom there, and we're not gonna see it. But if I set it to 1 and nothing else, it'll see it. So I feel like it's still default. It's like including one in the list of things that it sees. Which, like, whatever, like, I don't need to, I mean, I could just be okay with it. Maybe I should just let it go. Maybe I need to just let it go and say, let it see the ground. But, like, why? Why does it see the ground? Why would it see one? We at one point had an issue where it didn't detect anything. Yeah. We did four, oh, right. So maybe that's why I'm not able to show you the problem I was having earlier, because this is in here correctly now. So I wonder if in some weird way, 16 was like breaking it somehow. So if I set it like that, it doesn't see the ground at all now. Wow, it doesn't see anything. So it seems like putting a number that it doesn't know what to do with, 4 plus 5 is messing it up. Now it's just 4 plus 16, as you had mentioned. And now it doesn't see literally anything. Pierogi says, I'm sure the syntax is correct using plus like that, but to me it looks very weird like that it's adding. I know, I hate it. My 2 cents when I asked why, the response was because that's how bits work, I think was the response. So I think it's just something to do with the fact that it's, and if we look at the documentation, it says as much, that the query that it will detect is a bit mask. I meant to zoom, not erase everything. And so I think that's why we have to add it. Dude, it totally is so weird, right? Remember, you need to do 2 to the power of something, never the number alone. Right. That's the conclusion of the fix of the bug. Okay. That makes sense, and that makes sense to me. Now that you explain it and you teach me these things I could have never possibly understood without your help. You said the 5 plus 4 is messing. So wait, you're saying that this could be why it's seeing... So, okay, so what if I just say, that's why it's seeing layer 1? So if I cut this out and we just say, look for layer 16, or in other words, 32768. You're saying, perhaps, maybe, it won't see the ground on layer 1. Oh, it doesn't now! 5 has a 1 in it, I guess. Oh, because 5 isn't. But if I just do 4 plus the 2, and that's the same, it's to the power. It's the 2 to the power. Now it doesn't see. Wow. Okay, all right. So what we have to do is I have to make sure I find out the way Godot sees the layer names. You know, it would be nice if I could just like, no, I think, Rogi, I think you're correct. If your math isn't correct, your conclusion is correct, which is that 5 has a 1 in it and it's seeing it. No, you're based on what I just tested here, you absolutely are correct. Let's add the 5 back in, right? I'm going to add that 5 in. And I bet it's going to see the ground, which we don't want it to. Now it sees the ground. Now it sees the ground. That's wild. So what I need to do is I need to find out, you know, for 5. So 5 is what I want that. What is 5? 5 is, what is 5? What is, 5 was supposed to be the cursor zone, I think. I think that's what 5 is supposed to be, is the cursor zone. If you want layers 4 and 5, you need 2 to the power of 5. 2 to the power of 4 and 2 to the power of 5. So you're saying if I bust out a calculator here. How the hell do you calculate this? I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to calculate to the power of anything. How do I calculate such a thing? How does one do that? 2 to the power. See if Google can do it for me. 32. 32. It's 32. Square root. Yeah. That makes sense. So then, 4, it's able to see 4. I mean, what I was thinking is, let's say I print. I mean, I could do the math, right? And that'll work. We know that'll work, right? And so if I come back here, we do top left corner of the calculator. You can use scientific calculator. We're scientific? Wait, we're being scientific? Let's go. We can type a caret? 2 to the power. Oh, we can. We can. Thank you. Wait, I don't know if we can. Wait, can we clear it? Can we try it again? 2 to the power of 4 equals 16. Nice. It's the x power y, this one. Whatever's simpler, I'm all for. And so it's always to the power of what? You said it was to the power of 2, but we're all doing 2 to the power of something? You have to set 2, oh, it's the other way around. Okay, I see. Guys, I don't know. This stuff is not in my head, it's over my head. It's not on my head, it's over my head. But this doesn't seem complicated now that you explain it. Now, if I do 2 to the power of 16, that gives us 65,536. So why doesn't that work? Why is it that it's 32,768? 2 to the power of 15 to get layer 16? Why? Why? Why would it be 15? Ideally, it wouldn't be on or over your head, but instead in your head. That's true. That's true. Oh, that makes sense. Yes. In the head. That's right. I see. I knew it was one of those prepositions. And so if we do 2 to the power of 15, oops, that's not how that works. 2 to the power of 15, then it's the 32,768. I gotta take away credit for Godot here. This is not cool. Like, this is not, oh look, oh my god, you guys, it's right there. Look, Jesus frickin' flip dogs. Jesus flipping hot dogs because he doesn't have a job. Except for that, which is a job. Shoot! Look, it's right there. It tells you. It tells you. Well, I'm very glad that we found out what you can do in Windows Calculator. But it tells you the bit mask value if you hover over it. I can't get as mad. I'm much less mad though. Did Jesus have a job? Jesus probably did have a job, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's so appalling. It's so appalling that Jesus is stuck flipping hot dogs. Why would you flip a hot dog? You roll it. That's how bad things have gotten. It's just, it's hard to speak about it. It's so unbelievable. Okay, wow. Okay, so if I want layer 5, it's going to be 16, and we know that now. And that's for the cursor zone. I've set the cursor zone to be on layer 5. And so then the ground won't be detected. We say plus. So wait, why? Okay, but why does 4 work? Why is it 4 a bit mask? But here it says 8. Is it because, like, under a certain number? Because I know when we were printing it, 4 is actually 2. 4 is actually 2. No, actually, that makes sense, because it is wrong, because 4 hasn't been detected properly. Okay, so it is wrong. Okay, good. Good! It better be wrong. Otherwise, nothing makes sense. Okay, all right. 4 is wrong, thank goodness. So we have to hover over these and grab the bit value. Not the bit, but the value. Okay. Whew. So for this one, it's gonna be 8. So we're saying that it's looking for 8. I need to put a comment. After is set, remember, masks / layers need to be set with the bit 2 to the power values. I'm just gonna add that in there. We're just gonna put that in there for the future. And we want to say 8 plus 16 plus that. So that means it'll see the helicopters. It's so wild because it was seeing the helicopters anyway. Okay, it sees the player. It won't see the helicopter because it's not a static body. The cursor zone collision is turned off, so it won't see that. Now, the thing is I don't really want it to look at the player, which is kind of a whole, I kind of need another function. So, but now it's seeing the cursor zone just as I want to. The player is getting in the way. Now we have another problem. The player is getting in the way. So I don't actually want the hover ray. I want the mouse, I want the cursor ray. I want to make a whole new function. Right? I think I want to make an entirely new function. Because I don't actually, but even if I do that, but the problem is we were dividing it between areas and bodies. So the solution then would be to not have the player be seen as a body, but to have the areas be seen as the player. It's a little confusing. Because I probably will want to be able to hover over the player again at some point. I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's just that when it starts if we're tracking the cursor, I feel like it's going to get really weird if it starts trying to track on itself. Like, I don't feel comfortable with it tracking on itself. I feel like that's going to look weird. But now this raycast is seeing 2 different things. So if now I just need to fundamentally understand what's happening here. So the hover ray, we have 2 different raycast functions. We have the grab ray, and we have the hover ray. The grab ray calls the shoot ray function with an argument of false. And so if it's calling with the argument false, then it's only going to be looking for collisions with areas. And it's not going to be looking for any collisions with bodies, which allows us to do the things that we do, like, for example, click on these helicopters and delete them. Even though that's not working right now, which is true. Why isn't that working? Probably because we need to set NPC layer is layer 2. Oh, that's why that was working. Because we had 4, which is 2. But it says the value is 2. Oh my god. So wait, if I say 2 plus, it's so confusing. So now I should be able to delete these again. There it goes. Wow, that's wild. 4 is 3. And 3 is 4. Up is down. Left is right. Okay, so we want it to be set to 2. That's okay, Rogie, I forgive you. So we can delete these. The reason why I can delete these, and it doesn't appear down here, so we see it's seeing the cursor zone, right? If I were to make the cursor zone not detectable here, because what's being printed down here is what hover ray is seeing, right? So it's the same raycast function, shoot ray, but it's being called with a different argument. One is being called with false, one is being called with true. The one that's being called with false is seeing the helicopters, and so I'm able to click on them. The one that's being called with true sees the player, and that's the bodies. So you know what I think? I think, couldn't I just, and correct me if I'm wrong, couldn't I just add another argument onto here? Like I could say hover ray, not only true, but also like player. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, I can't just, that didn't work. Or could I say like this, like a string? Too many arguments. Oh, we could only have one. Darn. Okay, so I can't do that. Because what I want is to have like a third condition. Do you know what I mean? We can add an argument? Oh, is it because shoot ray, I see, collide bodies. Oh, so I would say thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Oh my god, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we would want to say collide bodies. Like, would I have figured that out if we were on the hacky path instead of the helpy path? I don't know. That's the difference. That's the difference between the hacky path and the healthy path, everybody. That is the main difference. Hacky versus helpy, ladies, gentlemen, NBs, and other. Hacky is me being like, I don't know. Helpy is y'all helping me, and it's fine. I will go down either one. I will. Or set it to a default value. It's thank you. And I have plans for this graphic, Rogie. I have a lot of plans for this. So I plan to set up an animation, actually, believe it or not, that lets me move around. I want to set up a whole move around situation so I can like doop doop doop, like actually go down the path. That's what I want. And then actually I think if I do this one, it should be cut off. No, it's not. That's okay. Maybe the right one. One of them's cut off. One of y'all's cut off. Oh, none of them's cut. Oh, this one's kind of cut off. Doot, 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 doot. And then I want to have chat in my back seat. So I want to make a car. I have a whole plan for this for Rogigun. I want to make a car overlay, and I want it to look like I'm sitting in the car, and then I'm going to play an animation that drives me down the road, and then chat is going to be in the back seat of the car. So I'm being backseated. The backseat coding will be on the helpy road, and then the hacky road, who knows who's in the backseat? Nobody's in the backseat. Anyway. Shoot ray collect bodies, Boolean, include player, Boolean true. Whoa, that's not what I was gonna do. I wasn't gonna do that, but I like that. ChatGPT in the backseat. Yes, exactly. Yes, right. Yes. Yep. That's much more accurate. That's actually much more accurate. So maybe the two roads shouldn't be hacky or helpy. It should be help or ChatGPT. The only reason I put the Y on the end, I know the Y is so juvenile. The only reason I put the Y on the end was because I wanted it to go with hacky. But we could say like chat or chat GPT would be the two paths. That's what we're gonna say. That's what we're gonna say. Thank you, Merp, for helping me figure that out. All right. So what I was gonna do was something else, and we shouldn't do it, so we're not gonna do it. So collide with bodies, Boolean, include player, Boolean equals true, and then we just say Boolean here. So wait, why are you saying true? Wouldn't I want to then define that on a case-by-case basis? I think I would, right? I'm assuming, and I could be wrong. So now these other ones are wrong because it expected at least 2. So then this one needs to be false. Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, my 2 cents. Oh my gosh. So we can now say false. So for the grab ray, we definitely don't want it to see the player. Absolutely not. For the hover ray, I actually also don't want it to see the player. Actually, I do want to see the player. I want to make a new function. So this should see the player. I want to create a new function. And this function, if you set it to true, it's a default value, so you have to specify in the already existing function calls. It will still run. Oh. That's interesting. I kind of feel like it's going to be more readable to me if I don't do that. But I kind of also want to do it, so that way I have a reference point for that, because that sounds really useful. That's like something I'm gonna forget. Like, I'm gonna forget that. But that's a really useful thing to know. I'm gonna not do it against some judgment that I have. So if I say this will be cursor ray. So this will be a ray that's just for the cursor. It's more readable if you don't use it like that, yeah. But it would be more learnable otherwise. And this one's gonna be true false. So this is a bunch of functions calling this, I know, and that's like less performant, but I need them. I need them all. I need them all. And so here is where we'll send it to the mouse position 3D, is from the cursor ray. So now that we have this true and false, I need to make this matter, right? So then I wanna come back up here, and I wanna say, if, what did I call it again? Include player? I didn't call it that, you called it that, and that's a great name for it. If include player is set to true, oh, I guess what I want, wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. Yeah, that's right. So we want to say if include player. Wait, is that right? That's not right. We have to change the collision mask. That's what we have to change. That's how we exclude the player or not, is by changing the collision mask, right? So that's going to make a lot more sense. If include player is true, then we want this in here. Else, we want it to be all of this except for that last one. I mean, really, I don't need all of this anyway, actually. I actually don't need any of that. The only one I need would be 5, because it's just the cursor zone. So I could even say, instead of include player, we could say is cursor, or whatever. And then I could rename this to is cursor. Where is that? I wonder if it would be more performant to even have one for the other one too, the grabbing. Because some of the stuff we don't actually need it to detect. I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying? Like right now we're doing areas versus bodies, but we could also say look for areas or bodies. Look for both of them. To be honest, if it were me, now that we're using the collision layers, I'd remove the collide with areas bodies. Right. But if I do that, then I need to have these if statements, right? So that way it excludes certain things if it's calling those different things, and just take the collision mask as an argument. What? Wait, we can just have the collision mask be an argument? I like that. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I like that. Oh my gosh. Jesus criminy. Flip do in a doghouse. What? Is there another credit? I mean, this is Godot. This is Godot consultant stuff. I don't know what I'll say. That is, wow. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. That's the only argument you need in this case. You're a freaking genius. You're a genius. Like, I want to give you the genius trophy. What? Oh my gosh. Okay, so, like, what? Okay, all right, so, okay. So we would want to say, first of all, I'm going to put this in the clipboard so I don't forget all these. We're going to say collision mask equals, mask. I don't know, just mask. Like, whatever. We don't even have to do any of that. Just say mask. We have to define it, but whatever. Might as well keep this reminder here. Literally, get rid of this. I'm going to comment it out for now. But let's get rid of it, pretty much. And then, for the shoot ray, I want shoot ray to only call with one thing, and that is mask. And then we're going to come down here. And I guess I want to set it to an integer. And then for the grab ray, but then, so will I be able to add the pluses in here? I guess so. I guess I will because it's bits. Oh, that's what bits are. It can subtract them and then figure out. That's why if you were saying 5 includes 1. You know what? It's all coming together. Okay. So for this one, I would want it to detect 8. What is 8? Oh gosh, I don't know how to read these as the things. I'm just gonna come back here. Health. We do want it to see health if it's the grab ray. We do want it to see health, and we want it to see NPC. So we want to set it to 2, 8, and obstacle at the same time. So 4. So I actually want it to be 2, 8, and 4. Is what I want these to be. 2 plus 8 plus 4. Or, sorry, 4 plus 8. Will it accept that? Wow. That's wild. I see, because it's mathing it. Dude, this is... I feel like I'm having a sublime moment of understanding computer math a little better. It's only one integer. This is one value. And the plus makes sense because it's reading it in bits. And the way the computer understands bits is by, like, dividing it up. And then see, it only can be, you know, what this equals, which is 14. It can only be 14. 12. Wait, this is 12. No, it's 14. 2 plus 8 is 10. 10 plus 4 is 14. So it can only be 14 if it includes 2, 4, and 8. This is amazing. Okay, anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just enjoying this a lot. So then here, for the hover ray, I only want this to see the player, which means I'm going to want to put that 32768 in there. 32768. Right now, this is only supposed to look, the hover is only supposed to look for the player. Now for this new one, the cursor, this one is looking for 5, which is 16, right? Although please be mindful of the 2 by... What? Are you trolling me? Are you trolling me? The 2 to the power of... The 2 to the power of... How do I even read that out loud? 2 to the power of x minus 1. The minus 1 is missing here, in my opinion. Remember we had to do 2 to the power of 15 to get layer 16. I do remember that. Okay. Alright. I do remember that, actually. I do actually remember that. Okay. Alright. So it's not as simple. It's not as simple as 2 plus 8. Thank you for clarifying that. So we're not misinforming anybody. It'd be disinforming. So here we have 2 plus 4 plus 8. And I was saying if these add up, the computer can chop them down in its brain and understand that that means 2, 4, and 8 separately, even though it reads it as 14, right? It reads it as 14, but well, we read it as 14. It reads it as all of these separately, right? And what Merp is saying is that, or not Merp, what my 2 cents is saying is that that's not always necessarily true. Because for some of them, there's a minus 1. When does that even come into play? I don't even know. I don't even know. Is that always in play? Oh, so here if I look at layer 1, it says bit 0, value 1. Here if I look at 2, it says bit 1. So it's that programmer code. It's all of them. Gotcha. It's like a programmer counting, where you start with 0, not 1. Gotcha. Wow. Wow, does that make more sense? That's another sublime moment. So even though these are showing us 1, 2, 3, 4, it's actually 0, 1. Why not just Godot? Why didn't you just make this 0? I don't know, but it did. It didn't. Okay. Important consideration. Important consideration. Thank you. Best stream ever. What will I do for the 1000 special? I don't know. I'll just be like, yay! I'll be like, yay! Thank you, guys! I don't know. What should I do? I mean, you know, I'm pretty burned out as it is, so like I don't know. I mean I'm working on a devlog video in general that I want to release. That would be cool to release that on 1000, but I don't know. Maybe make a short? I don't know what I'll do. I'll put something on. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make an overlay. All right? I'll make an overlay, something on the screen that celebrates it. That's what I'll do. Tincho, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing great. Thanks for stopping in. It's going pretty well. I'm having a lot of fun learning about math, bits, and Godot, and collisions, and things like that. All I really wanted to set up was the character's arms and head following the cursor position. I wanted to look basically like if the cursor is moving, I want the arms to follow it. And that is just taking me down a whole path of very interesting lessons. And I think we're gonna get it sorted out before the end of the stream. So I'm very excited about that. How's it going with you? How are you doing, Sancho? So raycast result equals shoot ray. Okay, so for this one, this is the cursor. This is 5, which means we want to set it to 16. I think my head was covering it up. 16. That's what we want to set it to. Are you working in inverse kinematics? You know, not yet. Maybe someday. Maybe one of these days. This raycast in particular is for detecting the position of the cursor and to understand what the cursor is pointing or looking at. And then based on what it's looking at, having different things happen in the game. So for example, okay, first of all, let me just make sure that this is fixed. So we're calling 16, I guess this should work. I guess does it work? Is it just gonna work? Is it gonna work? I'm scared. It does work! Oh my gosh. Okay, so different things are happening here, right? So, you see this blue health bar here? Wait, why isn't it going away? It should go away. Wait, it doesn't work. Hold on, wait, something weird. Hold on, wait. Wait a minute, something is strange. I can't click on these. And this isn't going away. Something different is happening, and I don't know what it is. I wonder if I do still need to set these to true, though. Like, what if I set these both to true? Like, I wonder if I don't define them, if that causes a problem. I forgot to apply the... I did? Oh, shoot. Wait. I did? So wait, how do I apply that rule? How would I apply it? Because I thought... Okay, I'm more confused than I thought. I'm more confused than I thought. I thought that was already included in there. Because... So what you were helping us set up was the collision mask being called, or the collision mask being set up by a call in the function called mask in this case. So in shoot ray, we have mask. And maybe I need to like be more clear about what this is. Like that it's an int or something. If you read them from the value in the editor, you should be good. That's what I did. That is where I got them from. That's where I got them from. That's where I got them from. So 2, 4, and 8. So if I hover over layer 2, it says that value, it's value 2. Right? If we hover over 16, it says it's 32,768. And that's the correct one, right? Unless I need to do the bits, but I think I need to do the value, right? We're good? Okay, so that's good. That's good. So something else is going wrong then. Something else is going wrong. I guess we could say print ray query collision mask. So we could see... Oh, so first of all, I'm not calling the cursor ray function. The cursor ray function isn't being called, for one thing. But hover ray is being called. And grab ray is being called. So that should be fine. That much should work. Oh, and let me not print out... Oh, there it's actually... It is updating it pretty well. But let me also not print out all the things it's saying. It's just getting complex. Tincho, I wanted to explain it nicely, but we're making changes that make the way I was going to explain it not work anymore. So I have to fix it in order to be able to tell you about it, but we'll get there. You can print all of that. This. I don't want it to print this right now. Okay. So down here in the output, it's going to print which collision mask is currently set. So if I'm hovering over the player, it's saying 32,768. If I hover over the copter, I'm actually really confused. I guess it doesn't matter. It's saying 14, so it's adding them together. Right. But wait, why is it... Wait, what? Oh, I gotta pass this. First of all, that's a mistake. I'm just a little confused, because we should be able to click on these guys, these helicopters, and delete them. And then when I hover over that character, when I take the mouse away, it should see that I'm not hovering over it anymore and hide this. Whereas if I put it back to the way that it was, which will take some effort, but let's do it. I'm just going to copy this whole script. Not this script, my bad. The raycast script. Oh, it got a little complicated again. So if I put this back to the way that it was. Oh gosh. We want it to be true here. And false here. So this is the way we had it. And we'll just keep it as mask for the sake of simplicity. No, whatever. Let's not keep it the same. Let's change it. Let's change it. if I change this to collide bodies, it'll be more readable this way. So instead of mask, where is that? Here. Instead of this, we want to say 2 plus 4 plus 8 plus 32,768. So all the things we want to be potentially detected. And then bring this back in, collide bodies. Okay. So now if we play it, it hovers. If I pull away, well, these delete. At least these delete. So I can click on these. I don't know why this isn't disappearing. So that I can't explain yet. But I am able to click on these now. Wonder why that's not disappearing. Anyway. I wonder, oh, I think I know why. Because we're probably still colliding with something that it sees. That's why. That's why. Because of the cursor zone would be my guess. Because that's a body. So that's why that bar isn't going away. But what is different is that now it's able to see the helicopters. Whereas when I was doing it before and calling the mask value, I couldn't click on these helicopters and make them disappear. Does that make sense? So I'm going to copy all this code, and I'm just going to attempt to just paste this right back on top. See how that goes. I think it went well. I think that went well. Oh, that's the wrong code. We don't want that one. We want this one. Okay. So this is with it set up. Instead of doing the collide with areas, collide with bodies, here we're just setting it the mask. And the shoot ray is calling mask. And then we're calling shoot ray, and we're giving it the argument 2 plus 4 plus 8. So it calls with all of these. I actually don't know that I want 8 in there. Do I? What is 5 again? 5 is 16. Okay, so that's fine. You can set collide with areas to true. Oh, is that all that it was? So now if I play it this way, I see, like, that's not default. Oh. But camera 3D physics buzz, the camera file position. What did I do? What did I break? What did I break? Just tell me, what did I break? I broke something. I broke something. Okay, change the plan. We're gonna Control Z until it goes back to the way it was. No more pasting. Let me try this. Oh, this wasn't finished yet. Oh, dear God. We gotta keep going. Undo, 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 undo. So much. Oh, God. That's too much undoing. I'm only a little confused. About where we've ended up here. And then the cursor ray, this one is supposed to be 16. This one isn't getting called, so it shouldn't really matter. Okay. Are we good? Are we good? Do we run the game? What? Invalid get index position on base nil. What are you talking about? What did we do? Camera follow position? Did I... Where are we? This is on this. This is for the camera itself movement. This has nothing to do with the raycast. Invalid get index position. It doesn't have a position? Why doesn't it have a position anymore? Where is it? Is it getting deleted? Cam target? Did we mess up cam target? Node 3D. Is it still a Node 3D? That's an export. Maybe I moved it. Did I like move this or something? Oh, it's not. The cam target got unassigned. Oh, I see. Because I pasted over all of the code. Because I pasted over all of the code, it reset the export variable. That's why. And so this cam target, which is how the interpolation works, is it follows this node that's floating outside the player. That I've been setting with this export, which screw that. I'm not setting it with an export. Dude, exports sometimes, like export assignments, this is not the first time that's happened, and I find it really annoying. So I'm just going to have this be access as unique name. It's not going to be an export. Instead, I'm going to make it an onReady. And we're just going to drag this in here. And we're just going to say it like that. That's how that's going to work. That's how that's going to work. I don't like this assignment stuff. I don't trust this assignment stuff. Okay, whew, we're back. I can't click on them. That's okay, because I need to set collide with areas to be true. So we'll set this to true. And it works. Okay. Whew. Oh. All right. Oh my gosh. And it fades away. Okay. All right. All right. Everything makes sense again. Thank you, my 2 cents. Thank you very much. All right. We got to figure it out. Now. Ooh, it gets confusing. It starts to get confusing, but I like it. I like text code, guys. I'm into text code. Like, I started out my game dev life deep in visual coding, blueprints, this other thing I'm not even going to bother telling you about called dreams. I did do visual programming a lot, and I loved it, and I thought I needed it. I like text code. I do. I like it. And I don't know why I was saying that. I don't know why I was saying that, but I feel it very strongly right now. Anyway, all right. So here's what we're up to. Here's what I'm really up to. When I move the cursor around, I want there to be some detection. I want the arms to follow. So I have a raycast in here, and the raycast comes from the center of the camera and it goes at the cursor. And the cursor, it's in 3D space, so it goes deep down and it sees different things. It's how this helicopter is able to be seen underneath the mouse and destroyed. It's how this health bar is able to appear when I hover over it and disappear when I unhover it. So that's that stuff I wanted to say. So I'm adding a new function in here that's going to see this big old gray block I have sitting in the middle of my scene. You can't see it because it's invisible. There it is. It's this big gray block, and it's just floating here in the scene. And I want this to be the cursor zone. That is to say, when the arms are gonna, in theory, move around, I want them to be looking at the point that the mouse collides with on this big block. All right. Good, good. The collision is on. This is set to collision layer 5, which, in other words, is, or in other numbers, in other number systems, is 16. And so that is set here in the cursor array. But this cursor array isn't being called, so I got to come back up here to the cursor, or to the process. This is our third raycast. Raycast 3, I'm going to just be a little more specific here. This is player hover. And we're going to get a new one. This is cursor position implementation. And that's going to call the cursor array. Okay. Beautiful, wonderful. Now, on the player, I'm receiving a signal. Okay, well, I thought we were receiving a signal. There was a time. Here, mouse position, right here. We're receiving this signal right here. And this is coming from the mouse position 3D. It's connecting to the mouse position function. And from the raycast, in this new function, this cursor ray function, that's where it's sending. It's saying, what am I seeing? So now if I play this, we should get a bunch of positions down here. And it's only going to be from cursor zone. So in the far left there, you can see it says cursor zone on the bottom in the left. It says cursor zone. If I hover over anything else, the other things work, but now it's not conflating the different possible zones. So at long last, after all of that, hours and hours, at long last, I now have position data that is unique, not interrupted by anything in the scene, and represents more or less where the cursor is in 3D space, even though it's relative to that big gray block in the background, right? So I might want to adjust the position of that depending on what I want, where I want the arms to point. So we'll see. But for now, these are the positions I want. Now I actually wanted to not tell us anything else. We only want to see the position. So if I say print raycast, or not raycast result, we want to come back to the player. Print mouse. If I say print mouse position, will that work? Will that work? So that might only give us numbers now. Yes. So now we have vector 3D that represents the cursor position only. Now I actually only care about the X position, technically, unless I'm wrong. But I think all I care about is the X position, right? So if I say position.x, will that work? And then maybe we'll only see one value. Yes. So that's just the X. Okay, we're cooking, we're cooking. Now this needs to update a variable. Be careful, because if you don't collide with anything, it will crash. If you don't collide with anything, it will crash. If you don't... Oh, you mean like the null. I see what you're saying. So if it reports as null, it'll crash. Oh. It won't just like give us like Oh, because we're being so specific about what we want. Is that what you're saying? Interesting. Is there like a better way to get that information without risking that? I mean, maybe that's okay, but maybe it's not. So like to prove that, if I come in, and I'm not because I don't believe you, but just to like see what happens. If I come into the main scene and I make that cursor zone much smaller. So let me get rid of the collision it has. And I'm going to shrink this down. Let's make this itty bitty. So we're almost certain, or I'll just make it less wide. Let's just do that. So if I'm in the middle, it'll see something. If I go on the sides, it won't see anything. So if I create a collision for that, and we hit play, I'm going to try to make sure my cursor's in the middle. We might crash right away. So there it sees positions. Now if I go outside of here, crash! Because there is no position for it to find. So I guess I would want to say, oh, you know what? We've done this before. We used like a return for this. So like, or like we say like, if it does see something. Dude, I didn't understand why. I feel like Psychonic Joe and or someone else was like having me code a way to protect against this. And I was like, why are we doing this? I don't understand. But now I get it. Wow. Okay, cool. So then I think there's already something in here that does that. If grabbed object is set to null. This is for movement. This is something else. Not that. Maybe that's elsewhere. Maybe that's on the health. Or something or somewhere else. Where is that? I don't exactly remember where any of that lives. I just don't exactly remember where any of that lives. Maybe I got rid of it. Maybe I got rid of it. Maybe it doesn't exist anymore, and I didn't realize that it doesn't exist anymore. But there did used to be something. Maybe there was if it has a collider. Was that it? Here it is. This is it. Bam. If raycast result has collider. So if raycast result has position, that's what we want to say, right? There it is right there. If raycast result has position, that's what we want. And in fact, we could save ourselves some time here, some like calls or some information that's being sent out. Oh, look at this. If raycast result has collider. You're trying to type it out and YouTube keeps deleting your messages again. Oh no! At least I figured it out. I'm so sorry. I'm curious. A part of me wants to experiment to know what it is that's making YouTube delete the messages. Like, my best guess is it's that it thinks you're posting links. Because I doubt you're like accidentally typing like a bad word. I feel like it has to be that it thinks you're posting links. But if I not that you're saying this, but I wish I could turn that off. But if I do, you know what I'll look into? I'm going to look into the possibility that I can make exceptions for certain people. I don't know if that's true, but I'll look into it because if I allow links to be posted in chat, there's going to be bots. There's going to be bots in the chat. Like, super duper bots in the chat. Like, it was so annoying. They'd be posting all kinds of weird links. Maybe it thinks you're posting harmful code to hack into the creator's account. Maybe. That would be quite an intelligent thing. Maybe. Like, use this code and then it's harmful. Like, code injection. You wish you were that good a programmer. I don't. I don't wish you could inject code into my live stream. No, that's not what you're saying. That does sound very, very terrifying. That sounds absolutely terrifying. That sounds deeply scary. I'm very scared of that. So we're already checking, actually, if the raycast result has a collider. We're already checking that. In the cursor array, mind you. Test if it has a collider or a position or whatever. Yes. Okay. Also, I don't need this. Wait, we have extra stuff in here that I don't need. First of all, a general cleaner way is to test if it is not empty. That's cleaner than this is? Would that be like... What would that look like? I mean, I like cleaner is empty. So would I be saying like if... How would I even say this? If raycast result is empty, false, then do this? That is cleaner. Too many arguments? You can't type the whole thing. YouTube will delete it. Oh, I see. So that's definitely thinking it's a URL then. Would this be like an exclamation point situation? No. It should be an exclamation mark before raycast result. Oh, if raycast result is not. So this is nice. I mean, I kind of want this anywhere. I kind of want this anywhere. I always forget that exclamation point before. Okay, I knew it was somewhere. I knew it went somewhere. Wait, couldn't we do this like even sooner? So we don't have to say this in all of these functions? Like, I guess not. I guess we could put it in this. And I could even say, don't even... No, because then it will call it. No, I guess this is the earliest that we have to do it. Otherwise, we'll call the function. Okay, so I'm just going to put that here after all of these. If raycast result is not empty. And then we kind of don't even need this. I mean, I'll leave it just because... Just because. But in theory, we could just put all this in here, right? And then that would save us any null printing in the first place on any of these. I like that. It should replace has collider. Okay. Or has position. So no more if. Okay. That's probably fine. That'll probably not break anything. That's probably fine. You're my 2 cents. You know what you're saying usually, so... I mean, we all are human, of course. But you wouldn't say this. You wouldn't say this if you weren't sure. So let's do that, because I like that. That seems nice. I like the way this seems. It seems like very good. Okay. And then we've got one for hover ray for the player. We've got one for cursor ray if raycast result is empty. Right, we kind of already returning the result here with collider. Okay, I think this makes sense. Here we want to return the result of the collider. I mean, we don't really need... Do we need this returned? Yeah, we do need this returned. We do need that returned. Okay. Well, couldn't we just say return position? Wait, couldn't I just say return position here? And I don't need to worry about anything else? And then I don't need a... I do need a messenger. But then I don't have to parse it out over here. Right? That kind of makes some sense. That kind of makes some sense, I think. And then back on grab ray. That all looks good. I'm right. Let's go. I love text code. I love it. I do. I never expected this to be the timeline that I live in, but it's the one. I like how specific we can be. I think one of my least favorite things still applies, which is that like typos, and 2 things. Typos can ruin everything. In visual coding, you don't ever have to really worry about typos. A little bit, but like you can't really like do it wrong, because it just won't let you do it usually. But you actually can do it wrong, so I don't even know if that's true. My other least favorite thing is that you can't look at it all at a glance. And I don't really know what you do about that. You just let go of the glance. You honestly just let go of the glance. Okay, anyway. Not here nor there. So now that that's set up, I should be able to come back to the player. And instead of doing print mouse position X, if I just... Oh, so I could even say print position X. We can be even more specific, right? And then it will only print that, and that's all it will get. And we won't have any crashes, even though I made the cursor zone a lot smaller. I love that. I just freaking love that. What are we doing? Where are we doing it? How does it work? Oh, X. Position X. Okay. Hit play. So we'll... unless other things are wrong here. Oh. That's printing a lot of stuff. Okay. So there's a little bit wrong there. There's a little bit wrong there. But at least we can go outside of this area now. And it won't crash. It'll just be like, I don't see a spot. That's excellent. That's very good. Oh, wait. Oh, so this return would need to be somewhere else. I see. So I would want this messenger to call here, right? I would want it to call out here after it returns, right? And not output raycast, but then it's going to call the cursor again. I'm actually not sure. I don't think that's going to work that way. But I guess I don't even need to return anything here, right? I guess you could emit inside the function and not return anything. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. I love when you type it and I figured it out, because it's like it's like confirmation. It's like I see a green check mark in my brain just go, correct. Yes, that works. Can I can't do this though. I can't say position.x. Can I? That's not an error. That's not giving me an error. Oh, it works. I love it. Okay, all right, cool, good. Let me just ask a question. Now that I understand things better, do I need this here? Do I need this to return? Why am I returning this? I know I'm returning this one for a good reason, because this is for grabbing stuff. And I do need it to like put the information back. Do I really need this here? Like, what if I get rid of this? I don't actually know that I need it to return. Do I? I just am not sure. So this governs the hovering. No. All that is supposed to do is make it so that when I hover over the player, what is that helicopter doing? If you don't assign return value to anything, that means you don't need it. What is that what the hell is wrong with that helicopter? So let me see if I can check what am I doing with this other one? When you call the function, I mean, yeah. So here I'm calling grab ray, and there here I am using it, I think. We're saying messenger grab target, emit grab target. I actually have no idea anymore. I honestly I don't even know anymore. I genuinely just don't know. Return raycast result collider. Are you telling me I don't need it here either? Maybe I did in the past. Even in the first function, you're not assigning the return value. You're just using the global variable that's already being set inside the function. Maybe this is like a holdover. This was something that I was using at one point, but I got rid of it. And I didn't understand what the return was doing. It would be like target equals grab ray x. Or target equals grab ray. Right. So if we were taking this and assigning this somewhere else, right, then we would need the updated version of it to be sent somewhere. Well, I need to test it to make sure it still works. The way that I would test that, I mean, I'm sure it does. This is very interesting. What is going on here? So the function call is alone in a line of code. That means the return value is not being used. Right. So if I were calling it with it being assigned to something, we must have been doing that at one point. But it just went away eventually. This shouldn't be here. Shouldn't that be in the grab? And that emits this here. Okay, and then I'm gonna come, so first, so now I need to, because the only things that you can, well, there's a lot of things you can grab. You can emit inside the grab and it's cleaner that way. Dude, look at us cleaning up code. I love this. Thank you. So I can still click on the helicopters just fine. That's the grab. And then the other thing is the cows that we can pick up. In order to be able to pick up the cows again, I have to come to the, terrain controller, because the cows aren't spawning in because I don't have that terrain coming in. This is a whole other thing. This mess in here, this is a whole other thing. I'm spawning the terrain. I'm changing the path that the terrain blocks are being drawn from. So in the ready function, I'm running this first blocks function, and it runs a bunch of empty blocks. So that way there's a space between when the player starts and when all the obstacles start spawning in. But when I do it, it leads to like a little lag. So it'll like, it takes time for it to load it in, and it's really messy. And both this function and the regular blocks function happen at the same time. It's messy. I'm not gonna go into it now, but that is something I'm gonna revisit soon. Grab target doesn't need to be global now, I think, and the functions don't need to return anything. So the only thing about that is the health. So the health, the cows, and that's why I was putting the cows back in, is because the cows actually receive the grab target information. And the grab target information is used here, and it's checking, am I the cow, the grab target? So normally we were clicking on the helicopters, and the helicopters don't check to see, well, they do actually check to see if they're the grab target, but even if they are, they don't actually go moving around. Whereas this, if we select the cow and we press the grab button on it, it's going to now say health is grabbed. And then this is going to take us back to that. And it's going to call this move health function. So I think we do need it to be global. I could be wrong. So there's health grabbed, right? And then it calls move health. They're receiving the grab target, though the parameter of the signal emission, not through the variable being global. So this code I put together with ChatGPT, and there's a lot of problems with this code, and it's something I've wanted to fix for a long time. And so we have grabbed object here, and you're saying grab target doesn't need to be global now. So right now grab target is global. Let me see all the places that this comes up. Grab target, grab target. I thought raycast result collider, move health. So I think here the idea was that this was, and this is ChatGPT. We can tell it's ChatGPT because I would never comment my code after a line. So this was the reason why I made it global is because ChatGPT was using it in this function, and otherwise I couldn't access it if it wasn't global. And I'm not saying this is the best way to do it. This is what happens when we go down the ChatGPT, when we backseat with ChatGPT. That's what happens there. So then it needs to be global. Okay. Okay, that makes sense, yeah, right. But this doesn't work right. Like, it kind of works. It lets me pick up the cows, but there's a problem. I mean, while we're here, and it's relevant to what we're doing. So all the cows should come in. So if I click on a cow, you can see I can move it. It still works, so we didn't break anything, which is good. There is a problem with this cow grabbing logic, and maybe you can see it now that like all of this is so clear and explained. Okay, so this is a great way to explain it. All right, here we are. We're looking at the game. It's got a bunch of extra collision layers around, but we're fine. So if I grab one of these cows, here it is, we picked it up, we moved it. Now watch this. If I click on another cow, what I would want to happen is that that cow jumps to the cursor position and is moved around somewhere else. And this cow stays where we put it. But that's not what happens. Instead, what happens is it teleports the last clicked cow, or that stored grabbed object. That stored grabbed object gets teleported to the position of the second object that I click on. So I'm going to click on this. And if you couldn't tell, we're not actually moving the second cow. Instead, it's jumping to the position of the second cow. And the only thing that's actually staying grabbed is that first cow. So here's some cows out here in the distance. Same thing will happen. If I click on it, it'll just teleport that same cow. So this is like a problem with it, and I wanted to put it out there. I don't expect you to try to solve it, but I just wanted to put it out there because it's something that I keep revisiting as I start to understand this code better, which I will say right now, I'm understanding this code better than ever. And apart, like there's like two neural pathways. There's like two nodes in my brain that are like, ooh, they almost connect. They're almost like, ooh, it's because the reason why it's teleporting is because, and it's like almost there. And you know what? This time, they didn't jump. It didn't jump across and make the connection, but it got closer than ever. It got closer than ever, and that's what's important. So, good thing I did that. Now we know. All right. Yeah, there's something here. There's something here with the way this is set up where it doesn't update it, and I'm sure we can sort that out one day. That's not really what we're doing today. But I am happy to come back to it. If any chatters have a suggestion, I will get distracted. Instead of getting directly distracted, let's fix some things. For example, that mesh in the background here that I set up, I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna fix that so it's the right size again. And let's get rid of that. I think that should be fine. I think that should be back to normal now. I did a lot of Control-Zing there, which only scares me a little bit sometimes. I don't think we've messed anything up here. We still commented out the returns on the grab, right? We did? Okay, cool. So all that's the same. Good, good, good. All right. And so now that big space in the background won't have any gaps on it. And so everywhere we go, it's printing an X position value. Excellent. Wonderful. Now let's do something with that value. Instead of just printing it, I want that to be the position, the rotation of the limbs. Now, I do not know how to set the limb rotation to I don't know what the hell I want them to be set at. I don't know. I mean, just looking at these values, right? It says, when I'm over here, it says -20. When I'm over here, it says 20. Nice. Good. That's wonderful. I like that. Now, if I move my character, that value is changing, which is unfortunate. Because I actually want to be tracking this mouse position relative to the player. Oh, this is complicated. Okay, this is actually... Did I never even need this? Hold on a second. Wait a minute. If we wanted it to be relative to the player, the cursor position relative to the player, this is our cursor position in 3D space. I mean, eventually here, the numbers will stop printing because we'll be outside of that mesh. But the boundaries will be within that. The boundaries will be within that. This is a little confusing to me. So I think I need to create a vector between this position that's printing down there and the player position, right? I don't know. I'm all confused. So this is like between -20 and 20. If I don't move left and right, as long as I don't move left and right, it's between 20 and -20. This is hacky. We're deep into Hackyville here. If that's between 20 and -20, and if I look at the rotation positions, the X value, let me go to the player, of what we're calling the elbows. Let me put this back in here. And then I'm going to stop printing this out. If we look at what those are, it's like point something. I don't know, 0.9. It's like 1. It's like almost 1. Oh, it's not. It's much less than 1. This is gonna be wrong, right? Like, this is gonna be wrong, right? Right? If I say mouse pause equals, you have to use mouse equals player global position. Is that mouse dash player dot global position X? That's a thing? Are you blowing my mind right now? There's a dash? A minus. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Wait, really though? Right. I learned this when I was researching a little bit about vectors. Direction. Direction is when you subtract things. Oh, we have to also define, so it'll be self. It'll be self is what it'll be. Self. Mouse subtracted from its own global position. Gotcha. Wow. Wow. And then if I sit here, it's sitting at 18. Oh, it still changes. Not much, though. It doesn't change that much. It only changes a little bit, because I guess the player is moving like a tiny bit. Oh, yeah! Wow! Interesting. That makes sense. So that's fine. That's better. It isn't moving. The player is moving a little bit, which is fine. Nice. So now we see the outer range. So if I come all the way out here, it's going to be 20. 20 and negative 20 are going to be the furthest that it can be. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Why do I have a feeling I'm going to end up changing my mind about the X position? I'm going to want it to look up and down too. Not right now. Not right now. Dude, thank you. What the flip? So I want this to be... Dude, what? Okay, so that's how you set up, is that direction, right? I'm on my better internet right now. So I'm gonna say, what is the vector math function for direction? It's something minus something, right? Like that's all it is? Okay, what the flip is this? What the hell am I looking at here? Whatever. Get out of my face. I don't know what I'm talking about. I vaguely understand because I wanna be just like you, my 2 cents. That's it. I did find it. I found it. Yes. Oh, yes. Right. So we found it. I didn't know that, but now I know that I did find it. It just doesn't. I'm just looking at this. I'm like, what? What am I looking at? That doesn't look like what I thought. It still doesn't look like what I thought. Still doesn't look like what I thought. But it is the direction. So anytime I want to figure out the relative distance between 2 points, we just subtract those 2 points from each other. That's it. That's literally it. And that gives us a direction vector. Okay, I'm going to try to remember that. I want to say it out loud. I want to believe it. I want to know it. So someday, I just know to myself, subtract the 2 points. Subtract the 2 points. Okay. Anyway, so I don't want to just print this. I actually want to be setting this to... I don't even know what to call this. Like, I guess we could say arm position, or let's say look position. I'm going to call it look pause equals mouse minus self global position X. Oh, and then I have to define look pause, of course. Variable look pause. All right. And now, finally, in the physics function, I think it may happen. We may be on the precipice of it happening. I have a rotate to direction function that I understood once, but then I forgot how, why, or how it works. I forgot how or why it works, so I started using it blindly because it just works. A rotate to direction function. So are you saying like you created the function in your own script and you named it rotate to direction? Or are you saying that this is like a method built into Godot called rotate to direction and it works? You created it. That honestly sounds amazing. Send it. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. So like, so this wasn't gonna work. So I wasn't gonna be able to just say like elbow. I mean, currently I'm printing elbow left, arm L rotation X. I'm not sending that back though. So we're receiving the left elbow rotation. We're receiving the right elbow rotation. But that's not actually getting sent back out. I don't think we need to. I think all you need to do... No. We don't have to send it back out. Please. Chill. You ain't gotta do none of that. Nah, you ain't gotta do none of that. Because look, you just have to change this to set. I see. So we're getting it. I guess I'd want to do setting as well. That's what we do. Tinjo says, the look at function is giving me bad flashbacks. What did we use it for recently? I already forgot. Oh, the helicopters. The helicopters. Are you saying that, or are you saying, like, you personally? We did have a lot of struggle with it. That's very true. So the helicopters do look at the player, and I went through a whole thing trying to understand better how it worked, which is kind of where we're at again. But unfortunately, we actually can't use the look at function because look at only works on nodes. And since the bones of the arms aren't nodes, you're talking about the helicopter. Well, you know, unfortunately and fortunately in some ways, we don't have to use the look at function because it only works on nodes and I need to rotate the bones, but the bones aren't nodes. Yeah, that was a big learning experience. And this is kind of more of that. This is like part of that learning experience. This is part of it. My function uses a rotation speed though, so if you want it to happen instantly, you have to do some modifications. Okay. I mean, a little interpolation could be nice. So if I want to set it, game is looking astonishing. Did you change the models recently? Thank you. So something that I did do, first of all, the arms, I want to say the arms are in T pose as part of preparation for what we're doing today. They aren't normally in T pose, so I want to just say that. I did set up some blank area before we get into the objects. And then on Monday, I made these little trees here. I made 2 different trees on Monday. I made this like Christmas tree looking thing, and I made these little round trees. I wanted some more tree types, so I added that in. I also made this cow barn here which has a bunch of cows inside of it, actually. I actually put cows in there. And in theory, what I'm going to want is that you can actually tear the roof off of these buildings and then abduct these cows and grab them out of here. So this is, in theory, going to be destructible at some point. But so you can kind of grab the cows in there just a little bit. So I made this cow barn. That was a new thing. And then the other new thing is I fixed the cliff a little bit. So the cliff still looks kind of weird. It's kind of random, like what's it doing there? There's some questionable aspects of it. But I fixed it so that way it doesn't have gaps on here and it will actually properly just render in place. So those were a bunch of things I did. Yeah, we can grab the cows. We can grab the cows. It doesn't work well though. So if I grab this cow and I click on this one, it just teleports the same one to that position instead of picking the new cow up. So the grabbing works, but it's just kind of broken. And then it's broken also because this is my clicking. If I grab it and I move too fast, it drops it. But if I move very slowly, we can get around it. I can't seem to, it could be that the tree is blocking it. So that's its own problem. That's not that much of a problem though. That kind of makes logical sense if you think about it, because if an obstacle gets in the way, you should drop it. But if I move it slowly, it moves. But if I start moving quickly, it drops it. So it's an imperfect grabbing system. But technically, it's a prototype version of the grabbing system. One of these days, I'll improve it. So yeah, I made a few changes here and there. There's still a lot of things that really bother me, and I don't know why it is. I feel like it's a Godot thing somehow. But like you can still see there's weird tearing on this and like changes that happen to this cliff texture. And then look at the back of the farmhouse. Look at what happens to the shadows. I don't know what's going on with the shadows on these models, but these are some very straightforward models, and I don't really understand why. The trees kind of do it too. Everything actually, the textures just change just a little bit here and there. So there's some little problems that come up, but overall, I appreciate it. I appreciate the kind words. If I'm gonna set the new bone rotation using the my 2 cents function that we don't know how it works, but it works, I'm gonna need to set bone pose rotation, not just get them. So here, I'm just like, I've defined skeleton, right? Send the function to Discord. Let's go. I don't think I need like a variable for that. Yeah, so I think we can just, we already defined the skeleton here. So what I'll ultimately want to do, is find the function, find the relevant function or section down here. I'm gonna want to say something, not this, certainly not this. I want to say skeleton dot set bone pose rotation, not look pause. Oh, so we actually want it to be a certain bone, right? So the bone we want to be setting is 7 and 2, right? So the right one is 7. The left one is 2. I hate that. I hate that so much. Can I please just say @onReady variable arm right and just set that to 7. @onReady variable arm left, set that to 2, and then can we just call this arm right and arm left? I can't with this. This is too annoying. Okay. And then I'm gonna say set arm right. We want that rotation to be something. It's not gonna be look pause, because that's gonna be a mess. We need to do, this is where we need to do my 2 cents thing. You don't know if that's gonna update every frame. Oh. Only identifier attribute access. Oh, that doesn't work either. Well, fudge. Fine. Fine. I'll just remember it. I'll just remember it then, world. Cruel world. I will just remember that right is 7. I hate it, but I'll remember it. Follow cursor, and I'm going to say here. That should work? Oh. Well, I already broke it. I have to put it back. That'll work? You're not sure? Oh, this is separate? I'm not sure I'm right. Well, basically, I just don't... What I don't want is to have to remember that arm right bone ID is 7 and arm left bone ID is 2. I think that's really annoying and hard to read. So what I'm doing is I'm getting ready to use your function. I haven't actually got there yet, but I wanted to know, you know, if I'm going to be setting a bone pose rotation, right? And so I come in here and say 7 or 2, and I wanted this to be arm left or arm right. But oh, I guess that's fine. Oh, my problem was the equals. My problem was the equals. If I say look pause equals this, then we're going to get an error. Oh, we didn't get an error. Okay, whatever. I guess there's no error. I guess there's no error. But I'm not sure what you meant here. You're not sure arm right rotation will update every frame. Okay. So this is in the physics process. So this would definitely update every frame. We could probably call this... Actually, oh, don't call this here. Don't call this here. I should call this in the mouse position function. Says this is going to call every time the mouse is detected. And so we just say look position, but this kind of doesn't make sense because that's only one arm. And what I'm going to say it. No, this is wrong. Right, so this isn't what I want to do because that would set look position to that rotation. That's wrong. So what I tried to do, but that's what gave me an error, was trying to assign it this way. Only identifier attribute access and subscription access can be used in the assignment. So wait, how did we do this before? Let me just double check because I don't remember. I don't remember how we used the set bone. Is that even a thing? That's a thing, right? Let me come back to where we did this before. So I'm just preparing to use your function because I just want to understand. I want to understand what we're going to be setting it up with. So over here, we set bone position. Oh, it's got all kinds of different arguments. Bone, oh, I see. So the first argument is the ID. The second argument is the position. I see. Gotcha. So I'm going to come back to the player, and it would be comma look pause, like this. I mean, this is wrong. So this is what I keep saying is wrong. Yeah, right. And maybe it would have somewhere. I didn't actually try running it yet, so maybe it would have there. Because you know what? It doesn't understand that skeleton is a skeleton yet. So I don't think it's tried looking for this method on the skeleton. And so once we run it, then it will be like, okay, set bone pose rotation. Is that on a skeleton? Yes. And then it will probably check the arguments, if I were to guess. Okay, so this is obviously going to be chaos. I kind of want to see what happens. I kind of want to see what happens. Crash. Oh, it's got to be a quaternion. Cannot convert argument 2 from float to quaternion. Right. Right. So how am I going to tell it to only do it on one axis? I don't think we can. I'm actually pretty sure we can't. Oh, shoot. We're going to have to convert it. You can make it understand if you declare the skeleton variable like this. Variable skeleton, skeleton 3D. Oh. Also, we're going to need to turn the vector. Well, I guess we can just say quaternion. And then we'll be all right. All right, let's see if the autocomplete understands it now. It does! Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. I did not realize that hinting would be that useful. Tincho said, by the way, sorry for missing the message. I just went into a whole tunnel. What will happen if we make a game only about grabbing cows and collecting it into a giant chest? Is that what that says? A gigantic chest? Honestly, it will be an instant success. Honestly, I think that sounds awesome. Changed my mind. It does sound fun. You're gonna prototype something right now about that? Hell yeah! Let's get cows! Give me all the cows. I mean, that's so silly. It's so silly. I love how working on one thing can inspire something else. To that, I cheers you with a bite of my snack. It's not because I'm hungry. It's because I'm cheersing you with a bite of my snack. It's very different from being hungry. Not that I'm not hungry. No, I'm not anymore. Okay. Silly cells in this world. True that. That's a true fact. So this isn't going to work at all. We can look at my 2 cents function. I don't know if what my 2 cents setup accounts for the quaternionness of it all. But we're going to find something out. Function for instant rotation. Whoa. Instant rotation. And I think by instant, you mean... Oh, I thought you said it had speed in it. But you literally mean it'll instantly rotate. Oh, okay. So this has to be its own function somewhere. Interesting. You remove the speed part. Thank you. Function rotate to direction. Direction being a vector 3. Variable position 2D. Vector 2 equals vector 2. Transform dot basis. What the f... Okay, I know we're not going to understand it. We have to already accept that no one's going to understand it. I don't know what I... Where do I even... How do I even use this? How do I use this? Use space character... Oh, for now, we're going to save it. How do I use this thing? This is quite interesting. So it's calling with a direction. I see that. Goal. So this is the starting position. And this is where it's looking. You'll need the direction vector as a vector 3, not just as an x value difference like you have. Okay. That's fine. Honestly, let's even just do that. What if we just do that? I don't need it to be an x. I don't need it to be an x. Let's not modify it. Because I'm sort of realizing maybe it's better if it isn't an x. Maybe. Maybe not. So I'm going to hop over to the raycast. And instead of specifying that does position x, let's just keep it as position. Let's just keep it as position. It's fine with me. Come back to the player. That means I'll also need to modify. Instead of self global position X, I'm going to take out the X on that one. And I'm also going to want to change the rotation to not necessarily just look for X, which it is. Okay, good. So we're good there. All right, so that's been resolved. Now, come back to your function here. And we have a 2D? A 2D position? Is that the mouse? But the mouse is a 3D position. Oh, but no, wait, the goal... I'm confused. What's 2D? This is something I don't worry about. This is like just part of why it works, and we don't talk about it. What do I do? How do I do this? I guess I would call this function. (2D) is just ignoring the y value of the vectors. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Rotate to, I don't know how to use this. I don't know what to do with this, my 2 cents. Rotate to direction. So if I just say look pause, like this, the transform basis is not necessarily available for a bone and a skeleton. Oh. Uh-oh. So somehow I'd have to connect this to the skeleton bone? Set bone position rotation? I mean, to me, why can't we just... If you run it now, I think it will rotate the whole alien. It'll work? Oh, I see, because transform.basis. I see. Wow! Yo! Look at that! Wow. Hey, that's cool. I see why it's working, because transform.basis is calling on this current node, and this current node is the player. I see. Gotcha. And so that's why we're rotating here. Dude, that's cool. That's freaking cool. You know, there's a case to be made here that this makes some kind of sense. But I don't know. On the other hand, I don't know, because... And the rotation Y is also being set on the player. I believe you. I can barely notice it. We need to do bone for both transformation and rotation. The Y is being set? I can't say I see that happening. But I believe you. But I don't see it. I only see the rotation happening, which is working excellently. It's working fantastically. It's very enjoyable to do, actually. The rotation Y is being changed. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. I believe you. Oh, I see. Rotation Y. Not rotation X or rotation Z. So wait, wouldn't I just say like this or something? And then that would do that. So I would say, but this, and would that be a, I mean, look, I'm just plugging things in here. I'm just plugging in things here. The hell if I know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't have a dang clue. Oh, yeah. It's inverted. I bet we just switch these. I bet we just switch these or something. Or maybe not. Or we don't make it negative. We make it positive. Whoa. First of all, whoa. Second of all, whoops. If I make these not negative, maybe I still want Z as negative. Whoa. Things are getting weird. Things are getting weird, but I'm enjoying it. That kind of works. It's very subtle. Oh, wait, it's going the wrong directions. Okay, so that doesn't quite work. Okay, so that's not as simple as just swapping it out. Wait, oh, that says X. Oh, this needs to say Y. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me just switch that to Y. There we go. Nice. Now it looks up everywhere. I don't know, my 2 cents. You just said it was applying to Y. But look, I don't know. I just wanted to see if I could get it to look up and down as well as left and right. That's what I was trying to do, just for funsies. It's not great because it messes up some other things, but it messes up like the feet, which isn't good. But I was just curious. Just tinkering. I'm gonna actually get it out of there. So, okay. If I wanted to apply this to the bone, I mean, this probably won't work. Like, it seems like it won't work. But why can't I just have these values be set, right? So which is which? This one's X and this one's Y. So why can't I just say, or can I say bone X that these values equal this stuff right here? Maybe. If we say that the bone rotation here I guess I could just define it. Variable bone X, variable bone Z. And then say that this becomes bone X and bone Z. Transform basis is not the same as rotation, unfortunately. Okay. I mean, I'm just gonna have to assume that I understand why this isn't gonna work. I'm just gonna have to assume. So this has to be a vector. This actually has to be a quaternion, truth be told. So I think I have to say quaternion, and then. But you're saying this is definitely not gonna work. I mean, why would it work? I don't know what I think I'm doing. I know what I want to do. Right? I guess what I want to do... Okay, I need to paint this out. I need to paint this out. I just gotta paint it out, man. It's the only way. I guess what I want to do is say, so if we have a bone, okay, there's an arm, whatever, it's got a bone. Okay, there's an arm. And the arm has rotation. And we can set that rotation. So I want to set its rotation based on a value. And then can't we just manipulate that value using maths? Right? So use some maths, manipulate a value, and then push that value onto the rotation of the bone. Sorry for getting explosively large for a second. Like, I feel like that should work. We just set the, we just, instead of acting on a, like, you know, a node, a body part, we're acting on a value. You can leave the transform for the player, and let's just focus on changing the rotation of the bone based on direction. Okay. Yeah, totally. I agree. I agree. That's kind of what I was trying to do. That's what I was attempting to do, but I knew I wouldn't know what I was doing. I knew that in my heart of hearts. But I figured I'd play around anyway. We can get the initial bone rotation quaternion and store it. Then in the rotate function, we use it and only change the x value. Yes, that. That's what I'm saying. Get the initial bone rotation. Got it. So that's, we already have that. We have that right here. Get bone pose rotation. Arm R rotation. We have all that. Store it. Then in the rotate function, we use it and only change the x value. Right. So where do I dump it in here? You're saying here? I'm just not sure where I put it. And I guess that's only going to be one arm for now, which is totally fine. It's just I'm not exactly sure like what's doing what here. I'm very confused by this. I mean, I know that this, it should set bone position rotation a tan. So this part down here. I see. What time do you think you'll stop streaming? In about an hour or so? Technically, I would have stopped in about 15 minutes. But this is too close. We're too close. So I might go overtime a little bit. So at minimum 15 minutes. At maximum, however long it takes. Instead of the rotation white line. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Right, I see. I see. Because that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Because when we were moving the whole player, this was what I added to get it to move up and down. Okay, understood. So that would be helpful. This is like movement logic. This is movement application. I don't know. Okay. Got it. Got it. Okay. But, and you're also saying that the transform basis might not work, and we know that. Okay. So, we're going to say, when we could just say, now you said we have to get it first. and then change it. Where do we put in what we get? I'll do the setting, but I'm just not sure where we do the getting, but I believe you. So I'm gonna paste this over on top of this, I guess. And then instead of equals, we would want to say atan here. Something like that. Invalid argument. Argument 2 should be quaternion, but as float. Right. So we have to... Oh, so we have to convert this into a quaternion. Somehow. Because the atan is a float. And you were saying only do it on the x axis. We can do quaternion. Oh, gosh. Man, I so appreciate having stronger coders like you helping me out. I'm so lucky. Quaternion, and so are all of you, because you get to witness the genius. Quaternion, atan 2, and then the other 3 values. 3 values. And I think we need one more of these. It's a lot of parentheses. No constructor of quaternion matches the signature quaternion float. Right. So, oh, the other values. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So we need a comma. Gotcha. We need, like, comma from the initial ones that we saw. Oh. Gotcha. Understood. Okay. Understood. Arm left rotation. And I think we were able to just do .x, and that worked fine. We want to do y. Arm left. This is arm right. We got to make sure we get that right. Arm right rotation z. And then arm right rotation w. Like that, right? And then this should be a perfectly logical quaternion. Genius. Wow. Makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. It was just really hard for me to wrap my head around. But it makes sense. Okay, but we don't know if it'll work. But this, in theory, could work. Whoa! It's... I believe. Look at it. It's flying. It's working. Tell me it ain't working. Look at that. It's going the wrong ways. But it's flapping. It's flapping, baby. The chicken is flying.
I believe it. I can do it. I know I can fly.
All right, so this is a good start. This is an excellent start. It's going the opposite ways. So we need to like do like a negative or a non-negative. If I make this positive, will that just fix it? Just make it fixed. Kind of. But they're also... Actually, we need one of them to be negative and one of them not to be negative. I barely know what I'm doing. I'm literally just plugging in different things. So that must be understood. Okay, all right. They're facing the right ways. We just need them to more aggressively bend. So I think we might want to do some multiplying here, right? So if I add yet another parenthetical, and we say that times 3, I don't know. It's a lot of parentheses. Is this how math works? Is this how math works? Will that make it be more extreme? Will that make it more gooder? Okay, all right. Stay away from me. Leave me alone. Go away. Get out of here. Shoot. I hate you. Get out of my face. Move, 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 move. It's something. It's something. I'm just gonna go change another one now. I think that's the wrong one. I think this one, I think the right arm is moving just fine. Okay, that broke a lot. Dear God. It's the left arm that's behaving a little badly. The left arm is behaving a little badly. This direction Z, this seems like something I should leave alone. But I'm doing it anyway. Yeah, so that's definitely wrong. Super wrong. But if I make this one positive, aren't they just gonna go the same direction? Yeah. How do I do that? What if I multiply it by a negative number? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just plugging in stuff. No, then they just go the same direction. I feel like there's some math here on this one. Because, right, the idea is that it, like, doop, doop, like that. But instead, it's like doing this. Instead of both going in that same direction. I wonder if we need to change the, like, incoming value that it's receiving. The, like, mouse value. It's correct now. It's correct now? The issue is the offset. Whoa. There's offset? Oh, what I set up? That's what I did, was the offset. They're both moving in the same direction. And rotation strength 3 seems to be right. Oh no, you're saying, so what, so the offset, is this the offset? What's the offset? What in here would be the offset? The issue is the starting point is incorrect. Okay. Okay. Totally. Right. 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 And it comes from the transform basis. So you're saying we need like another function for the other arm. Is that what you're saying? So the one that's right is the right arm. So we keep the right arm in there. I cut this out. I'm guessing. I could be wrong. But I'm guessing this is what is the situation. And we say this is rotate arm right to direction. We need positive D value that works for each of the two arms. Oh. So I don't want to make two functions. I should start undoing it. I should start doing the undo button. Is what you're saying. Where is this? Oh, because we're calling this rotate arm right to direction. I'm assuming I'm still doing it. I'm still doing it as if this isn't wrong, but I'm very open to the possible fact that I'm wrong. Arm left to direction. So I will correct this. I can't even begin to imagine a way to get a correct value for that except trying a bunch of vector 2 values. Okay. Am I at least on the right track? And then we can start plugging in stuff to see what works. So then if I say function rotate arm left to direction, direct vector 3, all that stuff that you got here. But I hear you that there's some complications here. But I still gotta wonder if this isn't gonna at least kind of get us there. Let's get rid of that. 2 functions. Yes, I'm on the right track. Let's go. Or 2 position, 2 D values in 1 function, same end result. Okay. That sounds cleaner. That sounds cleaner. But I did already start doing this, so I'm gonna commit to it. But I could be persuaded to change that someday. Okay, so just gonna try to clean this up a little bit here. And just a little bit. Okay, function rotate arm right to direction. Function rotate arm left to direction. Make sure that says arm left, that says arm right. Everything else is the same. So this should give us exactly the same result that we had before. Yeah, good, good, good. And so the thing we'd want to experiment with, is what I just love is just plugging in stuff, seeing what happens, trying a bunch of vector 2 values. Okay, so we're plugging in stuff. So right now it says transform basis, negative transform basis, ZX, negative transform basis, ZZ. Yeah, we gotta let my 2 cents cook. Here's some contemplation music. Perhaps this will help. Maybe this will help. In the meantime, I'm gonna plug in stuff. The angle calculation was only used for the rotation speed logic. Oh, so like we don't have to duplicate that, you're saying? I don't know if that's... Oh, you're saying we can get rid of that. Turns out it's A-tan2 that's doing all the work. Oh, so we can just cut this out. We can just burn that to the ground. Just get that out of here. Get out of my face. The rest of the stuff isn't doing anything. Even the goal 2D. Just burn it all down. Just burn it all down. That's okay. Oh yeah, it still works. Thank you. No problem. Totally fine. Cleaning things up a little bit. Nothing wrong with that. It's the contemplation music. So now, I'm just gonna try making these positive instead of negative. That's gonna be the first thing I try. What if those are positive instead of negative? What happens? What's gonna happen? Nothing. Literally, it's exactly the same. Then I certainly have to question if that needs to be there. The offset should be a float value added to the A-tan2. Oh. That is not something I would have tried. If you try enough float values, you'll make it work. The offset should be a float value added to the A-tan. So when we're in here saying A-tan times 3, that's good and fine. But you're saying I need to also add in something else, 1.1, and that be an extra parenthetical in here, and multiply that by 3. Is that what you're saying? That's wild. Oh, look, it's different. This kind of looks correcter. Wait, you're so smart. Okay, so if I do 0.1 instead of 1.1, what's gonna happen? Not much. There's a pair of parentheses unnecessary, but you do you. I don't know. Look, I don't know. I'm totally lost in this parentheses. So, I mean, I have one parentheses here that's defining the quaternion wrap. So that one's necessary. We have the next set of parentheses that in my mind is wrapping up A-tan plus 0.1. And then in my mind, this next set of parentheses, oh, this doesn't seem necessary. This is the one we don't need, probably, right? Okay, there we go. I see that now. I see that now. Okay, cool. What if we try 3 instead of 1? Let's try a 3. Probably don't need that much. That did almost nothing. And now it's not moving much. That's interesting. So what if I do 0.5? What if we do 0.5? Okay, okay. What if we do negative 0.5? No, that doesn't make sense. Can we subtract it? You said add. You were very specific about adding it. So, oh! I don't know, that's kind of right. That ain't bad. That ain't too bad, actually. Okay, what if we say negative 0.2? Also not too bad. It's tapping. It is tapping. We got a dabbing alien, folks. That's what we set up today. Today, I made my alien dab. We're keeping life squarely in the 20 teens, all right? I will say, I actually kind of want to set this up with the other one as well. Because it's bent better. It's not T-pose. Oh, that was a mistake. I made a mistake. I'm getting real experimental with it. I'm gonna keep it real. That's why we have contemplation music. It's kind of interesting. So what if I say 0.4? 0.4. We might have to get more granular with our decimal here. Nice. Honestly, not bad. It's pointing a little low. I'd kind of want it to be angled up more, but we can sort that out. That doesn't have to be angled. That, I feel like we'd want to go into the bone itself and adjust it. Or I guess I could just come in here and I could just add on to its Y or something. It might be Z. If I say this like +1, that's the quaternion for you. Oh, it is? Uh-oh. So maybe I don't want to do this. If I add 1 to the Z, is Z gonna be the thing I want? Hell no. Maybe if it's like 0.1. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm playing around. I should probably just adjust the original like animation positions. Oh, that's not bad. It's almost impossible to predict what the values will do. I love that. Okay, quaternions. Keep us confused. Keep us on our toes. In Euler representation, it's much more logical. Yeah, that's always something I heard about game dev, is that quaternions were like endgame chaos. Oh wow, and so it's modifying it where it's up when I'm one direction, but then it's down when I move the other direction. It's doing some weird stuff. So that actually, if I'm gonna change this, I probably shouldn't change it here. I think I gotta let that go. Let's make it... I don't even remember what direction is doing what. 0.5? And remember, what's bringing it further in and further out? Oh, we want lower values. Let's try 0.3. Give me some 0.3-ism. That's why I suggested earlier to convert to Euler to make the modifications we need, then convert back to quaternion, but I don't know how to do that. Interesting. I mean, this is kind of working as it is. It's tracking pretty well. This isn't bad. I'm gonna say 0.25. And then the other, so I forgot to mention one thing. I also want the head to move, right? So that would be like its own bone. Make him dance. We kind of are. Make him do the floss. We almost kind of had that. We just needed to like, oh man. It's gonna be too much. Merp, that's too much. I wish. I wish. Dude, that would be awesome though. Like at the end of a level, if you beat a level, that's a little too, it's a little too dated, but a dance would be nice. You can like get custom dances when you beat levels. You can unlock cosmetic dances, like Fortnite or something. It'd be kind of cool actually. You know, it kind of does the thing. It kind of freaking does the thing. And then the other thing that I want was the head to move with it. I wanted the head to move with it. This is not bad. Will there be a level where he fights against pirates? No. I'm so sorry. There's no pirates. No pirates. None. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you there. So I feel like these numbers are pretty good. I feel like we've played around, we've experimented enough here. You know, in practice, it looks, you know, I don't know, not really what I imagined. It doesn't look quite like I imagined. Which is okay. Which is fine. That's totally fine. Is there gonna be a level where the chicken does tax evasion? Okay. It's silly town. It's silly town. But the answer is maybe. So, okay, the last thing is I kind of want the head now that I realize it and think about it. So if I say arm or head rotation, this should be pretty simple to set up. I just need to find the bone ID for the head. That's the only hitch, is I gotta find the bone idea for the head. Bone ID for the head. I don't think it's gonna be that difficult, but it's one of them. It bone pose rotation head, and then we need to set what the head is. And on ready variable head equals, I don't know, 1. It's probably not 1. It's probably not 1. Hell, it'll be something. It'll be something. Something. We could just guess each one. That would be a lot more fun, wouldn't it? Yep. Yes, it would be. That's correct, Lise. It would be more fun that way. So now I'm going to do that and have absolutely no shame. So we're going to say rotate head to direction. We're going to call that function as well as if we don't have enough of these. Probably would want to consolidate this down because it's getting ridiculous. Look position. I'm confident you can set up the head rotation on your own now. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Oh my gosh, my 2 cents. You stayed up late. Thank you. Thank you. My 2 cents, y'all. Gosh dang it. Guys, I used to have a whole a whole soundboard of side effects. It was disgusting because I would just use too many sound effects. I used too many sound effects. I got out of control. But one of them that I had for a long time was applause. And you know what? We need to give more than 2 cents. I agree. I agree. And so you know what? I'm going to put a sound effect up. I'm going to at least just pull it up for you. I have no idea what the quality of this sound effect is going to be. All right? We're going to make sure it's Creative Commons as well. This could be terrible. This could be just terrible, but it's the one we're going to pick. This is for you, my 2 cents. This is for you. That's not, it's space. All right. That's for you. My 2 cents, thank you so much for your amazing help today. Could we have done it without you? I think not. I think not. There is no way that today would have been as successful without my 2 cents. Mad props, tons of appreciation. You deserve it. Everybody, give it up for my 2 cents. That's for you, my friend. That's right. That's you. All right, everybody. All right, calm down, calm down. Come on now. All right. Wow. Much deserved. Well earned. Don't end until these sound effects end. It's a pretty good sound effect. You know, I guess that's a good way to keep me from pressing the soundboard buttons too much, is I have to, like, actually go to YouTube and pull it up. All right. Good night, my 2 cents, also. So, yeah, the head stuff, we definitely got the head stuff. Head stuff, if we say set bone pose rotation, head... I mean, there's definitely some things in here. Let's not do this extra offset. Yeah, let's not do this extra offset. That seems unnecessary. Okay. Is this already set up? No. Non-existent function, get bone position rotation, in base skeleton 3D. What? Oh, maybe I can't just type in a 1. What if I type in a 3? What if I type in a 3? Maybe there is no bone that has a 1. Wait. Did I do a typo somewhere? On skeleton 3D, non-existent function, get bone... Oh, yep. I did a typo. I said pause instead of pose. Whoops. I can fix that. I can fix that one. That one's fixable. Okay, start it over. Whoa. Okay, one is the arm. That's what 1 is. So wait, if I look back over here... Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, we just count down. We just count down from the top. That's all we gotta do. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's bone 6. Well, that's a lot easier to figure out now that I know that. Bone 6 should be the head. Whether it'll quite rotate in the right directions. Nope. Okay. You do not just count down. That is moving now the other arm. Wait. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5. 6 is the other arm. Okay, wait. It's 5. It's 5. It's 5. This will be it. This will be the 1. This will be the bone. It just doesn't move. It just doesn't move. Wait, can we actually rotate the head bone? It actually might not be rotatable. Head. Oh, it is. We have to do it on the Y. For one thing, it has to be on the Y-axis, not the X-axis. So that's something that's different. So let's update that. We want to keep... So we want to do a quaternion. Instead of having this be the first one, we want it... Oh, and it's also... Oh, I've set it to arm... There's the other reason. I set it to arm rotation. So it's not actually taking the values of the head here, which we need it to be. So... We're going to yoink this out of here. This is going to be head rotation X. We want to put this right on there, just like that, and call these head rotation. fixed? Is this what... Wait, did I do this in the right place? Hold on a second. I think I did it in the wrong place. I did it in the wrong place, you guys. I did it on the arm. Okay, hold on. Undo all this, undo all this, undo all this, undo this. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's easy to fix. Down here is where I meant to paste this. Just like that. And then we don't want to necessarily do this little offset value here. But maybe we do, but probably not. And we don't need this parentheses. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let's see what we got. Do we have a head rotation? Wait, it's still going to the arm? Oh, because this says arm. That will do it. That'll do it. Try this again. It seems too subtle. Head rotation went. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Sooner than later, I hope. I'm going to make this number multiplied much larger. It might be too subtle of a motion that it's not visible. But we should be affecting that bone. I need head rotation. Me too. I don't really know why it's not working. What's the deep? Is there anything in the debugger? No, nothing is coming up here. Nothing is coming up here. Why would the head... Unless I have the head bone wrong. I could have the head bone wrong. You need that chicken to pay taxes? Makes sense. Makes total sense. Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. Phantom taxes, especially. Ideally. I actually have no idea why this isn't working. Skeleton, bone pose rotation, head quaternion, head rotation X. Like, suppose... What if we print it? Let's say print head rotation Y. And let me just see what that prints. And then we can get like a better sense of what might be going wrong here. So it's at 0. It's just sitting at 0. Well, that would be why, that would be one reason why nothing is changing. That would definitely be one reason. That would do it. So what if I come over here, then, to the skeleton, and I set the head rotation to something 0.88. So is this going to say 0.88 down here? No. No, it is not. Is that because I need to apply that to the reset animation? So come to the head, skeleton, head, rotate it, 0.82 this time. We gotta be on the armature. There we go. Be here, on the right animation player, skeleton, selects the head bone, change the rotation. Now it's 0.93. Record that down. So that's on this animation. Now if I hit play, is the head going to be over? It isn't. Because that's probably determined... Oh, but it does say 0.93. So it is reporting 0.93. I know why. I know why the head isn't moving. Because we're animating it. That's why. We're animating it. That would be one possible reason. So if I come to the animation player and we look at the walk animation, the head is being animated. So I need to set it to not animate the head. So at the very least, we should see the head be turned around. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, cool. Good. And then we want the head position on that reset layer to not be something weird. I gotta fix that now. Is the green chicken in the screen not paying taxes? Just imagine the game has an end, and the end is you arriving at the tax payment. I mean, it's the green chicken isn't a citizen. Green chicken is an invader from another planet. It still needs to be, it doesn't even have a social security number, let alone a tax ID. What? I like your logic. Your logic is sound. Your logic is sound. Your logic is sound. I feel like the point is that it doesn't make sense. Therefore, it makes perfect sense. And I think that there will be some way to have this green chicken pay its dues while we're not making sense. Okay, so I want the head to be back at 0. Keyframe that on. Now that we've turned off the animation for the head, we should be able to do whatever we want with it. Sense is that it doesn't make sense. It makes sense. It makes sense? I think you mean it makes sense. Tax sense. And then we don't want it to be times 30. That seems a little extreme. You can see some of the teeth would clip through the jaw. That's no good. That only happens if it goes too far. Nice. Let's go. 2 cents, indeed. It's going the wrong direction. Let's make it negative. And let's see that head turn. Let me see that head turn. Yes. Don't. It does look like a dance. It straight up looks like a dance. So there's even more to what I kind of wanted, which is that it would sometimes do the walk animation instead. This looks pretty good though. This looks pretty dang good. I like it. The run. So the run animation, we got to take the head off of the run animation as well. It's actually ridiculous that the head is animated. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. For my 2 cents, I go pay taxes. It makes sense. Okay. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. You got it. You got it. I feel like the arms are still a little too like stiff and they go out too far. Like this kind of works. But like when we come way out here, like this, there's some kind of weird stuff going on here. Wait a minute. Oh, we turned that off on the reset. I meant to turn this on the run. Turn this off on the run. I do see a potential problem coming our way, which is wanting it to blend between this and the normal walk and run animations. So I don't really know how that's gonna go. But so one problem I have is how far out the arm is bending. Like it doesn't really look like it's aiming at things. Right? It's kind of like going off to the side a little too far. So I think we have too much extremeness. So instead of 3, let's multiply it times 2. That may still be too much. And these are some magic numbers. I'm going to probably want to code these in a little more neatly. Oh, but it still goes out so far. Oh, we actually want it to come in further. I actually think I want to increase this value, not decrease it. So the other thing is I might want it to like bend maybe sooner instead of as far back as it is. This isn't bad though. This isn't all bad. Let's go further. 4.2. Not much. It's imperfect. You know, it's a little It's a little janky. It's got some jankification going on here. There's things about it that I don't like. And it's kind of hard for me to imagine how it could look better. But I know it could. I almost want to set like a limit, you know? I think that's what it is. I don't want it to be able to go as far as it's going. I think that's my problem. It needs to have a maximum distance that it's actually allowed to go before it stops going out. Because it's going way too far. It's going way too far out. I hate that. No idea how to do that. I'm sure there's some way to set like a range, like within a range. Something like that. Oh, this is your game. This is the game with putting cows in a chest. Wow, Tincho! 1 game in 1 hour. Where are you in the 1 hour game jams we do on Friday? Oh my gosh! You put this together! Amazing. We got a bouncing cow here by Tincho. Nicely done. So I want to say, let me actually, I feel like this is a ChatGPT thing. I feel like it's a ChatGPT thing. And I don't know. You're implementing a grabbing system right now. Let's go! How can I get a vector from 2 points? Subtract them. Subtract them. Subtract them. Subtract them. Subtract them. That's how. I know that now. It might depend like the order that you subtract them, so keep that in mind. Yeah! Only the geniuses in the chat could have helped me learn that one. How do I want to ask this? I want to ask it in a way that I'm worried that ChatGPT is going to give me all kinds of crap that I don't care about. But let's see. Let's just see what can happen. Let's just experiment a little and see what can happen. Please respond in GDScript for Godot. How can I wrap the formula in the quaternions X position to a certain range? In the following code, how can I wrap? Okay, can you figure this one out, ChatGPT? ChatGPT, do you think you can figure this one out? What? Normalizing? Is it that we want to normalize it? Is that what we want to do? Do we want to normalize it? By a certain percentage? Normalize the angle to be within the desired range using modulo operation. Wow. That sounds like that could work. Create a new quaternion with the adjusted X position. New quaternion. Normalized angle. Maybe that'll work. Hey, what's up, Kai Guy? 8.5 hours. I know, it's so long. I usually just do 8 max. Usually 8 is the maximum. But I just got so close to something here. And we're pretty close. I mean, at this point I'm kind of doing extra. And now I'm just sucked in. Now I'm just sucked in. I love doing it. What can I say? I've got this character. I'm trying to get it to follow the cursor. It look and its arms follow the position of the cursor. It pretty well works. But it goes a little further than I want it to. So like out here, you can see that arm is going like really far out. I don't actually want it to go that far. So I asked ChatGPT how I can limit that range so it doesn't push out as far. And it's giving me an answer. It's giving me an answer. I have to wonder if it's not overcomplicating it, but it might be right. Good to see you, Kai Guy. Hope you're doing great. Thanks for stopping in. Let's see. So I would need to set this up somewhere else. Just set this up somewhere else. We'll just do it. We'll just do it in here, I guess. We'll just put it in the function. So we're gonna normalize it like normal people do. And we're gonna keep this updated because that's the normal thing to do. Nothing unnormal about this. Identifier angle not declared in the current scope. What? You didn't tell me that. Oh, compute the angle from the original formula. I see. Okay, so I would want to say head angle equals all of this. This whole little situation. Paste that in here. Looks good. I don't think we need these parentheses. Oh, actually we do. Okay, so that's the head angle. And then we want to normalize that angle. Less than -180, greater than 180. That would be like what we're wrapping it to. Sure, let's start with that. And then we're going to put, instead of normalized angle, I'm going to say norm head angle is what I'll call it. Norm head angle. And then we just have to update this. Update this. So it's going to adjust it depending on what it, if it's over or below a certain amount. Okay, that makes sense to me. And then we just want to come in here and say norm head angle. And in theories, that should kind of work. Identifier head angle not declared. Oh, we want to create that here. Okay. Cool. Cool. So I don't know if this is going to be enough. I feel like this is still going to be further than I want, assuming it works. Invalid operands float and int in operator modulo. Okay. Okay. Okay, ChatGPT. This is not cool. Invalid operands float and integer. What? That returns invalid operands float and int. in operator percent, or the modulo in operator percent. Fix it for me. To write the formula quaternion is x position certain range, you can use the following GScript code snippet. What? Wait, but you didn't change anything. The revised code ensures that the x position of the quaternion remains in a certain range. No, that's the same thing. This isn't different. This isn't different, is it? That looks the same to me. How is that different? These are the same. These are the same things. I might be in over my head with this one. Guys, I might be in over my head with this one. I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to open up a new one. I'm going to paste its other thing that it gave us. I think all it did was just combine the code. And it created that angle for us. Head angle is a float. How to convert it to integer? Is that what it's asking me to do? Is that what I need to do? I'm confused since it says like and. I think it has to be a float. Maybe it's that this, like, they can't be different from each other and they need to be the same, like whatever it is. Maybe that's the problem, that we're doing the angle at 360 instead of the float that this is. Maybe that's what it is, which you saying that helped me realize that, Kai Guy. That might be the problem, is that this integer doesn't make sense with this float. I wonder if that's what it is. So, I mean, just to like confirm that these codes are the same. Pretty much. Yeah, they are the same. They're absolutely the same. Okay, so what I need to do, first of all, is comment a lot of this out. I need to comment a lot of this out right now. Which is going to break this, which is unfortunate. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this. I'm going to comment this out as well. I'm going to slap this in here. So this is what we already had. Oh my gosh, I was doing this on the head. I don't want this on the head. I want this on the arms. Number one, I want this on the arms, not the head. So that's wrong, first of all. But that's okay. So here, whatever things are happening. So what if I print that value out so I can see what kind of range it's in? Also, what's going on with the print? That's what you meant. Both sides should be the same type. That's a good guess. That's honestly, I love that guess. I'm all in for that guess. I'm all in for that guess. Let's find out. Let's find the heck out. Oh, it is printing. Oh, it is printing it. Right. So it is. So this is it. It's this decimal. It's this little bitty decimal. Okay, so I actually want to be looking at the arms though, not the head. That was a mistake on my part. I want to say arm right rotation X. Do the same thing here. Let's just look at one. Let's just look at, this is the left arm. Let's just look at the left arm for now. We'll just take one arm at a time. We'll keep it simple for now. So this is going to be printing all the values. Now I'm noticing that it's not changing. Why isn't it changing? Shouldn't this update every time it's called? That's X. Why would that be the same value when we know? Is it just so many decimals that we can't see it? Like that doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't it print that continuously? Maybe I need to do it somewhere else. like if I do it in physics process, what'll happen? Make sure it's X or Z. It should be X. And this should be getting it. Am I on the wrong arm? What was W? W is... I don't think it matters which arm. W is the quaternion, the like extra quaternion one. I mean, I could just have it print it all out. So we could just have it print the whole thing instead of just one value. There's all three. It should be quite different. I mean, if we're watching it move, it has to be in different positions. I wonder why it's not changing. That's weird. I don't know. That's kind of a tough one. I feel like that's a little out of my... I don't know. It's like out of my league. I'm surprised that that's not showing a change. Because this is dynamic and we're updating it. It might have to do... No, I just don't know. I just am not sure why that isn't changing. But it has to be changing. It must be changing. So that's that variable. Maybe that variable isn't updating. Maybe that's the problem. Oh, I feel silly. It's because we're readying it here. We're not actually constantly updating that. So I think what I'd want to do is instead call this in here separately. So I might want to say print, I think I understand. Print skeleton get bone position, arm right, or whichever one we want. And that should give us an updated position. There we go. Now we see the range. Okay, beautiful. That's it. So it looks like it goes maybe like 1.375241. 1.375241. Let's see if I can. I don't think I can press. Maybe I can click out here. I don't know. 1.37. We'll just say 1.3. We'll just say 1.3. So that would be the furthest out that I would want it. And it's going to have to be negative or positive depending on which arm we're talking about. That was arm left. And so we have that here. Subtracting vectors works. Let's go! That's awesome. Dude, look at us coding. Look at us being geniuses. I love it. We don't want this to be head. This would be arm left angle. Norm, arm left angle. Norm, arm left angle. Norm, arm left angle. Norm, arm left. That's a long ass thing to type. You'll put a new short video showing the grabbing system. What we got here? Look at that weight painting. Nice. Very nice. Yo, honestly, I might need to take a look at that code. I might need to peep that code. That code looks tight. Nice work. Excellent. Good job. You were slapping this together so quick. I'm so impressed. So I think that's gonna be the far angle. Yeah, let's go indeed. I'm very impressed. Maybe I'll say it shouldn't go greater than that. What is 360? Is this gonna work? I just feel like this isn't gonna work. I don't know. It's just like a hunch that I have. I just feel like this isn't gonna work. Like, what would I even set this to? I don't even know what I would set this to. This isn't gonna work. This isn't gonna work. I don't know. I just feel like this isn't gonna work. It's just a feeling I have in my heart. Deep in my heart. I feel like it isn't gonna work. Because this is still gonna be, I feel like it's still gonna see it as like an integer. This isn't gonna work. And then in theory here, if this was gonna work, which I don't think it's gonna work, but if it was gonna work, here we would say, I mean, it's called head angle, arm left angle. It's not gonna work. I could also drop this down into like ChatGPT again, right? And see if ChatGPT can sort it out. But like, I don't know if I have the patience for that. I don't know if I do have the patience to wrestle with ChatGPT this late at night. That's how we got our bad grabbing logic that I put in there with the cows that I made is by late night ChatGPTing. That can be messy stuff. That can be real messy stuff, you know? Yeah. Invalid operands float and float. Invalid operands float and float. It's all invalid. Whether it's a float or an integer. Alright, get out of my face. What the heck? I don't know. I don't even know, man. Get this out of my face. I just wanted to limit it to a certain range, you know? But like, I really don't know how to do that. I really don't know how to do that. I'll give ChatGPT a couple more chances, but for the most part, I think we're just in trouble here. I modified it a bit, but I'm still getting the error. Here. Can you fix this code to avoid the above error? Can you fix the code below to avoid the error above? Not working with flows. To address this, we can use the fmod, which is designed for floating point functions. Oh, okay. 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 So it might have been what Kai Guy was originally saying too. Fmod. Is that gonna work? Is that gonna just fix it? It'll just fix it? Is what you're saying? It's just gonna be fixed? It's just gonna be fixed. Is what ChatGPT is saying. If you do this, it'll just be fixed. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean, it's not working. It's not stopping it at the point that I want, but I don't know if I'm doing this 3 correctly. I barely understand what this was supposed to be from 360. Like, what am I even doing here? Fmod, float x, float y, returns the floating point remainder of x divided by y, keeping the sign of x. Dude, I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Do you know that I don't know what I'm doing? I mean, at least it accepts it. But I have no idea how to make this matter. So I think I gotta let this go. I think I gotta let this go, guys. I think I gotta roll the outro. I think this is way beyond what I can do right now. Brain too tired. Tomorrow, I'll be back, and we can sort out these things then. And I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be able to sort it out tomorrow. Because overall, it's not bad. It's good. It's pretty good. I know. I do like to end on a victory, but the reality is we are ending on a victory. We're ending on the victory that is all of the stuff that we've done today, which is definitely what I wanted. Brain hard at night makes me sleepy sometimes. Dude, for real. For real. It could just be that it's late at night and you're just sleepy. But it like makes us extra sleepy, right? Yeah. I feel you. You know what? It's okay. It happens. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. Sometimes, as long as we listen to our body. We're getting tired. Let's listen to our body. Let's go to bed. But look what happens. We got the arms moving around, facing the direction of the cursor. I love that. If I click on a helicopter, bam, it's destroyed. There's some nice stuff that we got. We did all kinds of cleaning up of our scripts, so now the collisions happen correctly as they should. I mean, there's a lot of very good things going on here, and I'm very happy with what we've gotten. Isn't this great? Like, this was not here before. We could not have this character following our cursor before, but now it follows it. I consider that a giant victory. Very productive day. A good rest. I feel that I deserve a good rest. Thank you, Tincho. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Merp. I appreciate it. And a big thank you to you all for coming through here and supporting Hyper Game Dev with your vibes, with your thoughts and ideas. Did you know that we have a Patreon? You can sign up on that Patreon for free. You can sign up on that Patreon for free. You'll get a live stream, a free live stream that you couldn't get anywhere else if you sign up via the Patreon. I make a newsletter live stream every Friday after the game jams. You'll get that newsletter in your email inbox along with the live stream if you sign up for free. It's a gift that I have for you. If you join on YouTube, you'll get up on this list. You can be a member, and whether you join on YouTube or Patreon with your monies, you will get access to yet another live stream every Monday. I do another big chunky 8-hour long live stream, or I work on game art, so you can get access to that if you join up on that list as a member. Other than that, y'all, I mean, that's about all I got. What more can I say? Like, we all deserve a good rest. We all deserve a good rest. I couldn't agree any more than that. Thank you guys again for being so supportive and helpful. I appreciate it. If you're watching this after the live stream, by the way, thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel. We do all kinds of stuff like this, so I'll appreciate it if you do that. As well, if you tap or click in the bottom left, you will find the last live devlog in this series, and if you tap or click in the bottom right, you're gonna find the next one. So I hope you do, and I'll see you then, alright, Joe? Take good care. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Goodbye, Kai. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Yes, it's every Friday.